Hello and a very warm welcome. Well, it's not really a warm welcome, it's a wet welcome to Brands Hatch. Wet and Brands Hatch means we're going to get some very interesting racing. It's always good, but it's going to make things very interesting. A full day of BRSCC action for you today to look forward to, so thanks for joining us and please do stay with us throughout the day. The main focus is going to be on the cars that you can see behind us. We've got pretty much the full Caterham ladder represented this weekend. We had the Academy yesterday. They've packed up from the Roadsports going up to the Sevens. We're going to start with the Sevens. That's the top level of the Caterham Championship if you're not familiar with it, and then we're going to work our way back up to the Sevens at the end of the day. But it's not just all about Caterhams. We've got other BRSCC racing action as well. We've got track attack saloons and sports cars. We've got the classic and modern sports car club as well, who base themselves here at Brands and Avon Circuit. We've got the ZEO Sports Prototypes, and we've got the Avon National Formula Ford 1600 Championship. So a full day's racing, something absolutely for everybody here today. Now, before racing gets underway, we've got the opportunity to chat to some of the drivers who are going out. Inevitably, we're probably going to stick with the guys at the sharp end, the ones that yesterday maybe took their first race win. So I'm going to nip round now, avoiding the wet tyres that are behind me because they're hedging their bets at the moment, just trying to work out whether it's going to be slicks or wets. It was dry up to about a minute ago, literally as we got the countdown to start the feed to you, it started raining. So the wet tyres are here as well, but the slicks are on the cars at the moment. So I'm going to have a word with the driver that won the first race yesterday for the Sevens and nip in here. So Will, it looks like the decision's been made to go wet.
How long? Yeah, it's going to be a tight call because the weather's so changeable. It might be tough at the end of the race because with this new softer wet, if it does dry out, the tyre's going to destroy itself pretty quickly. But I'm just trying to do what my key competition's doing, so we're all in the same boat.
Absolutely right, took the win. You were fastest in the main qualifying session, but there was a little bit of hoo-ha. I'll move out of the way of your engineer. A little bit of hoo-ha with Superpole.
Well, not really hoo-ha. It can work in your favour just how it goes, but unfortunately for my Superpole run, there was a lot more rain. So to salvage third from that, I was actually really pleased. And then to come through, the race was really good. I felt like I was strong in the damp or the dry. So hopefully we can carry that form through for today.
How did you prepare for these races? Because you look pretty cool, calm and collected to me. A lot of drivers you interview on the grid, you will be showing some nerves, but you don't seem to be showing any of that at all.
Well, there's plenty of nerves inside. I've done it for a long time, so I'm good at hiding them. But no, just got to draw on your experience on days like this and try and keep a cool head.
Talking about the Caterham ladder, what's your journey been like to the Sevens?
Oh, fantastic. I started in the Academy. I was lucky enough to win that and moved up through the Roadsport, Supersport and then to the 420, which is a fabulous car. So yeah, it's a great way of getting into motorsport.
And it must at Brands Hatch, of course, and you know, getting a win here must be mega, and starting on pole.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you obviously try to do when you first start racing. So to realise that dream is great, and just got to try and do it again today.
Well, best of luck for that. We'll hopefully catch you on the podium. Will Smith, good luck for the race, and apologies for getting in the way of the engineers. I'm going to whiz across, and if I may, I'm going to have a quick word with Henry Heaton. Henry, good race yesterday, so P2. You're going to get the better of Will in this one?
Well, we'll see how it goes. It's a little bit of last minute drama in the assembly area now. Looks like Will's on some wet tyres. I'm on the slicks, but I'll try and go one better. Who knows what's going to happen.
Henry, just looking through my stats for the Sevens for this year, an unofficial title from me. You're the top gun, I think the most fastest laps.
Oh, well, that's a pleasant surprise. I didn't know that. I hadn't been counting, but yeah, pleasant surprise. I feel like I've got great pace. You know, this is the third year, I think, in the 420Rs. It's a mega car, unbelievable Caterham to drive. You know, I started off racing in the Caterham Academies, and I'm just thoroughly enjoying my time racing these cars. So, yeah, pleased to be getting the best out of it.
Caterham caters for everybody, don't they? Whether you're a newcomer wanting to learn, you can stay with it, you can move on. It's just a complete package, isn't it?
You can indeed, yeah, you can indeed. But yeah, I think this is all I would want from racing. You know, you couldn't ask for much more. You know, the quality of the drivers in this championship, 420R field, it's second to none. You know, and the car itself, it's a beast. It's a real handful to get your head around. So we'll see how it goes on this changeable track. So.
You've still got the slicks on at the moment. Everyone else going onto the wets by the look of it. Are you sticking with the slicks and having a gamble?
I think so, yeah. Well, it stopped raining, hasn't it? So, I don't know. Roll the dice. Roll the dice.
Good luck for the race. Thanks ever so much for taking the time to talk to us. So that's our second position car. Our cue, incidentally, is the klaxon. When that goes off, we have to get out of the way. We try to be mindful and respectful of the people doing the tyres. So I'm going to go around the front of the car and have a quick word with the driver who's on third position, which is Gordon Sawyer, if we can. And is it all right, Kev, if I go around the other side maybe for Gordon, because it looks like we've changed over. Gordon, can I grab a quick word with you?
Yeah, guys, I've had to change tyres now.
Okay, well, that's all right. Looks like it might be going on dries. Gordon, third position yesterday, so with a good shout today.
Yeah, it's all the play for today really, and the weather's not making it easy, I think.
Third in the championship, very, very considerable for your third win for this season, I think.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get a win underneath my belt this weekend. Brand's always been a bit of a nemesis for me, but got on the podium yesterday, first time in a long time. So yeah, see if I can do one or two better.
Oh, best luck for the race, and I hope everything's sorted out before you go out. Again, I'm in the way, apologies for that. Let's just see if the job's done on this car. No, we're changing over at the moment. Apologies, Kev, dipping out of view. As you can see, right the way down the whole of the 7 grid here, this is the top level Caterham Championship, so very rightly, everyone wanting to get on the right tyres. A lot of them have gone from the slick originally, as you heard from Will Smith, onto the wet tyre, and now back onto the slicks being tightened up there. I'm going to grab a quick word with Stephen Nuttall if I can. Stephen, you're the championship leader coming into the weekend. Yeah. Is that intact after yesterday?
Possibly not on drop scores. It looked like it is, but it's very, very tight at the top now, so I need to do a better job today.
Fourth position, not too bad, but I've got to say, on this particular car as well, all of the cars, superb liveries, presentation as well, and you're nicely coloured in with your crash helmet too.
Yeah, thank you, yeah. I've run this for a few years now, so the old JPS livery, so yeah, I'm a fan of this.
Stephen, I've been talking to the other drivers about the Caterham ladder, and you've been on the top step of the ladder all the way through, so you must really enjoy it. But what would be the next step if you won the championship?
That's a good question. I need a paid drive from someone. Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe classics. I like the look of that. So something a bit calmer than this. Yeah. What
was your experience coming in? Would you a bit of karting, or were you a late comer to race?
Just into cars and track days. Never did anything motorsport wise. So the academy did its job basically. Got me hooked into racing.
And what was your first memory of Caterham, either as a viewer or a racer?
I bought a Caterham as a road car years ago and started doing track days in that, so really enjoyed the car, so that was it.
Right, there goes the whistle. Good luck for the race, Stephen. Thanks for talking to us. The drivers are getting ready to go out, and we'll hand you to Scott Woodwis, who will be your guide and commentator through the course of the day. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 here at Brands Hatch for the BRSCC Caterham Race Weekend here at Brands Hatch, courtesy of the British Racing and Sports Car Club and Caterham Motorsport. As you can see, some very frantic activity in the assembly area for the cars as they went to change tyres just as the rain came down, and hopefully Richard gets dry after that, because it's not nice to get caught out in the rain, so fingers crossed he can dry out a little bit before the next race. So the cars heading out onto the grid, as you mentioned, is the top level Caterhams, the 7 Championship UK. This is as high as you can go in the Caterham Motorsport ladder, all the way from Academy up through Roadsport, 270, 310, and then the top level Championship. These are Caterham 420Rs, which for this year have bespoke and specifically designed Avon slick and wet tyres, as well as uprated suspension and an increased rev limit on the engine, which means that all in all makes them pretty much the fastest Caterhams we've ever had on the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Compared to last year's specification, these cars can lap anywhere between 1 to 2 to even 5 seconds a lap quicker on some circuits, so this is pretty fast and frantic racing. We had plenty of that yesterday when we had our first race, which saw lots of battling towards the front. Some drivers started out of position in that first race due to a mix-up in qualifying, not just with the weather conditions, but also the Super Pole shootout that we had in the morning. But in terms of the result yesterday, it was a win for William Smith alongside Henry Heaton, with Gordon Sawyer and Stephen Nuttall and Chris Aubrey rounding out the top 5, and pretty much the grid is set by the results of race number 1. So everyone will line up as where they finished yesterday. So as they head off onto the formation lap for our first of today's races, we'll take you through the grid as they stand. So as I mentioned, it is as a result of race 1 yesterday. So William Smith, the winner, takes pole position, with Henry Heaton, who started back in 10th yesterday for the first race, is going to be starting from the front row this time, and I'm pretty certain if he can get a really strong start, he'll be definitely, I'm sure, the two men on the second row of the grid who are also in main contention for the championship. Here's the grid, so Smith and Heaton on the front row of the grid together, alongside Gordon Sawyer and Stephen Nuttall in a bogey circuit, but it's a good to see him get a podium with Nuttall fourth. Chris Aubrey in a strong fifth, alongside Jake Swan-Dixon in sixth position. Chris Hutchinson, who started on the front row yesterday, starts back in seventh for row 4 today. He's alongside Johnny Jarrett in the car 21. Tom Eden and James Murphy, who had an off, which put him into the gravel trap, which put him down to 10th position. He will start back in 10th. We'll watch him to charge through the pack. Then Alex Jordan and Neil Fraser will pick up row 6 on the grid. And the last couple of the cars will be Rob Watts and Caterham CEO Graham McDonald, who I think starts ahead of Rob Watts this time for a particular reason. Mainly because Graham McDonald had a monumental moment going into Paddock Hill Bend, which saw him skating off into the gravel and unfortunately brought his race to a premature end. So he will look to make his way through from the back row of the grid. And I do remember as well, Rob Watts had that contact late on. I think it was with Jake Swan-Dixon, if I'm correct, or something. It was in the mix. And those two automatically at the back of the grid as a result of their DNFs. So the main championship battle is between Stephen Nuttall, who came into the weekend on 210 points, Henry Heaton in second place on 195 and Gordon Sawyer at 185. But Chris Hutchinson has been racking up some very consistent scores as well. He starts in P7, but he came into the weekend in 4th place with a best result of 4th. So he'll be looking to try and get a few places higher if he can on a circuit that certainly will have some very unpredictable weather around. We did have on and off rain showers and bursts of sunshine. Much a difficult day all round to judge the weather. It looks as though it's going to be more of the same today, but we'll see what the Caterham 7 Championship UK produces in our first race for Sunday's action. So Will Smith going for a second win of the weekend, Henry Heaton going for a victory, but watch for Gordon Sawyer and championship leader Stephen Nuttall from the second row of the grid. The first race of the day, red lights are on for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. They're out now and away we go. It's a decent start from pole and a cracking start from the second row from both Gordon Sawyer and also Ben, but Smith leads the way. Sawyer's up the inside of Heaton for second place. He's over the curb, but Heaton will take the outside line and hold on to the position. They sprint up towards Druids for the first time, and it's Will Smith in the chrome orange Caterham that holds on, and James Murphy goes springing around the outside of everyone. He's already up into what looks like 7th position from 10th on the grid. So a strong start for James Murphy as they pile into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. There's Tom Eden going up the inside of Johnny Jarrett for position. And Chris Hutchinson's had a really poor start. He's down to 11th place where he was 7th on the grid, so he's one of the biggest losers of position. Started 7th, he's down outside the top 10 already. Into McLaren and clearaways for the first time. Jake Swan-Dixon started strongly. He's already into 5th or 6th position. But now as they come down the pit straight, Will Smith leads the way. At the end of the first racing lap, it's wheel to wheel for second place between Gordon Sawyer in the black and gold car and Henry Heaton there. And it's three abreast as Henry Heaton immediately backs out. He's not going to get 3 wide into Paddock Hill Bend. Round the outside goes Stephen Nuttall to take the position and follows his fellow DPR Motorsport teammate through into 3rd position. So Smith now in the lead, but it's the charging DPR pair of Gordon Sawyer and Stephen Nuttall in 2nd and 3rd place. 4th now for Henry Heaton after a start in the front row. Jake Swan-Dixon looking pretty strong in the early stages in 5th place. In 6th position now it appears to be Chris Aubrey, who's held it well since the start, and into 7th place from 10th on the grid is James Murphy, but he has the nickname of Superman, mainly because if he starts towards the rear, he expects to charge his way through from the back towards the front. So out they come. Back onto the pit straight once again. Smith now under threat from Sawyer with the top 2 pulling away. Henry Heaton going for revenge here. Looks to the outside line as Sawyer sets the fastest lap of the race. Henry now goes to the outside to try and make the move on Nuttall into Paddock. He'll get the slingshot on the exit, which he's trying to force. He's going to pull alongside. He's creeping, edging alongside on the sprint up the Hellwood Hill towards Druids. Hasn't got the inside line. He backs out just at the first part, but again tries to sweep his way back through and was millimetres away from clipping the right rear of Nuttall as they came out on the corner exit. Stacking up in that lead group, there's a bit of a disconnect between the top 9 or 10 cars, and then the second group, which is headed up by Chris Hutchinson. That group also contains Caterham CEO Graham McDonald, but he hasn't made any gains from where he started back in 13th. So he's still trying to find his feet after his early off into the gravel race 1 yesterday. Chase for the lead as they come out the Clark curve, and it is now Gordon Sawyer who's up the inside of Will Smith, but Will's not going to give it up for an inch. They are side by side down the pit straight. They're almost literally touching wheels with the fastest lap of the race, and they are 2 by 2 into Paddock once again at the start of lap 4. Henry Heaton's fastest lap, 50.152, but I'm certain with the pace they're setting, it may well start to get quicker and quicker. I'm certain we'll get cars lapping under 50 seconds at one stage, but they're all starting to stack up as James Murphy just sends it round the outside of Jake Swan-Dixon, has a look up the inside into Graham Hill-Bend, and he's up to 5th position. So watch for the black and orange car, number 3, James Murphy. He's a former catering champion in the lower ranks. There's not many of these drivers towards the front. This really is the best of the best in the Caterham Motorsport ladder. These are some of the strongest drivers you'll see. They're battle hardened, got seasons worth of progress up the Caterham ladder. These guys know these cars pretty much inside out for the most part. They know what Caterham racing is all about. And Henry Heaton darting out with his main championship rival, Stephen Nuttall. The top two of the championship coming into the weekend are side by side. There's also a battle on for the lead too, as Will Smith tries to get back up the outside line to repass Sawyer for the lead. Top 4 all together as they head back into Druids once again. And for 5th place, Jake Swan-Dixon is still not letting go. He's forced his way back up the inside of James Murphy for 5th position, and now we see that looks like that's Rob Watts. I think he's come from the back of the grid. It is Rob Watts, who started back in 14th place. He's now up past 7. He's now trying to make his way up back past James Murphy, who in turn is trying to repass Jake Swan-Dixon after taking him round the outside at Druids a lap ago. And also trying to catch up to the back of this second part of the train is Chris Hutchins 3, so he's actually lapping just as fast as some of the leaders. Fastest lap changes hands not once but twice. We do dip under 50 seconds. It's now Stephen Nuttall with a 49.852. Top 4 are now in compression altogether as they come back towards it, and once again they're 2 by 2 into the top end at Druids. There goes Swan-Dixon. Rob Watts has got past James Murphy into 6th, and now Murphy finds himself under threat from Chris Aubrey in the grey and yellow. Actually, it's a slightly more sort of mustardy coloured yellow rather than the fluorescent yellow of Rob Watts. Top 4 moves its way through line astern. These are the fastest drivers in the field. They're putting on quite a show here as they turn out through Clark Curve once again. And onto that pit straight, and the one that getting the biggest toe is surely going to be Henry Heaton in front. It's side by side between Smith and Sawyer. There goes Henry Heaton looking around the outside, and Sawyer forces the issue up the inside of the paddock hill bend. There's almost contact as Sawyer takes to the curb, and Smith holds on to the outside line, but that will have killed his momentum a little bit. That now gives a chance for Heaton to go around the outside. He now finds Nuttall to his inside line. Almost tries to edge him out wide, but Heaton just sticks around the outside and says, "Not on your life, and Stephen, try again another time." And he holds on to 3rd place. He did a clip of the curb on the inside of Graham Hill Bend, but they sprint down Cooper straight back towards Surtees again. They did see also, we had Rob Watts was under threat again from James Murphy, so he seems to be in a bit of a stuck position at the moment. He's around about 6th or 7th place. Top 4, line astern again, hugging the inside line. Here comes Sawyer once more. Just incredibly how close they get in these battles here as they come down the pit straight. New fastest lap of the race again. This time it goes to Murphy, 49.624. These guys really are turning up the pace. The top 4 separated by less than half a second as they make their way up back into Druids again. Back round the outside looks Stephen Nuttall. Twitch of oversteer as he just puts the throttle back down on these 80 brake horsepower, 2-litre Caterham tuned Duratec engines in these 420R race cars. As they make their way back into Surtees again, this battle continues to rage on. Now, if these keep on squabbling, there's an opportunity for Swan-Dixon and Watts and Murphy to all get into play here, and you can't also count out either Tom Eden in there too. Here comes Henry Heaton, who's got caught out by darting out of the slipstream. That's lost him a bit of momentum as they come back down towards paddock. 1, 2, 3, 4. The chain continues to go on as Murphy looks for the high, wide and handsome line on the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. Couldn't quite do it as Watts shut the door and held firm to his right. Again, look, the fact they're all battling so much, it's bringing these 3 cars who are having their own battle right into play in the lead fight. So what was a quartet has now become a 7-car scrap for the lead. Watch also for Chris Aubrey and Tom Eden, and not too far away from them closing in, but some strong lap times. And Chris Hutchison, he's actually lapping in the 49s. Everyone in the top 3 did 50 point, just low 50 lap times, where everyone else behind was in the tow and picking up 49. So that is the effect that you have in a Caterham race. If you have too many cars battling amongst the lead group, and then more cars pile on behind, and it just keeps on growing and growing the lead gap. There goes Tom Eden under threat from Chris Aubrey, and then Chris Hutchison closing in. He's got to try and make up some positions from the edge of the top 10. To the second half of this second Caterham 7 Championship UK race here at Brands Hatch. Still William Smith in command, but Now Gordon Sawyer recover, really making it difficult for him. Could change at the drop of a hat. Head out through Graham Bend again. Down Cooper Straight. Back towards Surtees. Top two trying to make a small break here, but he will try and go with them. It'll be up to Nuttall to drag the rest of the group with him in order to keep in touch. Well, yesterday Nuttall was off the podium, he finished 4th, so he needs to try and get himself back on the rostrum to keep himself in contention to give him a good record of podium finishes. There goes James Murphy having a look to the outside of Rob Watts. And does go round the outside, late braking into Paddock Hill Bend. It's not uncommon to pass round the outside, but it's always spectacular to watch when it happens. Great stuff from all involved. That outside line on William Smith didn't quite work, and now it's brought Henry Heaton back into the mix here at the front of the group. He's trying to drag Swan Dixon and co with him, but at the moment he's more focused about trying to defend Swan Dixon than bring them with him in order to give him some backup to challenge with the leaders. He was over the curb on the entrance to Surtees, so maybe Stephen's feeling a bit of the pressure here from the 3 cars behind. There's James Murphy. He's got past one of the cars that overtook him over before. Now he's trying the other. Speaking of overtaking, Gordon Sawyer's as close as he'll ever be. He's practically shoving the nose of that Caterham underneath the roll back into paddock. And then just behind him, I saw Swan Dixon was having a big look up the inside of Swan Dixon, but it hasn't worked because behind him, James Murphy has gone through up the inside into Druids. There's the top 3, but behind them, Murphy has got his nose through. So up in the 5th position for the time being again goes James Murphy. It's the lead group, you barely take your eyes off it because order can change with one false move from anyone. There they go. Just looking backwards, I can also see there's some battles further back going on. I can see Chris Hutchison having a great scrap with Chris Aubrey. He was trying to go round the outside of Graham Hill Bend. This is the fight we focus on. Continues on between Smith, Sawyer, Heaton, and then Stephen Nuttall just trying to get back to them. Look at them, they're as close as anything. 2 abreast. No, forget that. It's almost 3 abreast into paddock once more. And still William Smith holds on. Nuttall with that triple toe from the cars in front. Gets them at 5.81. He lowers the benchmark even further. Heaton throws caution to the wind, goes round the outside at Druids. Sawyer will show the edge of the road and does so. Retained 2nd position, and now he's under threat again from Stephen Nuttall. Got Murphy, Swan Dixon and Watts are all in play as well. And I should also mention the 2nd group because Tom Eden is the leader of that, because Hutchison's got past Chris Aubrey, and also the man that's joined in with that appears to be Graham McDonald. So that's the 2nd group that's all close stream there. Hopefully that will shake itself out in a second. But now as they come down the pit straight, still the top 7 as it was. When it's big moves up the outside, they're almost 3, practically nearly 4 abreast into Paddock Hill Bend, but still the order stays as it is, with Sawyer practically climbing into the cockpit of Smith's orange Caterham. There goes Nuttall to make it 3 abreast again into the hairpin. Then he gets shuffled out wide by Nuttall, who goes up to 3rd place. Down to 4th has gone Heaton. 5th now is Jake Swan Dixon. And 6th for James Murphy, who's got damage to the nose section. You can see the nose section lifting up on the number 3 car. Rob Watts is 7th. And then this next group of cars, as we say, is 8th down to 11th. And that's being headed up by Tom Eden with Chris Hutchison, Chris Aubrey and Graham McDonald, who's found a bit of pace now in the 2nd half of this race already. And he's started to try and push them along to try and catch this top 5 or 7 cars. Swan Dixon now joins the lead group as now Stephen Nuttall looks to the outside. He gets forced wider as Sawyer tries to attack down the outside of William Smith. He gets boxed in with Nuttall to his left and William Smith right in front of him. Nowhere to go for Sawyer as they turned in through Paddock Hill Bend. And there is the piece of bodywork which came off the front of James Murphy's car a lap ago. They're all going to come across it, but it's off the racing line. So unless someone tries to go the long way round at Druids, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone else. Fascinating racing, 2 minutes to go as they continue on, and James Murphy's struggling. Oh dear, I'm just seeing in the back of the window shot if we can catch it on camera, but James Murphy, I'm afraid, his tough weekend goes from bad to worse. He's slowing on the pit straight at Cooper, so catch that on the cameras, we have to take a look at him. But at the moment, this is his way up the inside at Clark Curve, but has to back out of it again because he knew that Smith was always going to close the door. Here comes Nuttall in the black and gold car, number 46 down the outside, goes to Sawyer for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend, but once more, William Smith holds firm. Nuttall has a creep up the inside, but he can't quite make it stick. And he's to Elwood Hill and back into Druids once more. 7 minutes to go. Here comes Swan Dixon up the inside on Heaton. And I wonder, unless that's damage from just a previous time, it looks like there's a little bit of damage on the back end of Heaton's car, a little bit indented. So I wonder, putting 2 and 2 together, has Murphy bumped the rear end of Heaton's car And as a result of that, has he possibly damaged the nose section, which I think has possibly caused him some overheating issues with heating his car there. So I wonder if that's just a legacy of that, or possibly one of the incidents he had at Silverstone. 6.5 minutes left. Still, this league battle is yet to be under the sideline, but he's got to be careful because here comes Stephen Nuttall. And still Sawyer carries the momentum around that outside line. Will Smith is putting his car in all the right places at all the right times here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. No matter where Sawyer goes, Will Smith always has an answer. But will he crack? Will he falter under the pressure of the second? Or is he going to hold on for the next 6 minutes? There's a couple of spots of rain on the camera. Are we getting another very light shower? Because remember, all these cars are on the dedicated Avon slick tyres. They're not on wets. So in the slicks, they all compress up and almost stack up into each other through the top end of clearways. Are the slick tyres going to possibly play a factor here if it starts to get a little bit more drizzly? It's more important to Sawyer. He's going down the outside again. This time with Paddock Bend. Oh, Chris Hutchinson's off the road. There's a wheel off, and that's a wheel off, I think, at Paddock. That wheel's tumbling down the hill. So that's going to be. I wonder if that's going to be a late safety car because Hutchinson is off the road. So, and I think we have got rain. Have we got rain falling as well? I think we have possibly. Either way, I'm not sure if there was definitive contact between the one we saw as the aftermath with the car and the gravel. And the left rear wheel has gone rolling down the hill onto the grass at Paddock Hill Bend. There it is, standing up perfectly balanced. And I'm sure that'll be less with the Constellation. That's actually right. So that he's actually gone off. Apologies, I thought it was Paddock Hill Bend. It's actually Clearways. So he's gone off at Clearways. That big grass area on the inside line, so there'll be yellow flags there and no overtaking. Plenty of overtaking down at Paddock Hill Bend as once more. It is 3 abreast almost into Paddock once again. And still William Smith will not capitulate. He will not give way to Gordon Sawyer. And why not? Because he scrabbled around finding a way in front of that gap through. There's contact to the rear of William Smith's car. Is that just frustration of just cutting across his line? Now, to the record, Chris Hutchinson's out of his car, so thankfully he's okay. I can't manage to stop him before he got any further. I suspect he might have been a bit of a low speed loss of wheel. He's kept the car out of the barriers, so that'll be consolation to him and DPR Motorsport. Just a simple check over the rear suspension and then refitting the wheel for race number. But still 4 minutes to go, and there's anyone of arguably even 6 cars at the front could win this. Rob Watts has joined the play to make it a 6-pack at the front. And again, Gordon Sawyer, every single time goes to the outside line, and every single time Smith has an answer for it, has it covered. And now look at Stephen Nuttall in the black and gold car. Black car with the gold striping. That is, of course, Stephen Nuttall, who some people have done before. It was pretty nicknamed the Roger Federer of Caterham racing. Why is he called that? Because he's won every single title in the first 4 steps of the Caterham. There's the errant wheel, which isn't doing anything too much to harm anyone, so it's still sat perfectly balanced. So that's there as we wait for the leaders in our battle to come through shot. Here they come, perfectly timed, and up the inside finally goes Gordon Sawyer. Perfect timing that was. Up the inside goes Gordon Sawyer, who finally makes the move into Clearways and gets through. And now it might open the floodgates because here comes Stephen Nuttall and here comes Henry Eaton. He's boxed in. 3 abreast for second place down towards Paddock Hill Bend. They're almost touching, but they all somehow come out of it unscathed for the moment. Swan Dixon never the opportunities. Up the inside of Eaton for 4th. They're side by side of the sprint up towards Druids again, but finally Gordon Sawyer's got through. After several attempts of trying, he finally makes it through. I think Will Smith also possibly tagged the bodywork that was on the outside line. That was the nose from the nose section of James Murphy's car. But he's down to 3rd and now under pressure. So James Swan Dixon's gone up to 4th. Heaton's down to 5th, but it's a new race leader, Gordon Sawyer now, who before the weekend had always said that it was a bogey track for him. He'd never finished on the podium before. He picked up 3rd yesterday to get that monkey off his back. And now, could he go 2 places higher with 2.5 minutes to go in this second Caterham 7 Championship UK race? Not if Stephen Nuttall's got anything to say about it. Here he comes, side by side with 2 DPR teammates. Nuttall with his nose just in front, but when he go round the outside to Paddock Hill Bend, the 2 teammates almost make contact. They get very close under braking. Nuttall goes for the switchback on the exit. They are side by side again. But Nuttall this time finds Sawyer closing the door. So now Nuttall takes up the role that William Smith had. Look at Jake Swan Dixon, the white car with the black nose. He came into the weekend, he's down in 11th in the points, but he's up to 4th and could be looking at a podium if he plays his cards right. 1 minute 50 seconds on the clock, and it's incredible race, for another one for the Caterham 7 Championship UK, every single place they've gone to this year, they've put on a stunning array of races, and this is no exception. And I really hope this inspires not just more drivers that are in 270s or 310Rs to get into the championship, but also external drivers that like the look of this and want to go Caterham racing. Proof here is down the side by side. Once again, the two teammates are wheel to wheel down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Round the outside. Oh, what a move from Stephen Nuttall. Beautifully positioned into Paddock Hill Bend, just slotted in front of his teammate. That was perfectly judged. That's why he's a multiple Caterham champion, with moves like that. Brilliant stuff from Stephen Nuttall. What a pass. That one could have ended in disaster, but Stephen, being that experienced, in the meters in front of Gordon Sawyer when he pulled in front, that was beautiful. So, less than a minute to go. We're going to get one more lap this time. Prepare for the fireworks to possibly start, because it could be a really frantic, classic Caterham photo finish. Out through Clark Curve, onto the pit straight and the lap board. And now they're all going into the pit straight. They all want the toe down towards Paddock. Here comes Gordon Sawyer thinking, right, you're going to do that to me and Paddock? I'll try again this time. And once more finds himself in exactly the same position he was with William Smith. Every single place Sawyer wants to put his car, Stephen Nuttall already has it there. Back into Druids for the final time. Smith is still in third. Look at Rob Watts up the inside trying to sneak past Henry Heaton, which he has. So Heaton's been shuffled down to sixth. That's not where he wants to be. And Sawyer's tail of Stephen Nuttall. What a thrilling first race for Caterham Motorsport we've had today. There's plenty of this more throughout the day, but these 7 UK cars really have put on a great show this morning to kick off today's action. Into clearways to Clark Curve for the final time. Can Sawyer do anything about it on the run towards the pit straight? It's been another thrilling race in the top class of Caterham Motorsport, but it looks like the man who's won all 4 titles so far is on continuing his quest for a 5th. Incredibly, Stephen Nuttall wins the first race of the day, the second Caterham 7 Championship UK race of the weekend. He wins by less than 2/10 of a second from Gordon Sawyer in second place. Will Smith from pole finishes third. Then Jake Swan-Dixon, Rob Watts and Henry Heaton ensure the top 6 are covered by 1.1 seconds at the flag. Incredibly, for 7th place in that second group, it's Graham McDonald who finishes in P7, Tom Eden finishes 8th, and then Chris Aubrey, Neil Fraser, Alex Jordan had a lonely race in 11th, Johnny Jarrett in 12th. Goodness me, what a start to today. Fantastic stuff. And there's confirmation of the result. Nuttall with the victory, Sawyer in second place, Smith in third, Jake Swan-Dixon 4th, Rob Watts 5th, Henry Heaton 6th. He'll be disappointed with that. 7th for Graham McDonald. That's a good comeback for after he went off at Paddock in race 1 yesterday. Then Tom Eden, Chris Aubrey and Neil Fraser round out the top 10. And then Alex Jordan and Johnny Jarrett, when we sadly lost Chris Hutchison off at Clearways with the wheel off. And I suspect James Murphy with, I'm guessing, overheating problems after he had damage to the front end of his nose cone. And just to add an extra little cherry on top of the cake for Stephen, he gets the fastest lap as well, 49.581. Well, if you haven't woken up on this Sunday morning, that certainly should have done so. That was a brilliant way to kick things off here at Brands Hatch. Lots more racing to try and top that. And of course, we've got another race coming up for our second race in the paddock. So let's head down to Richard John Neal after that brilliant race for our second race of the day. And it's our first of the Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship race, the second of the weekend. Let's see if we can top yesterday's, because that was a thriller.
one of the things that is synonymous with Brands Hatch for me personally is Formula Ford 1600, and that's what we've got now, the Avon Tyres National Championship. For those of you, again, not familiar with it, this is really traditionally the first step on the car racing ladder in days gone by for youngsters wanting to make their way up into the heady heights and expect. Brands is the spiritual home, as I mentioned, for many, many years, the home here of the Formula Ford Festival. We're looking forward to one of those a little bit later on in the season. Anniversary this year, so it's going to be a super event. These days it's a mix of the young chargers wanting to come through and maybe some of the older drivers who stay with Formula Ford. The big beauty of it, in total contrast to what we've already seen today thus far, obviously our focus on Caterhams and single make racing, this is very much the antithesis of that, because Formula Ford, unlike most of the other categories on the way to F1, offers a multi-manufacturer sport. So there are lots of different teams, but lots of different chassis to earn the crown of national champion. We had a race yesterday that was won by Alex Walker. Alex is second in the championship. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Alex as he gets his thoughts together for the race today. Alex, first of all, congratulations on taking that win. Thoughts and reflections on that, if you would.
Yeah, so obviously yesterday went pretty well. Similar conditions today, so we're just working on trying to repeat the same performance yesterday in today's race.
It's a bit of a rivalry because you've got your main championship rival. You're currently second in the standings, and Max Desterson, who leads the championship at the minute, alongside you. So is this one of these great Formula Ford 1600 rivalries that we've seen over the years?
Yeah, possibly. Obviously Chris is in the picture as well in third, and it's just kind of been us three all year really, so obviously we've come to this round all really close. I gained a few points yesterday, so we'll see where we are at the end of the round, but yeah, it's looking to be good.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to Chris, who you're referring to. That's Chris Middlehurst, as you say, third in the championship, and he was fourth in the race yesterday. But as I look at the results, and on my introduction, just saying Formula Ford is wonderful in terms of the number of different... You're racing in the spectrum, and you're up against the Ray. How much pride is there racing for different manufacturers?
Yeah, exactly. It also... It's quite good because obviously everyone has their own different ways of driving these cars, so there's no set way to go fast in them, so it makes the racing really excitable. And yeah, it's obviously great to be running with Kev, the only team running the spectrum in this country, so it is quite a proud thing.
That's great to hear. Wish you well for the race. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck for the race. So thanks, Alex Walker. We're going to have a word with Max Esterton, who is the championship leader. So follow me over here. We had a quick word with Max before, or just as he got in, and I know he's happy to talk to us. So Max, championship leader, congratulations on that. I was just saying to Alex, is this that you two have?
It's turning out to be, so we'll see how this race goes.
Well, good luck for the race. You've been called out already, so we'll let you go. Max Esterton there, the car's responding to the whistle which is blown, the engines are starting up, and that means it's time to hand you back to Scott Woodward, who's in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Richard, and yes, welcome to our second race of the weekend for the exceptional Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. It is one of those last few championships where it is pretty much a multi-chassis single-seater championship. When you see the racing, they are all as evenly matched as you like. It always down to just the setup and also driver skill as well. It was a thrilling race that we had yesterday, which, as Richard alluded to, was won by Alex Walker, but his main title rivals Max Esterton and Chris Middlehurst bring close attention in second and fourth respectively. In third place was last year's festival champion, as in Formula Ford Festival, that being Rory Smith. He finished third. Of course, watch out for Thomas Mills, who is the son of team boss Kevin Mills, as in Kevin Mills Racing. He will start fifth on the grid after his race. So, cars are making their way to the grid. It was an absolute thriller yesterday. Some brilliant, typical, classic Formula Ford racing that we had all the way through from start to finish. It was a really close finish where Alex Walker managed to pull away, but that scrap for second place between Esterton, Smith and Middlehurst went right down to the flag in the end. We did have an incident yesterday, which I should mention there was an amended result, and it was a 10-second penalty for Benjamin Cochran for causing the beginning of the collision, which eventually saw poor Carter Williams, who eventually had his car get a little bit airborne over the top of somebody's car. Thankfully, he seems to be okay. We do believe that we have got, I think, at least one of their cars still on the grid. I think that should be Lucas Romanek, I believe. Unfortunately, Carl's not being able to take the start for the 2 races today, but he'll be back out for the next time at Alton in around about a month's time. So we're getting set for our second race. We'll be able to take you through the grid in terms of how they line up, and it's pretty much as a result of the yesterday's first race in terms of their position. So Alex Walker then starts on pole position with Max Eston alongside him on the front row. 2 of the 3 championship contenders, then Rory Smith and Chris Middlehurst, that 3rd championship contender, back in 4th on the grid. Thomas Mills and Colin Queen then come next for Kevin Mills Racing and Low Dempsey Racing in row 3. Row 4 is the Cornish Express, multiple-time festival winner Joey Foster back in 7th alongside former W Series racer Megan Gilkis for Kevin Mills. Then it's Jamie Sharp, Anglesey race winner alongside Ben Tinkler, who's the top club class car in the Don Harper prepared 2009 race chassis. Then it's James Tucker, also in club class alongside Benjamin Cochran. He starts back in 12th today thanks to that 10-second penalty post race. Then row 7 sees Paul Tucker and Terry Walkinshaw on the grid in 13th and 14th. And then at the back of the field should be, I believe, Noel Robinson and Lucas Romanek, who we mentioned yesterday, has changed teams. He was running for most of the season with Kevin Mills Racing for the Spectrum, but he has now decided to race in the Oldfield Motorsport Van Diemen. Andre Lafond also at the back of the grid as well, as he was caught up in that mix at Druids in the early stages as well. And as we said, the one car we don't have sadly is Carlton Williams, who just really has had some really terrible luck throughout the season, and hopefully he takes a turn in the second half of the year as we go towards the last few venues on the calendar. After this, we've only got 2 more rounds of meetings left to go, with Alton Park in September supporting the British GT Championship, and then Snetterton in early October to round off the 2021 season. Before this, we've been to Donington Park in May. It's very mixed conditions. We had incredibly wet conditions for the first race on the Saturday, then we had 2 dry races on the Sunday. Then the former National Formula Fords ventured to Knock Hill, and they joined the Scottish Formula Fords, where they had 2 races in one day, one of which was involved for the David Leslie Trophy, which Chris Middlehurst won. And then you had a triple header of races at Silverstone on the national circuit. And last time out there were Anglesey, in again changeable conditions, where that man Jamie Sharp was able to take, at long last, his first National Formula Ford win. That'd been a long time coming since he'd switched across from British F4. He's been started out with Team Dolan, and then moved across to the Andy Brickles run BM Racing squad, and he's been able to pick up his pace and was looking pretty strong in qualifying yesterday with 4th on the grid. So the cars then make their way to the grid slot, just been weaving from side to side, a few burnouts to get a bit of heat into the rear tyres and into the brakes as well. For identification, it's the white and blue Kevin Mills Spectrum on pole position on the left. That is Alex Walker, yesterday's race winner. The red car with the slightly pointier front nose, that is Max Eston on the outside of the front row of the grid. The red car with the white panel down the middle, that is Rory Smith inside of row 2. Outside of row 2 is the white car with the orange stripe down the side is Chris Middlehurst, and then watch for car in 5th position Thomas Mills in the second of the Kevin Mills Spectrums. All set for them for the second National Formula Ford race of the weekend. There's no better place to race Formula Ford than Brands Hatch, and let's see what race 2 provides. Red lights on, red lights out, and let's go racing at Brands Hatch. As the rain starts to fall here, 15 minutes of action. Decent start from Alex Walker initially. Max Eston tries to pull alongside him on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend. Rory Smith will slot into 3rd, but he's having a speculative look for P2 on Esterson. Turning their way up now, Paddock going through Harewood Hill. There's one car in the background's gone in through the gravel. I think that's going to be Noel Robinson, but he's managed to track his way back through and into Druids for the first time. Walker leads, Eston second. It's Rory Smith in 3rd and Chris Middlehurst in 4th. Still in 5th position at the moment is Thomas Mills, but he's under threat from both Colin Queen and then the dark British Racing green car of Joey Foster, the Furman chassis. Make their way down Cooper Straight. This is certainly a site which many people who love Formula Ford and the festival are familiar with. Oh, they're skating off the road, and off goes Joey Foster. He's been collected by Colin Queen. They're both skating off the road. Into the back of the tyres goes Foster. I think Queen will try and get going, or at least he wasn't going to, unless he had damage on the right rear. And that car's going no further, I'm afraid. And I think it's possibly the fact that the rain starts to come down, it's caught everyone out. So there was hardly any grip into Surtees. It's both caught out Foster and Colin Queen as a result. And poor Colin Queen brings the car to the inside. He now realises the right rear suspension is damaged, and that's his race done already. That's really unfortunate. Meanwhile, the top 4 contenders, all in a scrap together already at the top of Druids into the hairpin that's on the second lap. It's then the top 3 in the title race with last year's festival winner. Out clambers Joey Foster. Well, that's gutting for Joey, of course. Bitterly disappointed after he's out at the end of the first lap. He'll try and regroup for the 3rd race. There's yellow flags being waved. No signal of the safety car yet if it's being called. I'm looking at the safety car in my commentary box window. No lights on yet. But if there are lights on, it signals that we're going to get a safety car potentially. Now, Foster's car is quite far off the road up against the tyres. Then again, that is quite a high-speed exit of the corner through Surtees, so that might have drivers have to be quite a bit careful to make sure they're not going too quickly, and it might cause problems. Walker already trying to pull away at this early stage here. Is now diving up the inside and having a really big look. Was Rory Smith there on Max Esterson, trying to force him into a mistake. Now they make the climb up Halewood Hill again. Smith looking one side then the other. Colin Queen gesticulating, saying, which way do I go? Back to the pit lane? All right, then I'll go across the grass. So whilst the leaders make their way back out of Druids, Alex Walker is charging away at this point in time. He's had a bit of a lean patch in terms of good fortunes in National Formula Ford since he took his last victory before yesterday. That was at Knockhill when he shared wins with Chris Middlehurst. And before then, he was in really good form at Donington Park at the season opener, where he pulled away in both races in the dry. Now up the inside goes Rory Smith. Ooh, that'll be interesting. Now that, I don't know if that was in a yellow flag zone, because you still see Colin Queen's car there, and there were yellow flags. I didn't see the edge of the circuit, see where the yellow flags end, but Esterson, for the record, has at least got back past Rory Smith, so any advantage he may have had seems to have been nullified. If Rory Smith hadn't given that place back or hadn't lost it, then he possibly would have been in line, if he had undertaken the yellow flags, to possibly get himself a penalty for that. Up the inside for fourth goes Jamie Sharp. He's looking racing this morning already. Past the Team Dolan and Van Diemen of Chris Middlehurst. Also in there too is Thomas Mills, who's having his first proper season of Formula Ford racing. He's got no better teacher than his dad, team boss Kevin Mills Racing. Kevin Mills himself a prominent Formula Ford racer in his day. Spent many a lap racing Formula Ford at the Brands Hatch Festival. Oh, and wide for the race leader, Alex Walker, all over the curbs. He slides sideways at Surtees. Somehow gathers it back up together again, and just about keeps it on the road. That would have given him a fright. The two BM Racing cars, meanwhile, are going to combat for third and fourth. Jamie Sharp, who is running a full season, whereas Rory Smith is dovetailing some selected National Formula Ford rounds with some running historic Formula 3. He's just getting himself back into the groove here, and he goes up the inside of Max Esterson, but Esterson will carry the momentum on the outside, and the Low Dempsey Racing Ray has got the edge. He's got his nose in front of the Druids, but for the inside line, Smith has got the job done, and he's into second place. Move complete. Now that one BM Racing car's got past, the next one might have a go as well. Also, Chris Middlehurst and the Team Dolan run Van Diemen and the second spectrum Thomas Mills. But now Esterson is really on the back foot here. I should mention that both Esterson and Smith are in contention for the Triple Crown. And what's that, you might ask? That's for 3 rounds, which are selected ones within the National Championship. It's a sub-championship between that, so drivers who race at run the race at Donington Park, Silverstone, and here at Brands Hatch score points towards that. And this is the final meeting for that particular sub-championship here at Brands Hatch. And whoever comes out on top of that will be effectively our first provisional champion of 2021. Of course, but that sits within the main national championship, which doesn't conclude, as we said, until Snetterton back in October. Leaders back into Druids. Now Robert Smith trying to close back in. He's trying to steal the victory here. So it's all closing up for third place downwards. Still, Esterson holding on to third. Robert Smith nibbling away at the gearbox of Esterson's car. Sweet was Jamie Sharp's car. Jamie Sharp in fourth. Rory Smith is back in second. Oh, there was contact! There was contact in the back. I think Jamie Sharp hit the back of Max Esterson's car. I saw the car jump up into the air. Chris Middlehurst looks round the outside of 1, out the outside of 2, gets past Sharp and also gets past Esterson. Yes, he's done it! Round the outside of McLaren through Clearways and Clark Curve. Middlehurst finds his way past both Sharp and Esterson, getting himself up into third place. But there was definitely contact between Esterson and Sharp just heading into Surtees. Esterson now looks to his right, finds Jamie Sharp there, and look at Thomas Mills. Gives him a nudge up the hill, quite literally. Bump draft up into Druids. Go on, Jamie, get on with it. And now as he just helps him through, which worked, he seemed to get him through. I'm not sure Jamie would have expected it, but Thomas gave him a little bit of a shove up the hill, which definitely helped Jamie complete that move. I'm sure we'll thank him later. Now it's Thomas Mills' turn now, 6th position. Oh, and both Walker and Smith very sideways through Surtees. That's either just the driving style, or there's possibly something down there as a legacy of what happened earlier on. Now, one driver to watch out for. Look at the black car, 156. That's Ben Tinkler. He's in the club class, and he's in there with the lead group. He's scrapping away with Andre Lafond, Megan Gilkis, and Lucas Romanek. Now, remember, Romanek was running in Kevin Mills Racing. Now he's gone past one of his former teammates as he wiggles around under braking but gets it stopped. He's gone past his ex-teammate Megan Gilkis. Now he's switched teams to Oldfield Motorsport for the rest of the season. Now he's going up the inside of Andre Lafond. So that's 1 place done, 2 places done. Now he's looking for Ben Tinkler. Can he get 3? Well, there's the scrap that's going on for 3rd, and the answer is not quite, but I think there's a bit of contact maybe in the rear end of Ben Tinkler's car. Romanet takes the wide line as Lafond tries to get him back on the exit at Graham Hill Bend. Now here comes Kevin Mills, and off the road goes Rory Smith. Rory Smith off the road at the grass, and that's going to be very tricky. But hold on a minute, he's got through. How's he done that? So they both must have scrabbled wide, and Rory Smith has gone across the grass, but he's gone through. That's astonishing. Now, one thing I have spotted, right, safety car's been deployed. Oh, off the road's got Megan Gilkis. Now, what's interesting, I wonder, is there some kind of fluid or something down at Surtees? Because a lot of cars are sliding wide and getting sideways and going off the road. Now, I don't know if it's a legacy of what happened back in the Caterham race just now, or whether it's just the fact it's been wet down there. It's one of the few places that it hasn't dried properly. One thing I can tell you, the rain is coming down incredibly heavily. And because of that, not just because the safety car's been deployed, but they are tiptoeing round in these conditions. It really has caught them unawares. So the safety car's been deployed, 7 minutes to go. Now, there is a rule in the National Formula 4 Championship that on the first safety car, the clerk of the course does have the rights, in the regulations, to add an extra 5 minutes onto the race time. So the safety car may well give us an extra 5 minutes of Formula Ford racing and extend the overall time to 20 minutes. Well, as a result of what happened at Surtees, Rory Smith went off, and all of a sudden he came through, and then Alex Walker appeared in shot behind him. So, incredibly, it was one of the most bizarrest overtakes I've seen in quite a while. But Rory Smith does get through, and he is into the lead. Now, the weather is coming in pretty hard now. The rain's starting to melt down a bit harder at this point in time. And everyone will be out there in what is relatively a dry weather setup rather than wet weather. But the Avon tyres, which all the Formula Fords are fitted with, are essentially an all-weather tyre, so they can cope with wet conditions. They don't have specific wets they go on to. It's the same tyre for wet and dry conditions. But they make their way now behind the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, which makes its appearance for the first time this weekend. Should give a shout out to RunYourFleet.com, who are the partners of this season with the BRSCC. Just a quick mention to them, because Run Your Fleet is the most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease, and manage everything for your fleet of company vehicles through their managed fleet services, and from breakdown cover to fleet management, risk management and fleet funding. They've got latest telematics, rental and short lease options, every solution for fleet requirements. And so Run Your Fleet are the ones to talk to, and it's for them we have to give thanks not just for their support and their partnership, but for the supply of that wonderful Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. So thank you to them for being a partner of the BRSCC and for providing us with our Jaguar safety car. So the rescue snatch vehicle is quickly hooking itself up to the roll hoop of Colin Queen's car, who I think didn't initially realise that the right rear suspension was that damaged, and now it seems to have fixed itself out. But look at the way the weather conditions change. You can see the sheen starting to form on the circuit now, and the way these cars are they're trying to get heat in the tyres, but they're skating around on this is the kind of conditions right now that they hate to have. Drivers either want it fully dry or fully wet when it comes to conditions, mainly because you know exactly which way you need to go with the setup. You can expect exactly what the conditions are going to be like. If the track is completely wet, you know what to expect, you know what line to take, you know how much grip you're likely to have. Same with the dry. When it's in between like this, when it's in the transition period of getting wetter and wetter, it's very slick, it's what they call intermediate weather. This is where it gets very tricky, because it takes a very good driver to have a very fine and deft touch behind the wheel of a car like this to be able to get the most out of it. And the fact is, there's a phase until more water comes onto the circuit. There's a phase in which the circuit becomes very slick, very slippery, and very treacherous, and it makes it very difficult for the drivers to judge what's going on. I'm also saying that you can see that the weather now coming down is absolutely horrid. So these drivers will have to contend a little bit more with some of the typical British summertime. So the extra 5 minutes that have been added on by the clerk of the course, as per the regulations, under the first safety car, have been produced. So that means now we have, at the moment, 8.5 minutes to go rather than 3.5 minutes. There is Colin Queen's damaged low density Ray chassis. So that car will have to be recovered and fixed for race 3 later on this afternoon. But I'm guessing the drivers will be hoping that the weather conditions are much better. But at the moment, it's getting rather rather awful at the moment in terms of the weather, but I've seen Formula Fords, particularly here at Brands Hatch, race in worse weather conditions, and particularly at the festival. So these all-weather tyres on these Avon, these cars should be able to help. Now then, looks like the safety car has switched its lights off, which means that the Jaguar is going to head into the pit lane. It now means that Rory Smith becomes the safety car. He chooses when to get the race restarted. He'll back the pack up here through Surtees, and in between now and the run out of Clark Curve, he will then put his foot to the floor, get as much traction as he can in these damp, greasy conditions, and then get the race back underway. There's Paul Tucker, one of our club class runners. He's also deep in the pack, waiting for the race to get back underway, which does so now because Rory Smith has put his foot to the floor. He's pulled a small gap on Alex Walker, who slides around in a straight line, getting back onto the pit straight. And as the green flag flies, the race gets back underway. Now they head under racing speeds effectively into the unknown, because the weather conditions will really be tricky for a lot of drivers to try and judge exactly where their turning points are. They had some wet conditions in qualifying yesterday. It was slightly damp, which dried out as the race went on in race 1 yesterday, but it's predominantly mostly dry as Alex Walker runs wide on the outside of Druids Corner. Now he's taking that wide line, the wet line in these conditions at the moment, but it hasn't benefited him too much because his main rivals, both Chris Middlehurst and Max Esterson, are trying to pounce quickly enough. And look at Jamie Sharp as well in the 89 car. He wants to get into play too. They're switching this way and that. Chris Middlehurst has managed to squeeze past Alex Walker into second, so he will start to charge after Rory Smith. There's a scrap for third on. So Walker now under pressure from Max Esterson, then from Jamie Sharp, and then followed by Thomas Mills. Also in there too is, as we said, Ben Tinkler. In fact, no, it's James Tucker, I think. He's got past Ben Tinkler. He's passed both Lucas Romanek and Ben Tinkler. So James Tucker takes 2 positions on that lap. And you see there, Jamie Sharp was trying to move out to make a move, but it really wasn't on. He was, again, struggling for traction. We had that yesterday where some cars were really finding little to no grip on that bump. And, oh, Alex Walker and Max Esterson almost came to blows there. And Alex Esterson would have to have very quick hands to try and stop that car from sliding wide into the gravel. There goes Smith, Middlehurst. Oh, and there's a bit of a bump there from Max Esterson into the back of Alex Walker. Oh, they're interconnecting wheels. That's not going to work. And round goes Esterson. Round goes Max Esterson. Off onto the grass, just keeps it out of the tyres, or just nudges it in the end. That is one of the championship contenders in trouble. Max Esterson in trouble here at Brands Hatch, and that car, I'm afraid, on the wet grass is going no further. What drama here at Brands Hatch. 2 of the championship contenders are hitting trouble. It's plain sailing for Chris Middlehurst because he's carrying on, running wide, very wide, just keeping it on the road there with James Tucker. Rory Smith, meanwhile, this is a festival-like performance, just pulling away at the front and dominating in the lead of the race. One thing this will certainly help is Rory Smith's quest for the Triple Crown, because he's done the rounds at Donington Park and at Brands Hatch, and at Silverstone, and he's in contention with that with Max Esterson. And so this will certainly give him a massive haul of points. Oh, but poor Max Esterson. He got interlocked wheels with Alex Walker, and then just he tried to get the power on. He was just in a very difficult position. Round he went. It was, I argue, it was possibly no one's fault, just getting caught up in the situation. And poor Max is getting out of the car. So at the very least, he's okay. There was no impact which might have caused him a problem physically, but that's a shame. Max will lose points on that. He'll certainly have to use that as a drop score come the end of the season when the championship totals are put together. So they're slithering around in these still very slick conditions. I think the rain either has abated quite a lot, but it's still falling in terms of a drizzle, or it's stopped completely, which is now giving us a very tricky, very slick and slippery road surface, which, given the fact it's still about 14 degrees out there, it's still relatively decent enough temperature to start warming up the circuit again and start to dry it out. There's Lucas Romanek, who again is one of several drivers who just cannot find grip over that little crest on the exit of Clark Curve, which is catching so many drivers out. There's Ben Tinkler, who at the moment, he was leading the club class, but he's now behind James Tucker. There's James in the 555 car. I think that livery is a bit of a tribute to the Lola Indy car which Nigel Mansell drove back in 93 and 94. It's got a very similar looking paint scheme. Ooh, and that's Megan Gilchrist running wide there in the 49 car. She's now under pressure for Noel Robinson in the black and orange number 5. I think he's also being assisted by James Oldfield this weekend. And Megan Gilchrist is skating off the road. The young Canadian just about keeps it back on the road. He's getting passed by, I'm sure, rather bemused Benjamin Cochran, thinking, where did you come from? Rebecca gets back on the race. She had a really good qualifying yesterday. Qualified in 8th position and finished 8th yesterday, so she's getting stronger behind the wheel of these Formula 4. She said it's, as you can imagine, quite a different car compared to the W Series Formula 3 based chassis that she's used to. Less power and less aerodynamic grip and just less grip all round, but that's what makes Formula 4 such a brilliant proving ground for young drivers, and that Formula 4 as a single seater will give you lots of grounding in terms of grip. It will give you in terms of low grip. It will give you lots of grounding in terms of racecraft, in terms of setting up a car purely on mechanical grip rather than aero. And it'll also teach you some crucial things like even manual gearboxes, because these days a lot of race cars have either paddle shifts or sequential shifters. There's not that many race cars left, if at all, in top level motorsport that have a manual gearbox, but it's quite a key thing to have because it will teach you things like heel and toe and how to rev match, and these are crucial things that you can learn and even use later in the year. You always used to say back in the day, for those go through British Formula 3, that you could tell the drivers that had come through Formula 4 because they were the ones that had that grounding in single seaters and knew how to handle a car and set the car purely on mechanical grip first and then dial in the aero as the aero started to come on more and more through the years. That was where it came through at its strongest. Formula 4 still going strong since it started back in 1967, and as Richard alluded to, this is effectively the home of Formula Ford. Its first ever Formula Ford race took place here at Brands Hatch, and of course it's the home of the Formula Ford Festival that's been here since 1976. And this year, of course, is the 50th running, which that man, Rory Smith, was last year's winner, the most recent name to be added to the list of alumni that's won over the years. I'm sure he'll be back to try and do something that no one's done before in the festival, and that's incredibly win it back to back. We've had multiple winners, Joey Foster being one of them, Niall Murray as well, and Don McLeod, and Wayne Boyd, so 4 multiple winners. But in terms of back-to-backs, never happened. What might happen, though, is Jamie Sharp making a move for second place. He's looking to the outside to get the switch back on Chris Middlehurst. Just applies the pressure. We'll get a good run here. Creeping alongside on the approach to Drews. Really good run from Jamie Sharp. A little later on the brakes. Finds the apex, and he's through into second place. So his confidence really is up after his first national win at Anglesey a few weeks ago. Jamie really is riding high here. This will be another strong result to push him higher in the championship. He came into the weekend 4th in points, and he'll certainly gain some on Max Etterson, because of course Max will not finish the race, I'm afraid, because we saw his car going off into the tyres. Rory Smith put a lap on Terry Walkingshaw in the number 7 car there, so that's him towards the back. He's one of the other few club class runners. Not taking that wide wet line to stay off the racing part. But now as they come onto the pit straight, Rory Smith will start the final lap of this second Avon Tyres National Formula 4 Championship race. Ever since he got in front of Alex Walker, he's been able to push through. Walker, meanwhile, still is in 4th place, but he's dropped right back, and he's now being pressured by his teammate Thomas Mills and their ex-teammate Lucas Romanek, who is past the 2 club class runners and is into P6. Here's Rory Smith, who, as we say, was in that battle for the Triple Crown, which is the sub-championship as part of the National Formula Ford season, which only covers Donington Park, Brands Hatch and Silverstone. We've had Donington and Silverstone. Brands Hatch is where it concludes. Rory Smith, I'm sure, is taking one step closer to essentially becoming provisionally our first champion of the 2021 BRSCC season. It's going to be a fight all the way to the flag for second place, but I think Jamie Sharp will have enough to hold off Chris Middlehurst to turn out through Clark Curve for the final time. But last year's festival winner is going to give himself the best possible preparation for this year's 50th. He punches the air as he picks up race number 2. It is Rory Smith who wins at Brands Hatch in the National Formula 4 Championship. Jamie Sharp with a brilliant second place, and Chris Middlehurst in 3rd. There's Andre Lafond in the sole remaining Low Dempsey car. They've got some work to do to get their cars back together again and ready for race number 3 later on this afternoon. It's 4th for Alex Walker after he was leading at some point with quite a margin before. 5th for Thomas Mills, 6th for Lucas Romanek. I'm sure James Oldfield will take a silver lining with that excellent result from towards the back of the grid. 16th he started, so up 10 places. James Tucker 7th, he wins the club class. 8th for Ben Tinkler, 9th for Noel Robinson, and 10th for Megan Gilkis, who recovers well to finish in the top 10 after her brief excursion off the road at Surtees. So there's the top 2. There is, of course, also a 1-2 for the BM Racing squad. So Smith and Sharp will take the top 2 positions. Very happy Andy Brickles, I'm sure. Here's provisional confirmation of the result. Rory Smith then wins the Pro Class, and overall he takes the victory from Jamie Sharp in second place. Chris Middlehurst takes the final podium spot from Alex Walker, Thomas Mills and Lucas Romanek. James Tucker finishes 7th overall and wins the club class ahead of Ben Tinkler, with Noel Robinson and Melkin Gilkis finishing the overall top 10. Benjamin Cochran comes 11th from Alex Lafond, Paul Tucker and Terry Walkinshaw. And we lost, unfortunately, Max Etterton after he slid off the road on the run out of Druids, and we lost Colin Queen and Joey Foster on the first lap after they both spun off at Surtees. So, well done to our top 3 in that race, and they'll be heading off for their 3rd race. So, be sure to stay with us. There's more action coming up very shortly. We've got our 2nd Caterham race of the day on the bill. It is the Caterham 7. So, your Caterham Roadsport Championship. That's coming up next here at Brands Hatch on the BRSCC and Caterham live stream here this afternoon.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch for our 2nd Caterham race. We are now going Roadsport racing. Yesterday, you'll have seen the Caterham Academy runners, and we've got some of last year's Caterham Academy runners in the championship this year, including Taylor O'Flanagan, who's one of the 2 champions in the Academy last year. The weather is doing what it did for the 7 race earlier on. Can't make its mind up. We've had a little bit of rain. It's dried up. What's going to happen, I don't know. The clouds are flying over. Shortly flying out on track are going to be the Roadsport runner. So let's have a word with the man who won yesterday's race, Taylor O'Flanagan. I hope, Taylor, you can hear me, and I hope our viewers can hear you as well. First of all, congratulations on the win by my maths. Championship lead now?
I think so. There's still a couple of drop scores to take into consideration, but I think current standings, hopefully, yeah.
Dominique, significantly, is way back because he had a DQ yesterday.
Yeah, really unfortunate. You know, sometimes these things happen, and he's quite upset about it, but I'm sure he'll have a great race today, working way through the pack.
What changes do you make on these for the conditions?
I'm actually running a fairly dry setup. I'm fingers crossed it's gonna sun's gonna come back out. But you can run full tread tyres and softer roll bars, so you can get a bit more lean in the corners if it's really wet.
You're the white class champion from the Academy for last year. And, you know, are you climbing the ladder, as it were, or, you know, are you going to stay with Caterham? Are you moving up? I guess the logical thing was to come into road sports.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Caterham racing, and every single race and every single year it gets better. So, yeah, hopefully I can continue up through the ladder.
Best luck for the race today, Taylor, and thanks for talking to us, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good one. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have a quick whiz down. We're listening for the whistle for when they go out. I've got a theme tune for you now, going back to the 60s. Apologies for the singing. Come and have a look. This will give you a clue because they've all got the number plates on. So we've got Batman here. The reason his nickname is Batman, and you'll only know this if you're of a certain age, hence the grey hair and the losing it on top. The actor that played
our apologies for jumping in the middle of that interview there with Richard, and I'll forgive his singing as well, given the fact that he was referring to Batman there. But apologies for that. He's having a chat. He's having a chat there with Adam West. Apologies for the audio issues that we had there. But yes, the Caterham Roadsport Championship is getting itself underway very shortly in what I'm sure is very different conditions than they were expecting this morning. But as we mentioned, the weather has been pretty varied in terms of what we've had today, and it's been the story of the weekend. We've either had rain showers, then sunshine, but the rain hasn't been consistent rain where it's made the track either fully wet or fully dry. It's come in fits and starts and come in kind of bursts of different rain showers of varying intensity, which means that in that point it's becoming very difficult.
Let's have a word with
head out very shortly. And see just on my multi-camera thing that Richard is still having a chat with some of the Caterham drivers down there. So apologies that we had 1 or 2 audio issues with them down there. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get them sorted for our next race that's coming up later on this morning. It's our last race of the kind of morning, early afternoon before lunch. That's the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. And there's been a bit of a recovery going on for a couple of the Formula Fords that fell by the wayside throughout the race we just had for Formula Fords. And now we're just getting ourselves sorted. Now, cars heading onto the grid now. Now, whilst they do that, I need to give you some information from yesterday, because if you watched yesterday's race, you won't have known that afterwards there was a couple of penalties that were handed out. One in particular was handed out to one of our championship contenders, that being Dominic Mansberger. Now, he's been given a disqualification, and I'm reading directly here from the timing sheet here. He's been disqualified from the result for either causing a collision, repetition of serious mistakes, or the appearance of a lack of control over the car, referencing the regulation in the Motorsport UK Blue Book. So, for whatever reason, the clerk of the course decided that some of his driving standards were not of the standard that he would have liked in that race, so therefore, unfortunately, Dominic was given an exclusion. So that, unfortunately, will count towards his overall point score. He can't use that as a drop score, and that means he'll have to try and really claw his way back. And when you get a situation like that, whether you have an exclusion, well, we can't use that as a drop score, which means that you will have particularly a 0 counting towards his entire score for the year. So it means now for him, he's going to have to work extra hard, particularly he will start towards the back of the grid as a result of that, which means he will start in race number 1. So we can give you that grid now to show you where they're going to start. And it's Taylor O'Flanagan who started on pole position, who will start on pole position as a result of his win yesterday. He starts alongside Batman. That's the Formula Ford grid as far as I can see, so that's not the case from Roadsport. Apologies for that. So Taylor O'Flanagan starts on pole alongside the man which Richard John has dubbed Batman. It has him on the front number plate. That's Adam West. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, row 2 is Hugo Bush in car 22 and Tom Cockrell in car 59. Then it's Gwyn Jones in car 97 alongside Alex Vincent in car 17 on the third row. Peter Mott and Andy Lund come next on row 4, followed by Nick Timpson and Steve Lancaster to round out the top 10. Then it's Ron Mounsey and Marcus Eels, followed by Andrew Berg and Adrian Mariadis on the 7th row of the grid. Mike Hilton and Kevin Turner come next, from Sam Gibbons and James Hall, who James was having such a great race yesterday. He had one of his best qualifying performances to date, and he was up as high as even challenging for the lead and battling for the front of the field, and then had a spin and off which put him out of the race. He had contact in that race which put him out. He was sideways up at Druids, and unfortunately the damage that he had forced him back down the order and eventually stopped starting this race back in 18th. Rounding up the top 20 is Chris Griffith and Michael Koo. Then Ian Hapgood and Peter Lawson, with Simon Arnold and Christopher Broom coming next. And then our 2 drivers that got disqualified yesterday, that being right at the back of the grid, which is Ryan Lovett, who's in the bright green Caterham, right at the back, right of shot. And then the left of shot, which is the black Caterham with the green nose cone, that is Dominic Mansberger. So just a reminder then, as the cars go off onto their formation lap of where they were when they came into the weekend on points. I will look through my paperwork here to find my Roadsport points table, which is right in front of me here. So, Mansberger came into the weekend leading the points table by just 2 from Taylor O'Flanagan, with Tom Cochrane in 3rd. But this will dramatically change the landscape of it now, with the exclusion of Mansberger. This means that he will now have to fight doubly hard to make sure that every single point he gets counts. He cannot afford to be dropping any more scores, really, because he's already having to include 1-0 score permanently into his score for the entire season, minus any drop scores. So this is going to be very tough for him. But the Caterham Roadsport cars make their way around onto the grid. As Richard was alluding to, these Roadsport cars are particularly drivers that all contested both of their respective academy groups last year. It's their first full season of both drivers from both academy groups racing together. This is for ex-academy and novice drivers only, so not only can you have ex-academy drivers, but also novice drivers only can race in this. So you can't step back into Roadsport if you've been in higher ranks. It's only for novice drivers and those graduating out of those 2 academy groups. You get 30 points for a win. You also get a point for fastest lap. In terms of the spec of these cars, it's pretty much the same as the academy car, 100 usual Sigma engine. But the differences that you get on the upgrade of these cars is an upgraded. They come off the Academy-specific tyre, which they run in their first season. They go onto the Avon ZZS tyre, which they use pretty much all the way up to the top of 310Rs. And then they have a rear anti-roll bar to reduce body roll, particularly roll-on oversteer, which you'd have thought with roll-on that you makes it quite fun to drive. But of course, in racing terms, the less you slide, the faster you go, in theory. So if it looks unspectacular, it's because it's usually quite quick at the same time. So quick colour check then. It is Taylor Flanagan in the bright yellow Caterham on pole position on the front row of the grid. Alongside him, which is the blue and orange car, that is Adam West. It's the grey and orange car of Hugo Bush. And then it's the red and white car of Tom Cockrell. Gwyn Jones is the red Caterham in there. Alex Vincent, the two-tone green car. We are set for the second Caterham Roadsport race of the weekend at Brands Hatch. 5-second board is up. Red lights are on. It's Flanagan and West with a sprint down towards turn 1. Will anyone else behind be able to get a good jump off the grid? It's a cracking start from pole from Taylor Flanagan. A good start also for Tom Cockrell on the outside line. 3 abreast for third, down to 4th place, down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Gwyn Jones is on the inside of both Hugo Bush, but Alex Vincent goes around the pair of them on the outside line and is into 4th place as they head up towards Druids for the first time. So it's Flanagan that leads the way. It's Cockrell 2nd, Adam West 3rd, Alex Vincent 4th. It's side by side for 5th because also having a good start. I think that was possible. That Peter Mott looking quite strong at the front of the field. That's right myself. Yeah, Peter Mott started 7th, so it's the fluorescent yellow car with the black nose cone. That's Peter Mott in there in 7th place. So they turn their way up now onto the back straight for the first time. Andy Lund there having a scrap with Nick Timpson. And Dominic Mansberger has not hung around. He's sideways, always 3 abreast with so many into 30s. Dominic Mansberger is not hanging around. Oh, and there's contact in the background. One car's gone around. That's a 26. 26 is Peter Lawson, who also made a very good start, back from what was 22nd on the grid. He got himself inside the top 20, but now he finds himself all the way back to the tail of the field again. That's a shame. So, down the pit straight they go for the end of the first lap. And it is O'Flanagan that leads, Cockrell 2nd, West is 3rd, Vincent 4th, and it's Bush, Jones, Lancaster in 7th. So it's probably Steve Lancaster, my apologies. There are quite a few yellow cars in the field, so I should know the difference between them, being the Mr. Cater in many cases. It's Steve Lancaster in 7th. It is Peter Mott in 8th in the slightly more regular yellow car. There it is, Peter Mott. Then in 9th and 10th, Ron Mounsey in the kind of navy blue and gold car. And then Dominic Mansberger, who's come from the back of the grid, and he started way back in 25th position. He is now into 11th place. So he's passed more than half the field in a single lap. That is astonishing work from Dominic Mansberger. You can tell he's on the charge. Going off the road, he's Alex Vincent. That's not the way to go. He's almost blending into the circuit with that two-tone green car, but he gets back onto the black stuff. He's now under threat from Gwyn Jones, who looks around the outside. That will be the stronger line out of Clark Curve. And as he scrabbles for traction, Gwyn Jones will have the power to get past him. Or that's the theory, because they're still side by side onto the Brabham Straight again. First proper flying lap in the books. Taylor Flanagan naturally takes the fastest lap, 1 minute 3.006. But if we come out of Paddock Hill Bend up the hill towards Druids, sometimes the wet conditions can kind of negate any chance for proper battles, but as it starts to dry out and become drier, the more confidence the drivers have, the more frantic the battles become. So hopefully, with the fact that the rain has currently abated for a while, we do get some scraps throughout this rest of this race. It's a 20-minute race for the Roadsport contenders. Quick check on Dominic Mansberger. 2 more places picked up. He's passed Andy Lund and also passed Ron Mounsey that we saw he was just behind. So up into 9th. There he is. That's the black car with the bright green nose. There he goes through the shop. The rest of the top 10 goes through. There also is. That's James Hall. Now we need to watch out for him as well. He was very strong in qualifying. As I mentioned before the race, at the start of the race, he was quite strong. But here comes Batman. It's Adam West then. Onto the back of Tom Cockrell. He takes the fastest lap of the race. As he looks into Paddock Hill Bend. Given the fact that Adam West, he came into the weekend, he's 11th equal. He was 11th equal in points coming into the weekend. But again, for some of these drivers, won't really care about that too much. What they'll care about is actually getting a good result and the confidence which these kind of results will give them. Turns his way out of Druids, keeping the top 2 in front. Now this is interesting because it's Taylor Flanagan's not being allowed to get away here. Tom Cockrell, who is a fellow 2020 Caterham Academy champion, like Taylor, he's starting to close in here, and this is the battle royale that we always love to see. Whenever we get the 2 academy champions from the previous season that make their way up towards Roadsport, where the 2 of them get on track together and start battling, that's when you get the real grudge match to see who ultimately is the faster of the 2. There's a championship battle on the line as well. It makes it even more interesting. Adam West is a bit of the proverbial bat, shall we say, amongst the pigeons rather than the cat. I'll focus back on racing in a second, don't worry. As we come back into the right-hand paddock hill bend, still Taylor O'Flanagan with Tom Cockrell in second position. Adam West keeping touch in third. As for Dominic Mansberger, he's up one more spot to 8, so he's from the back of the grid 25th into 8th position. He's deep in the top 10. There's Hugo Bush in the grey and orange machine, number 22. So he's also closed up. And this is, again, a typical Caterham scenario. You get the front few cars starting to stack up behind each other and start to battle, and then lap by lap it brings more and more cars into the fight. So you see that Gwyn Jones isn't too far away, so he will start to get himself involved in a moment. There's Gwyn Jones in the red car with the black stripe right at the back of that leading 5-car pack. Flanagan keeping it nice and smooth, nice and neat and tidy through clearways, up through Clark Curve on the exit, swing all the way back off the Jack Brabham straight, and the traction that Tom Cockrell gets off the corner might try and put him alongside Clark Curve. He's thought about it going to the inside line, and Flanagan kind of gave him a bit of room, but then realised that Cockrell wasn't going to be fully alongside, so he was going to hold on for the time being. But look at Adam West up this inside at second place. He doesn't care, he's not in a championship fight. He wants a second place. He could go for a win here if he plays his cars right. There's still quite a way to go. 14.5 minutes left in this second Caterham Roadsport race. Now the wipers are on Adam West's car. Well, that's just for the sake of it, in terms of the fact there's a bit of spray coming off the cars in front. Or is that a signal that the rain is back again? Because it is hovering. There are some grey clouds hovering overhead here at Brands Hatch, so certainly could be a possibility. Quick check on Dominic Mansberger. There he is, look at the bottom of the shot, he's into 6th. Now, I should mention Dominic Mansberger. He is someone who effectively is the Rainmaster, or if we're talking in German terms, the Rainmeister. And he is down to 6th position. Now, he goes incredibly well in the wet. He's won several races in the wet. Whenever we've seen him in the Academy and in the Roadsport, he is the driver to watch out for. And in these slippery conditions, he seems to judge them absolutely perfectly. Flanagan takes the fastest lap, but then surprise, surprise, Mansberger picks it up. It's a 1:0.015. So as the track continues to start drying more and more, as the laps tick down, we will start to get into sub 1 minute lap times here. It's still a bit greasy up at the top of Druidsey. You can see the damp patches that they'll try and negotiate here. Adam West holding on to second place, but the question that's got to be for Adam is, has he got enough ultimate pace to catch up to and then try and pass Taylor O'Flanagan, or has Taylor got that little bit extra in reserve to try and hold on? Well, the last lap they just completed, they were both on very even lap times, but the difference was about a couple of hundredths of a second between O'Flanagan and West. Cockrell still third, Bush in fourth. There's Gwyn Jones in fifth position. He's a race winner in his Caterham career. He actually took a win here at Brands Hatch, so it's a circuit he quite likes, but he's scrabbling around for traction on the exit through clearways and then through the high-speed Clark Curve onto that Jack Brabham straight. There is Dominic Mansberger in 6th in that black and green Caterham. 7th now is Peter Mott. 8th is James Hall. Remember, he started a bit further back. He was 18th place on the grid. So he's come from the 9th row. Here's a battle here. This is Steve Lancaster scrapping with Nick Timpson. Ryan Lovett's in there as well. Now, Ryan's also another one that got disqualified yesterday, and he's actually from the back of the grid. He started 26th. He's now got himself into the top half of the field. So he's passed 14 cars at this point. 13 cars to get himself from 26th into 12th. I will get the maths right one day. As to come down towards Graham Hill Bend. So that continues on. That's still Steve Lancaster, who's now lost out to Nick Timpson. Timpson now into 10th, the final top 10 spot. There go the leaders in the background. There's Dominic Mansberger, not too far away. He's taking a slightly wider line, exiting Surtees into Kink of McLaren. Long corner at the top is right-hander at Clark, and then the fastest lap changes hands 5 times in the matter of seconds, because you then had Taylor O'Flanagan took the fastest lap of the race, then it went to West, then Cockrell, then it went to Cockrell, then to Gwyn Jones, and then to Dominic Mansberger, who does a 58.140. He's almost a second quicker than the leading cars in front. So he really is charging up to the back of them. If he wins this race, it'll be one of the drives of the season, not just in Caterham Motorsport, but in the entire BRSCC season. That would be so impressive if he can manage that. We need to keep an eye on that just in the background. So, coming up towards the second half of the race here, 11 minutes to go. And then make their way down the Cooper Straight once again. Leaders again in the background sweep through Clark Curve. There is Alex Vincent, still in the threat from Nick Timpson. Timpson having a big dive up the inside. Leaves it very late, but he knows that Vincent will have that grip on the outside of the wet line. And as he struggles to try and put the power down, tries to hold on. Now look at Mansberg with another new fast lap again. He's in the 57s this time, 57.9. And he's only 7/10 away from Gwyn Jones. So the top 6 will be together in a matter of moments. Leaders are coming out of Druids. Oh, Gwyn Jones has run wide up at the hairpin. We're still watching the guys at the back. That's Marcus Eels having a scrap with, I think that looks like Adrian Mariadis. And also in there too is Andy Berg and the Sam Gibbons in car number 3. There he is. Right, here's our leaders. Now then, there is O'Flanagan under threat from Cochrane, who's got back past Adam West. So since we've been watching that, Adam West actually the last couple of laps has crossed the line in 4th. So it's changed around since we last looked at them. O'Flanagan now leads. Cockrell's now in 2nd. Hugo Bush is now 3rd, and they have now pulled a gap on Adam West. So the top 3 here, who essentially are 3 of the 4 drivers that have won a race this season, are all in contention at the top of the field. Mansberger, as we said, is now up to 5th. His next target will be getting past Adam West. Into the hairpin at Druids. Hugo Bush then, who before yesterday had won 4 races on the bounce. Had a bit of a rough start to the season at Donington Park, but he's managed to get himself back in the groove with the victories that he took. In fact, no, forgive me, that was, he took 3 victories and a 3rd place. 3 victories and a 3rd place. The second win at Silverstone was taken by Dominic Mansberger. That was his first win of the year. Forgive me, I think of a different occasion category, apologies. But as the leaders then come back onto the pit straight, Hugo is really catapulting himself into championship contention with the fact that he's won that many races. Here's our scrap for 4th, 5th and 6th. Taylor O'Flanagan with a new fastest lap. Is it beaten by any of these 3? Not quite. So Taylor now takes the fastest lap. He will get a bonus point for that if he holds on. So Mansberger's come in a bit of a stumbling block here. His progress has been briefly stunted by Adam West. But he can finding a way around here. Sure, that there's avenue to get past to get to 4th, but he's running out of time. But if he wants to catch up to the top 3 in front, he needs to find a way around Adam West here. He's also got to be careful that Gwyn Jones doesn't get himself back into play as well as they exit out of Graham Hill. And now the run down Cooper Straight, and the momentum that Gwyn Jones has had means that he's closer to Mansberger than Mansberger is to West. So I think I might have picked him a bit too much in the beginning. I think his progress might have been temporarily halted here by Batman. So top 3 all together, all in each other's slipstreams down the Jack Brabham Straight. Still O'Flanagan, Cockrell and Bush all together. Adam West, then Gwyn Jones takes the fastest lap of the race. So, ironically, the only driver that didn't take the fastest lap of the race or take a turn with it is Dominic Mansberger. So, he's now got some work to do to get himself back on the pace. There's John Bryant there on the inside of the corner, the Slappy Racers photographer, main photographer for Caterham. So, shout out for him. Put himself in a nice position down at Druids to watch the cars under braking. Should be some good shots from him. Oh, Dominic Mansberger very sideways on the apex of Graham Hill Bend. He's off the road. Oh dear, well, his progress, I'm afraid, is now going backwards because he was as high as 5th. He's now dropped behind Gwyn Jones, and I don't even want to say if he's even in trouble, but I hope he's not, but it would be a real shame if he gets as high as 5th and then starts to tumble back down with problems. So not really the weekend how he hoped it to be so far, but looks like he's back down to 6th. So, leaders back towards Paddock Hill Bend. Now the fighting can start. Hugo Bush with the fastest lap of the race, but it's the 2 Academy champions from last year who are going wheel to wheel into the first corner. Down the hill they go. Still O'Flanagan from Cockrell. Hugo Bush having a peek at 3rd place. To the hairpin they go. Line astern. This is where it starts to get interesting. Now the track's starting to dry a little bit more. It's not as damp as it was. There are still 1 or 2 greasy patches out there, but the overall weather conditions appear to be much drier now. The rain has abated. It is getting brighter out there, but this scrap is starting to heat up a little bit more as well. So as the circuit gets drier, the cars get closer together and the fighting starts to intensify a little bit more. So O'Flanagan keeping both Cockrell and Bush at bay as they turn back out through Clark Curve. Back onto the Jack Brabham Straight, 6 minutes to go on the clock. That time we should get, I think, roughly at least another 5 laps, I think, given how quickly some of these guys are going. Adam West takes the fast lap of the race, and then Gwyn Jones has, Hugo Bush, I think, dropped a wheel onto the painted line on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend under braking, and did very well to catch that, otherwise it could have been a one-way ticket into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. I don't want to curse it, but we've been very good this season, this weekend so far, with cars going off in the paddock. I would have thought with the ever-changing weather conditions in the races that we've had more cars going off there, but only had 1 or 2 compared to quite a few skating off every race. So kudos to all the drivers for the most part, mostly keeping their cars on the straight and narrow. There's Ryan Lovett, who is currently up into 9th place after he started at the back of the grid in 26th. And Mansberger has stayed in 6th position for the record after he had his little mistake at Graham Hill Bend, but he really has lost touch with the battle for 4th between Adam West and Gwyn Jones, so I think 6th is as high as he'll go. And actually, look at that battle for 4th, they're not too far away from this battle for the lead. Adam West is under threat now from Gwyn Jones, who sets another new fast lap of the race. He's in the 54s now. Round the outside he goes of Adam West. Side by side. Oh, no, there's contact. Oh, and Gwyn Jones was ironically saved by Adam West. That could have been quite a big tank snapper and quite a big spin. But ironically, the contact, unintentional, he was saved by the touch he had with Adam West. So in many cases, he's got a little bit to try and benefit him a little bit. So, out of the left-hander, down the back straight, and up towards the top of the circuit. Matthew Clark curve. There is now 4¼ minutes. Well, I said they might catch them, but Commentator's curve strikes again. Adam West might still have enough pace in him to catch them if these top 3 start to hold each other up. There is Adam. His car's a bit lighter. Now he's got one less of the rear wings on the back of that car. You know that he'll be straight to Caterham supply truck to get another one for race for the next round at Croft at the beginning of September. He's got a month to do that. So the back markers just moving wide. That is 51. That will be Simon Arnold getting out of the way. It's good driving from Sir Simon. Well done for that. Keeping offline and keeping out of the way. Letting everyone else get past him as cleanly as possible. Good job from Simon. I just feeling there's something brewing here because Tom Cockerell's been biding his time here for 7 laps. He's not really had a big attack on Taylor Flanagan yet, but you just sense with the time ticking down, some of these drivers do have a small timer that they set off in the car next to them, so they can keep tabs on how long is roughly left in the race. Just sense he might get an option here to try and line him up for a pass. He's got a good run down the pit straight here towards Paddock. I think we're getting a few spots of rain again here at Brands Hatch. A few of the windscreen wipers are back on. And now as they come up the hill, they're just dropping Hugo Bush a little bit as Cochrane now goes on the offensive. Look to the outside line, they're side by side under brakes into Druids. And again, on the power, it looks as though that Cockerell can't quite put himself fast enough alongside O'Flanagan to cause himself to make himself that much of a problem. Adam West is carrying on. Now his last lap was a 56.5 as spin there for Andrew Berg. He gets back onto the road. That's up at Clearways, but the leaders are about to approach. And there is car 20. That's cars further back actually. Some more battles further back in the pack. That is Chris Griffith having a scrap with Michael Koo, I think. And here then, just behind them are our race leaders. So 2 minutes and 15 on the clock. So we're going to get, I think, possibly 3 more laps, unless the rain's going to keep on intensifying here, because it is starting to fall again. And I wonder, is this going to catch some of the drivers out? They started in damp conditions. It's dried up a little bit, and now it's getting a little bit wetter again. It's now down the outside once more. Goes Tom Cockerell. And in the wet conditions here, the wet line will be much more preferred. You will find much more grip. Leaders then come back down towards Graham Hill Bend. There's some of the back markers are coming up to you then, and that might well play a factor. Someone else is moving out of the way. They're driving from the back marker there. But now with a good run off of Graham Hill Bend on the approach to Surtees, another back marker's in front. He's going to have to keep out of the way here, which he does. And that's very close. Hugo Bush almost gets involved. Adam West is closing in. That's another spin for the 88 Michael Koo. There's cars off the road. That I think is Peter Lawson. Michael Koo's off the road. 51 is Simon Arnold. They've both been caught out by the conditions. They carry on unscathed. And there's been a bit of a shake-up there because Taylor Flanagan has pulled out a small gap to Tom Cockerell. Not only that, he's under threat from Hugo Bush down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Adam West is in there too. You can see the car with the Batman logo on the back of it. There is Adam. So Taylor O'Flanagan, whatever happened at the top of the circuit there that caught them all out, I think it was a mistake more for Tom Cockrell, because he's then fallen back with Hugo Bush, and if they keep on scrapping, look at Adam West, he's in the fight now. There's only about literally this one more lap, and he's up the outside of Hugo Bush, looking for third place. Bush fights back at Graham Hill Bend. The undercut works for Adam West. He puts the power down on the inside. If he stays there, he will be on the inside line for Surtees. Here comes Adam West on the inside of Hugo Bush. Can he squeeze past? There's more cars in front going off the road, and they're catching Taylor O'Flanagan again. This could be a real grandstand finish to this second Caterham Roadsport Championship race, as Tom Cockrell runs very wide on the wet line. Both Bush and West try to stick on the proper racing line. O'Flanagan, meanwhile, is trying to pull away here by quite a margin. In yesterday's first race, he won that race by only half a second. It's a bit closer this time. West then trying to get himself back onto the podium. He was second yesterday, and now he tries to try and get himself into the podium. But ticking down to the last few seconds left on the clock, which hits 0 any second now. So this is the last lap. There's back markers battling in front. This is not what Taylor needs. Up through Druids for the last time. Cockrell's back in there. Ian Hapgood gets sideways, but Taylor O'Flanagan's going to be desperate. He's saying, get out of the way, please. In through Graham Hill Bend. Hapgood moves over, sacrifices his own battle, but look at Tom Cockrell who's all over him on the run towards Surtees for the final time. Bush is there. West is there. Mansberger's not too far away either. He's 7 seconds back. He's a little further back as they come through. Up and towards Clearways for the final time. Bush has a look up the inside. Cockrell closes in. Adam West is in there too. This is going to be a real photo finish. Cockrell is right underneath the roll cage of Taylor O'Flanagan. It's a sprint to the line. O'Flanagan gets the toe from the back marker in front, which ironically might just save him, and it will be a double for Taylor O'Flanagan in the Caterham Roadsport Championship. Another thrilling finish. O'Flanagan wins, Cockrell second, Bush is third, and Adam West picks up fourth. Off the road again at Clearways is Michael Coote. Keep it on the road, sunshine, as he comes back on the road. Fifth for Dominic Mansberger. Credit to Dominic, though, a brilliant drive in those wet and damp conditions from the back of the grid, 25th to 5th position. A top 5 finish will certainly be some consolation for him. He could have been as high as possibly in the podium, but Taylor O'Flanagan, I'm certain, will take the lead of the championship once again. And ironically, that's his first 2 wins back once again since the start of the season in, ironically, the wet conditions. And that was at Doyleton Park. But you can tell he's happy. A punch of the fist in delight from the cockpit as he and the crew come back in. We also salute the marshals, who once again have been doing a grand job here this weekend and have been doing an excellent work all the way through. So, congratulations to everyone for surviving that race. That was pretty tricky nonetheless, but everyone looks to appear to, just about everyone's made it home from that 21 lap encounter. So the conditions will certainly get a little bit more tricky as the afternoon goes on. We're just leading up to our final race before lunch, so waiting for the results to go up on the screen. We can give you provisionally what they show on my TSL screen. In fact, here we go. So Taylor O'Flanagan picks up the win then, but only by 0.160 of a second from Tom Cockrell, with Hugo Bush rounding out the podium. Adam West is 4th. Mansberger from 25th to 5th. It could have been higher, but that mistake pushed him a little further back in the closing stages. Gwyn Jones takes 6th and the fastest lap of the race. Then it's Peter Mott, Ryan Lovett, James Hall and Alex Vincent. Then it's Nick Timpson 11th, from Ron Mounsey, Andrew Bergbank, Chris Griffith, Ian Hapgood, Simon Arnold and Michael Koo. And we actually lost, unfortunately, Steve Lancaster, Andy Lund, Kevin Turner, and our last non-finisher, well, that's the rest of them, being Andrew Mariadis. Oh, they're drivers that are lap down, forgive me. Andrew Mariadis, Chris Broom, Sam Gibbons, Marcus Eels, and I think we lost also Peter Lawson in the end, who was another further lap down, and Mike Hilton, who seems to skate off the road in the early stages. Well, for those watching on the Caterham stream, we're going to take another break for the rest of the morning's action and lunch. We'll be back after lunch with our next race being the Caterham 7270Rs. For now, though, we're going to be heading into our next race before lunch on the BRSCC stream, so stay with us. The second Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Southern Super Saloons and Tin Tops is coming up next here at a rather damp Brands Hatch.
Well, time now here at Brands Hatch for the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club. We move from one make championship to something that is very much match here. And they're going out already, so we're not going to have time to interview. I'm just going to slip out the way of the third place car here. Pole position, we've got Rob Burley in his venerable Escort Cosworth, and he's going to come across the likes of Alex Sidwell in the Holden Commodore, who's right over there. We've got the Mitsubishi Lancer that had pole position yesterday. So sadly, no time to interview the drivers. Let's hand you up to Scott, who's got the grid for you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, getting straight into our next race here at Brands Hatch, which is the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club's Southern Divisions, Super Saloons and Tin Tops. It was a fabulous race yesterday, which saw a win once again for Rob Burley. I have to correct myself. I think Jake Sanson, we had presenting yesterday, was in jest saying it was wins number 757. I did have a correction from Ron on email earlier on, just correcting that it was actually win number, and I'll tell you what win it was. It was win number 692, so he needs a few more to get to 700. So he's getting there, but certainly the venerable and evergreen Ford Escort Cosworth WRC still serves him well these days. He's creeping ever closer to that magic number of 700 victories in his career. So as they form up out of the assembly area, we could give you the grid for this second race, which is a very tasty mix of machines on here, and let's run you through how they're going to sit and how they will start for this second race. So it's going to be on pole position. It says the result of yesterday's race result. So pole position is Rob Burley in the Ford Escort WRC alongside Alex Sidwell in the Holden Commodore V8 Supercar. Next is Nick Sutton and Paul Watson in the Evo 10 and the E36 M3. Ronan Bradley in his M3 comes next alongside Mark Diath in his Subaru Impreza. Row 4 is Chris Bassett and Dave Charlton in their Peugeot 306 and St. Leon. Chris Bassett on the Tin Tops pole alongside Dave Charlton. It's Warren Johnson and Colin Tester. Two more Tin Tops come next. Steve Dan is on the sixth row of the grid in his VW Scirocco. He had problems in qualifying, but he got out for the race one yesterday. Trevor Collar comes next alongside him in his Tin Top Civic Type R. Jeremy Sutton's beautiful Sierra S Cosworth RS 500 comes next alongside Andrew McKenzie's BMW E46 M3. Ken Hunt in his Castrol liveried Volkswagen Golf is 16th on the grid. Then Ken Angel, not Angel like I called him yesterday. Angel is 16th in his E36 328i Coupe. Mark Cripps in the E30 BMW is 17th alongside Jason Stone in the Ford Fiesta. Martin Scott's BMW is 19th on the grid alongside Ian Seal in his Ford Fiesta ST150. And then Jacques Whitehead in the 330 Ci and Graham Richardson in his Honda Civic EP3 come next and 22nd on the grid. And then towards the back is Andy Woodstein in his European Touring Car Cup spec Honda Civic Type R, and Angelo Massinetto in his diminutive little Citroen Saxo. So I think one car sadly we don't have looking at the grid is the Andy Woodstein Honda Civic Type R. That car pulled off mid-race yesterday. But we do have the little Citroen Saxo, Angelo Massinetto at the wheel. And there's Rob Burley in the Ford Escort WRC, leads them off the grid. Head round and just look at some of the machinery at the front of the field. It is pretty much like saloon cars' greatest hits. You've got the Ford Escort WRC Cosworth with the WRC style body kit on it. That is a Rob Burley, incredibly experienced driver. Lots of racing he's done before in Thunder Saloons. He's done all sorts of different saloon car series. He's raced quite far afield, all across Europe and the world in many cases, but he always likes to come back to his local circuit at Brands Hatch and keeps on racking up those first place victories, and he's certainly the car to do it. Alex Sidwell, who is in that incredible Volkswagen Holden Commodore VF X-V8 supercar. It is a genuine Australian, it's not a replica, a genuine car from Australia, and it is a car, he's got 3 of these, a 4th is on the way I've been told, and that car always beautifully prepared, it's always set up nicely and all put together as it should be before it's shipped over to the UK. Nick Sutton, who is in that Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10 at the front of the field. You don't probably see Evo 10s without a rear wing, but it certainly seems to be working well for him. And in these otherwise greasy conditions, the 4-wheel drive cars will certainly benefit. That's Rob Burley's car, Nick Sutton's. Also, Mark Diath's Subaru Impreza, the blue car starting from 6th, amongst the 2 very fast BMW E36 M3s, Paul Watson and Ronan Bradley. They had a great scrap yesterday in the Super Saloons class for Class B. So it's 2 races within one, of course, the Super Saloons and the Tin Tops. So watch for both to get in amongst each other. So, a Ford Escort Cosworth and a Holden Commodore V8 Supercar. What a front row that is for the second CMMC Southern Super Saloons and Tin Tops. The red lights go to green and they sprint towards paddock for the first time. It's Rob Burley versus Alex Sidwell charging into paddock. They're 2 old friends and 2 old rivals. And it's Burley who tiptoes his way into these very different conditions with Sidwell in second place. He had a bit of trouble in qualifying, getting out late yesterday, and the mixed conditions didn't really suit either a dry or wet tyre, I saw he mentioned on social media, so he had to start deep in the field, but charged his way through. Now he's under threat from Paul Watson in the orange BMW on the outside at Druids, and he's through, he's up to second place, so the BMW through, and then look at Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett with a little Peugeot 306, he's passed the Commodore, brilliant stuff, look at that. Chris Bassett, who started on the front row of the grid yesterday and was giving Rob Burley some problems in the early stages, he's up to third place. He's by far and away the top tin top race. Look at him, the little white and black 306. He's flying at the moment. There's Colin Tester also. He's in the area motorsport prepared Honda Civic, which is was meant to be driven by Giddy in September. But Colin Tester, who's the man who looks after the Super Tune outfit, is in that car. Chris Bassett's going for second now on Paul Watson. Here comes Ronan Bradley. All three of them have passed Alex Sidwell Holden. He gets back up the inside. So we've got a race in our hands here already in this 15-minute encounter. So it's Ford Escort that leads, BMW second, Peugeot 306 in third. But for how much longer, I'm not sure, because there goes Ronan Bradley sailing round the outside. But the grip he's got on that BMW M3. Charging round the outside back into third. But, as we said, by far and away, Chris Bassett is the car. I think Chris is also racing that car on the Track Attack Race Club later on this afternoon, so watch out for that car. In the field two as the two BMWs got very close there. That was Paul Watson just shutting the door on Ronan Bradley. I don't think Paul expected Ronan to be that far alongside at that point, that's but that's how two different cars can you get there. A Peugeot 306 with a Holden Commodore V8 supercar right in its rearview mirror. That's a fantastic sight. There goes the Holden Commodore charging past Chris Bassett as Burnley sets the fastest lap of the race. And in there too, you can see just trying to get past Chris himself is Jeremy Sutton's Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 10. Now Alex Sidwell, he's got the tyres warmed up now on that Holden Commodore. He's going to the outside line, quite deep in there, and I wonder if he's going to come back under attack from the little Peugeot 306. He might do. I just love that sight. I've never seen a Peugeot 306 monstering a Holden Commodore V8 supercar. That's a brilliant sight. It's one of the best sights I've seen all season. And there goes Jeremy Sutton, Nick Sutton. There are two Suttons in the field, so I'm always going to get them mixed up. It's Nick Sutton in the Evo, and it's Jeremy Sutton in the Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500. There goes Mark Diath in the Subaru Impreza. He goes through and down the pit straight. I can hear it out the window, the beautiful chirping turbo of that Ford Escort as Rob Burnley sets another new fastest lap of the race. But now the two M3s are about to be joined once again by Alex Sidwell's Commodore. So they head up through Halewood Hill onto the top of the circuit now at Druids. There goes Burley, at the moment relatively unchallenged. So win number 693 in his career. So if he gets this today, 7 more, and he'll be on the magical 700. Ronan Bradley's gone around the outside of somebody once, and he's doing it again, look. On the curb, so you might get a small warning for that because there are pressure plates on the outside of some of the corners here at Brands Hatch, as there are many MSV circuits, and if you do transgress too much, you get a nice little photo sent up to race control. Do it too many times, you get slapped with a warning for that, and a 5-second time penalty starts to come into play. So you can't really run too wide on those corners, but certainly Ronan Bradley seemed to get away with that for the moment. Look at this, fantastic battle at the front of the field. There's Chris Bassett, who we said is by far and away the top tin top. There's his second place car, Colin Tester. There is the Steve Dan VW Scirocco being chased down by Dave Charlton and his Seat Leon. They are currently sat in getting their overall position. They are currently 9th and 10th respectively, so they're filling out the rest of the top 10. And Danny's in Class B of the Super Saloons, whereas Dave Charlton's Seat is currently sat in 3rd overall in tin tops and leading the T1 class. So we've got the classes on this one. Rob Burnley leads Class A. It's Ronan Bradley who leads Class B in the BMW. Class C is being headed by Martin Scott's BMW M3. And then Class D, the Super Saloon, is being headed by Jason Stone. There's a classic motorsport battle of Lancer versus WRX is on hand here. As there goes Mark Diath past Nick Sutton's Evo. And they're coming up to put a lap, I think, on the little Angelo Mastinetta Hot Citroen Saxo. What a sight that must be in the rearview mirror of little Angelo, the little Saxo. Just sees his V8 supercar and everything else just charging up behind and thinking, please leave me alone, please just leave me on track, I just want to have my race in peace. So he's, I'm sure he's enjoying himself out there. Must have got a bit of a fright when he had Burley, Bradley, Watson, Sidwell and co. all charging past him at 100+ miles an hour. So this battle continuing on. Mark Diath now in that car. He's in a different car, and I think he was also raced a different Impreza in Track Attack a few weeks ago at Snetterton, and that was 4-wheel drive. There is the BMW of Mackenzie. That's one of the 2 BMR-prepared BMW E46 M3s. There's the other one that's been driven by Martin Scott, and it's behind Kevin Angel in his 328i E36 Coupe. Burley sets the W fastest lap of the race. No surprise there, given the fact that Burley's pace is pretty much as dominant as ever. Oh, and there's 2 cars off. Paddock Hill, I can see out my rearview mirror. There it is, at the window. So Warren Johnson's one of them, and it's Mark Cripps in the BMW E30. Now, Cripps has got going in the rear-wheel drive car. I think there's possibly too much damage to Johnson's car that might force him out of the race. I think it's also forced the safety car. Yeah, safety car boards and flags are out, and just as Rob Birdie comes out of Grahamhill Bend, I've spotted him out of my commentary box window. He's been immediately picked up by the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car. So, an incident between Mark Cripps and Warren Johnson, and Warren Johnson in the Peugeot 205 is the one that's off the road, sadly. So he's clambering out. So thankfully he appears to be on the surface all okay. And he walks out. I'm sure that if it's very precautionary as in any incident, he'll have a quick check-in with the Chief Medical Officer for this weekend down at the medical centre, that being Dr. Claire Morden. So I'm sure we'll give him a quick check over to make sure that he's okay. Just to be sure. Mark Cripps has made it back into pit lane, but he's got damage on the driver's side door. So I'd imagine possibly it's been maybe, I didn't see the initial part of the contact. We only saw the aftermath when both cars were parked up at the end of on the base of the hill coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. So just on the compression between Paddock Hill and the run up Halewood towards Druids, that's where it was. So the pack will now form up behind the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, making another appearance here in this early afternoon. This, of course, being the last race before we go into a lunch break. Before we get that, and form up now. What this does mean is, while Rob Birdie's in quite a lead, it does mean that these guys behind him, that being Ronan Bradley, Paul Watson, Alex Sidwell in the Holden Commodore, the Subaru of Mark Diath, the Evo 10 of Nick Sutton, they all start to close in. Might give a chance for Chris Bassett as well, because you can see him there in the little white and black Peugeot 306. If he gets a good restart, he can get himself right amongst these leaders once again. It's one of my favourite cars of the weekend, that 306. The fact he just seems to take on, unapologetically, all these faster cars in front of it. He's one of the heroes of the weekend, I'm sure, because I've never seen a Peugeot 306 pass a Holden Commodore V8 supercar, but you have now. So, 7 minutes to go in this race. And if they can quickly recover, in fact they have already, the 205 has been quickly recovered. That's good work by our recovery team, Time Marshals, really good job. So well done to them. I think that we're not going to go racing this time, but I suspect with the fact that seeing the accident is now clear, I would imagine we should be able to get racing going the next time by this one. So they'll go past the pits again into the safety car. I'm pretty confident, I'm sure, that they will put the safety car lights out in the middle of this, what hopefully should be the final safety car lap. And then we'll get roughly around about, I'd say, 5 minutes left in this race. A bit of a sprint to the flag. And so let's just take stock of where we are in terms of the order then. Rob Birdie then leads in the Ford Escort Cosworth. It is Ronan Bradley second in his BMW E36. Leads Class B ahead of his main rival, Paul Watson. It's Alex Sidwell, who's second in Class A, in the fourth overall in the Holden VF Commodore V8 supercar. Mark Diath's Subaru Impreza is 5th, Nick Sutton is 6th in the Mitsubishi Evo 10. It's then 7th place and the overall Tin Tops lead for Chris Bassett's Peugeot 306. It's then Colin Tester behind him, so that could be a battle royale to the end between those two for the Tin Top honours. It is then 9th place for Steve Dan in his VW Scirocco. He's got the little Citroen Saxo in front of him that's a lap down. There it is, the orange and black car. Now, and as I suspected, the safety car has pulled in already, so racing's ready to get back underway, and it looks like that Bradley and co are right on the back of Rob Birdie's Ford Escort waiting for the restart, but you can be certain with how much horsepower that Escort has, he will simply just put his foot down and fly away on the restart, and that's exactly what's happened. Across the line they go, just over 5 minutes left in this second CMMC Southern Super Saloons and Tin Tops race. And it is Rob Birdie who leads them back into Paddock Hill Bend. It's then Bradley second, Watson third, Alex Sidwell holding on to fourth, and it's 5th place for Mark Diath. And Bradley hasn't let, at least on the initial restart, it was Birdie that pulled away with the sheer horsepower of that Ford, but in the corners, it seems that Ronan Bradley's going to give a bit of a race here towards the end, it looks like. Into 4th place once again has gone, holding on to 4th place, forgive me, it's gone Alex Sidwell, but he's now under big pressure from the Subaru. Look at the way the straight line speed that car gets to. There's lots of battles going on backwards, as that's Mackenzie and Angel scrapping over position. He's also getting past one of the Honda Civics, that is car 31. And that Honda Civic there is, put it back in the order, that is the collar, that's the one with collar there, so there's Dan versus Charlton, Angel, and the two BMR BMWs getting into it. Is that a problem for Andrew Mackenzie, I think? It is, I'm afraid. So Andrew Mackenzie's BMW M3 hitting problems late in the race, I'm afraid. Been a bit of a tough weekend for them, but he will try and get himself back in the mix. I'm sure he'll be back out for another race in their next outing later on in the order. So that was Trevor Collars on the Civic Type R. There's Jeremy Sutton in the Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500 that has very much a replica livery of the old cars. Oh, and we need to go back to the leaders because Mark Diath was on the grass on the exit of Graham Hill Bend out my commentary box window. Here is Dave Charlton and Steve Dan. So they come out of the hairpin at Druids. Ken Angel's there ahead of Trevor Collar. And then we have the Martin Scott BMW behind. I want to check in with the leaders if I can because the Mark Diath Subaru was all over the grass on the exit just off Graham Hill Bend. Resurges as we carry on with Charlton, Dan, Angel, Collar, and Scott, and another one of the Civics behind them. I think that is Richardson, 87, that being the car of, that's one of our late entries, I think, to Richardson in the Honda Civic. But now it's Scirocco versus 328. The Scirocco holds on for the moment. Here's our leaders. Now, Rob Burley hasn't pulled away as much as I thought he might do, so that's interesting. He's still got a small gap on Ronan Bradley, but Ronan's pushing very hard in that BMW. You can tell he's literally running at pretty much maximum pace to keep up with Rob, particularly when on the straight. Rob can simply put his foot down and watch how this car just pulls away on the straight, or at least it should do. Yeah, look at the horsepower difference in that Ford, but it's where the corners and the braking, which is where Rowan's got a little bit more confidence, because Rod does brake a bit earlier because he's approaching the corner so much quicker. Both put a lap on the Massanetto Citroen Saxo. I'm glad he's painted that car half bright orange with fluorescent yellow wheels. You can spot it easily on track. I think that's the point, to make sure that they're there. Alex Sidwell might get caught up. He's got past the two BMWs, so he's now into 3rd position. We've got past the Paul Watson car, and further back, as we see there, the Alex Sidwell Holden. Mark Diath is 4th, ahead of, just see as they come back through. There's our top two, but just see Nick Sutton go past Paul Watson. We're focusing on our leaders here with Rob Burley. What's intriguing is, the thing is that this is the frustrating bit for Ronan, is that as close as he can get in the corners, he knows that Rob Burley will just put his foot down on the straight, and the sheer straight line speed of that Escort will just simply send him charging back towards Paddock Hill Bend in quite the advantage. Now lap traffic's coming into play here, so watch out for that. Still back with Martin Scott, that's interesting, he's dropped behind Steve Dan. So Dave Charlton's in the front, then Angel, then it's Martin Scott, then you've got Steve Dan. Something's happened to Steve then in the battle he's had with Dave Charlton. Remember, they're in two different categories. It's a Super Saloon for Steve Dan, and the Seat is in the tin tops. There's Mark Scott. There isn't a race car that looks bad in a Golf livery. Case in point, that wide-body kitted E46 M3 looks absolutely stunning. Bob Burley then, I think he's going to have possibly he'll be going on to the last lap of this time by, I think, because even though he's quite fast in a straight line, it's not going to be quick enough, I don't think, to get across to do one more lap. It's 56, 55. I think this will be the last lap of the race this time by. So, well, the last lap board hasn't gone out though, so maybe it won't be. Depends on how quick this lap is for Rod. But now as they come up towards Druids, what might be the last time. Still under threat from Ronan Bradley. They turn out through Druids. Again, you see how close he gets under brakes and through the corners. He's much better in the tighter technical stuff, but just on the straights, Burley just has enough power to just put his foot down and say goodbye, Ronan. And he charges past a fellow Ford. That's Jeremy Sutton's Sierra Cosworth RS500. Here's Jason Stone's Fiesta, who's going to put a lap on. Now, this may or may not be the last lap. He goes through inside the Fiesta. And with 15 seconds to go, 10 seconds left, I think it might be with a checkered flag. I'll wait and see. Is it being prepared out my commentary box window? The answer is it's not. So we're going to get one more lap, I think. Yeah, last lap board goes out. And he just gets across the line with 2 seconds left to go. So this is the last lap then of this time by. There's the 33 of Chris Bassett, who is still in 7th overall, and he will once again take the victory, it seems, to be set in the tin top class. There is Burley and Bradley then, and out of the hairpin at Druids, down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend for the final time. But you can see just how much Brendan Bradley's closing in. He's determined to get right underneath Rob Burley's car and try and get close somehow before the end of a lap. But as try as he might, it might well be too little too late for Ronan. He will get very close, but he knows how quick that car is. And Rob Burley then turns his way out through clearways and on through Clark Kerr for the final time. Bradley's very close. He gets sideways on the power, but it's not going to be enough. And so it will be win 693 for Rob Burley. He wins the second TMMC Southern Saloons and Tin Tops race. Second for Ronan Bradley. And third for Alex Sidwell in the Holden Commodore. Great stuff for him. Fourth will go to Mark Diath. Fifth to Watson, the BMW, and sixth to Sutton. And here, I'm sure for me, he's one of the heroes of the weekend. Chris Bassett in a little Peugeot 306. It's a car that can certainly keep up with Holden Commodores in the early stages, and it's dominated the tin tops. 2 victories for him in the CMMCs. It's then second place in that category for Colin Tester, who is quite far back in the end. And it will be third place for Dave Charlton overall, and he will also take the T1 class win ahead of Ken Angel. Those two have been in the same class together, so this is a scrap towards the end. And Dave Charlton comes in behind the Martin Scott BMW to win T1 and third overall in the tin tops. A good job from Dave. And there is Angelo Massinetto, the Brazilian, in that great little Citroen Saxo. He'll make it to the flag. And it's quite a daunting field to be a part of in your first race weekend, or one of your first race weekends. But here it comes. Another favourite car of the weekend. Crosses the line, and he makes it to the flag. He didn't make the flag in race 1 yesterday. That was a shame after that car pulled up. But he does make it this time, so well done to Angelo and to everyone in CMMCs, and thank you for them for being part of the weekend. And here is the result from race number 2. In Class A, it was Rob Burley who wins overall. From second in class, Alex Sidwell, who was third overall. Then Mark Diath, Subaru Impreza, and Nick Sutton's Evo 10. Meanwhile, Andrew McKenzie dropped out late on with his problems in his E46 BMW M3. In Class B for the Super Saloons, Ronan Bradley was second overall, but wins his class from Paul Watson and Steve Dan. So 2 BMWs and a VW Scirocco on the top 3 steps of that podium. Jeremy Sutton is fourth with Sierra Cosworth, and Mark Cripps was involved in that incident at Paddock Hill Bend, so he sadly doesn't make the flag. In Class C, was the only finisher was Martin Scott's BMW M3. Well, sorry, he finished, but Ken Hunt, forgive me, was a lap behind. So he did finish, but he was 1 lap back in second in class. He still takes a trophy home for that. And then in Class D, it will be Jason Stone, by the looks of it, in his Ford Fiesta. And he takes the flag from Jacques Whitehead in the BMW 330 Ci, because we didn't have Andrew Woodstein, who started that race, who in race number 2 early on. Then we move to the tin top finishers. And it was a 7th place overall finish and victory in T2 for Chris Bassett. So Chris wins we'll go to T1 results first, I think. So T1 will be... I can read them on screen anyway. It's Dave Charlton who took the win of the Seat Leon from Ken Angel in the BMW E36, and then it was the Trevor Collin, his Civic. And we've got a T2, which was won by Chris Bassett overall. Colin Tester was second, and then it was a third for Colin. And then in T2, also we did have Warren Johnson because he got caught up with Mark Cripps at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. T3 was finished by the sole Citroen Saxo of Angelo Massinetto, and TP, which is in Seals for Fiesta, he finished up in the Tin Tops Productions. So that is the morning's action for Sunday here at Brands Hatch. We've had some great races from Caterham's, Formula Fords, and of course our Classic and Modern Motorsport Club we've just seen on track. Coming up this afternoon, first race after lunch is going to be the Track Attack Race Club. We've also got more Caterham's, 2 races today from the ZEO Prototype Cup. Cannot wait for that. That should be thrilling. Plus also a third race for the Avon Tyres National Formula Fords. All that coming up this afternoon. So on both the Caterham stream and the BRSCC stream. Thanks for watching so far. Please do come back this afternoon for more action here at Brands Hatch. It's brightening up here. How long will it stay like that? We don't know, but we're coming back a little bit earlier before we get racing underway because we have a tribute to Respect as well, so we'll be showing that before we get our race underway for Sunday's action. So stay with us. More action coming up this afternoon here at Brands Hatch, courtesy of the BRSCC and Caterham Motorsport. Join us then.
Back to racing this afternoon. It is with much sadness that the BRSCC and all involved in this weekend's meeting learnt that former club and South Eastern Centre chairman Bernard Cottrell passed away in the early hours of yesterday morning. Bernard's involvement in motorsport dates back to the 1970s as a course marshal, and in the 1980s as chief paddock marshal for what was then the BRSCC Brands Hatch Centre. His knowledge of the sport made him a natural choice to become a clerk of the course, rising to become an international A licensed at the highest level in motorsport in the UK. And he was the senior official for series and meetings including Super League Formula, FIA GTs, the Lamborghini Trophy and the British Grand Prix. At a national level, he was the permanent clerk of the course for championships such as Formula Ford, British GTs, and poignantly, given this weekend's programme, Caterham's, while in more recent times, he was race director for the 750 Motor Club and a Motorsport UK steward. He was a much respected figure in UK motorsport. Bernard served on the Governing Bodies Council, Race Committee, and as chair of the Volunteer Officials Committee as well. Proudly, he was invited to become one of very few non-racing members of the British Racing Drivers Club. It was in 1986 that he was co-opted onto the South Eastern Centre Committee, eventually becoming chairman, a post he held until 2019. He was the centre's representative on the main club board for many years and served as national chairman between 2002 and 2017. Much of Bernard's working life was spent in the city, but in more recent times he worked for Haymarket Exhibitions as operations manager on a range of trade shows, most importantly, of course, the Autosport International Show. Our thoughts, of course, are with Bernard's family, friends and loved ones at this sad time, and we would invite you to join us in a minute's silence in his memory. Afternoon's racing, but once again all of our wishes at this tough time with family and friends of Bernard Cottrell. Thank you. I need to return the microphone.
Coming up, courtesy of the Track Attack Club, a very varied group once again of some full race saloons, and to call the action, let's head up again to Scott Woodwis.
Thank you, Richard, and yes, before racing gets underway, very well respected within British motorsport over the last 30 to 40 plus years. Very respected person within BRSCC, and I know he's been battling some unfortunate health problems in his last few years, but a very sad loss to British motorsport and of course to BRSCC. And our thoughts go to Annie and all of his family and his friends and colleagues that he worked with and was friends with over the last few decades. We will certainly miss him very much. Excuse me. So, moving on to today's racing, as I'm sure, just as Robert yesterday, I'm sure the one thing that Bernard would want more than anything else was us to carry on racing in his honour, and that's exactly what we're going to do for this afternoon. The first of this afternoon's races is going to be, as Richard rightly said, for the Track Attack Race Club. This is their second appearance on a BRSCC-based live stream, and it's their fourth meeting on a BRSCC weekend. They were with us for the first time in 2021 at Mallory Park. They've also been with us at Alton Park and last time out at Steston, if you're watching the Steston live stream a couple of weekends ago. But they're back out once again with, as you can see, a very full and varied grid full of cars ready to get underway. So this is pretty much a mix of French, German and Japanese cars, many of which are sort of very dotted around amongst the grid. You can see that predominantly a lot of the French cars which are in part of the Tricolor Trophy class, and the German cars which are part of the Deutsche Marks Cup, which also this season incorporates the Classic VW Cup as well, are towards the front of the field. The Nippon Challenge cars are darted in between as well. But you can see there's a couple of familiar cars at the front of the grid. One car that's on the outside of the front row we have already seen, which is Chris Bassett's Peugeot 306. But it is David on the front of the grid, a car which might look diminutive, but it certainly isn't when it comes to the amount of power and straight line speed that it has, particularly as we saw at Steston, if you watch it a couple of weeks ago. So, on the front row of the grid for this mammoth 33 car grid is David Clark, who is in that little Renault 5 GT Turbo. Yes, I did say GT Turbo, not Renault 5 Turbo, as in the Group B rally car. That car very quick in a straight line, and they're showing its pace by taking pole position by almost 0.4 of a second from the hero of the CMMC races that we had earlier on, being Chris Bassett in the Peugeot 306. Watch for his car to fly from the front row of the grid. The second row is the silver VW Corrado of Ken Lark, starting on the inside of row 2. Alongside him is the red Renault Clio of Nick Gwinnett, who is a Track Attack Race Club regular. Third row of the grid is Chris Adams, who's in his Andy Thompson, who's in his Seat Leon ex-old Super Copper, and he will start alongside Chris Adams and his Volkswagen Golf on the third row of the grid. Row 4 is Robert Buckland and his Renault Clio 172, followed then by Andrew Neal in his Peugeot 106 Rally, one of my favourite cars on the grid. Quite a potent little machine that is. Running up the top 10 is Track Attack stalwart Tony Hunter, and he starts alongside Matthew Hollier, both in a pair of Renault Clios to round out the top 10. Next it comes Charlie Heatley in his Mini Cooper S on the 6th row of the grid, alongside Bradley Thurston in his Renault Clio in 12th. Row 7 is Mark Shepherd in the Deutsche Marks Cup entered VW Vento VR6. That's one of the classic VW Cup entered cars. Alongside him is Michael Bland in Peugeot 306, the Greek car that you'll see back in the 40th on the grid. Donald DeVar comes next in his brilliant little Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 GTI. Next to him is Nick Glover in the number 119 Mazda MX-5 Mark II. Row 9 is Andrew Mitchell's Peugeot 206 GTI, and he takes pole in the 206 GTI Production Cup, which is another one of the sub-series that makes up the entire Track Attack Race Club paddock. He starts up on the 9th row alongside Harry Scott in one of the 2 new Audi TTs which they're putting together for the TT Challenge, which is one of the new series they're bringing in as part of the Deutsche Marks Cup this year, but hoping to expand it to its standalone sort of category within Track Attack in the next couple of seasons. Then we have on to round up the top 20, it's Robert Collins and his rather unique Citroen C2. You don't really see many C2s racing. It's usually either the C1s in various of the championships, but also as well as Saxos. But Citroen C2 on the grid back in 19th, and he starts alongside Tony Markham in his venerable Honda Civic Type R. Then we get into the bulk of the 206 GTI Cup cars, that being Carl Powell and Kevin Houghton come next on the 11th row, followed by Will Powell and Paul Rice, the man who looks after and oversees the entire 206 GTI Production Cup. Then it's Stuart Cheeseman and Samuel Watley, and Harry Greenhill comes next on 27th on the grid, alongside the second Audi TT of Richard Lees. Aaron Bunyan then comes in 29th. That is one of the couple of the Nippon Challenge cars. He's in the Subaru Impreza, the yellow car towards the back of the field. Then we have another brilliant car, Tim Mole, in his Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 Berg Cup. That thing that certainly makes quite a noise out there, 30th on the grid. But it's Chris Farr and Rich Hockley who Chris Farr didn't set a time in qualifying, and neither did Rich Hockley. We were also hoping to have, as a late entry, who did appear in qualifying briefly, Team Hard Team Boss Tony Gillam, who was in his Volkswagen Golf car, which is on VW Racing Cup spec, but it looks that I'm afraid whatever problems he had early in qualifying means not only is he not able to complete a lap, but it might even take at the start. I've also noticed that the Andrew Neil Peugeot 106 Rally has gone into the pit lane and straight down towards the paddock, so unfortunately whatever troubles he's having is something that can't be fixed in the pit lane, and he's gone straight on there. Either that or he just didn't want to race, but I imagine it's more technical problems rather than that. So into the paddock he goes, sadly. So one less car than we would have had starting. Rich Hockley's Honda Civic is at the back, as is also Chris Farr's Peugeot, I think Peugeot 2X GTI. No, it's not, sadly. So Chris Farr's car's not there, and neither, I'm afraid, is Tony Gillam's car, as is also a space on the 8th spot of the grid for Andrew Neil. So Rich Hockley brings the Honda Civic into the place at the back of the grid. The green flag flies. Get set for the Track Attack Race Club. The first of 2 races today here at Brands Hatch. It is a Renault 5 GT Turbo and a Peugeot 306 GTI in the front row of the grid. But watch for the VW Corrado and the Clio's behind it. Away we go. Not a great start for the Renault 5 of David Clark, but up towards turn 1, it is Chris Bassett in the 306 who leads. Ken Lark from the second row is coming up in the Scirocco into Paddock Hill Bend, but up the inside of him, in the Mark IV Golf, is Chris Adams, the blue car with the white bumpers. That's up to P2, so 2 of the Classic VW Cup entrants are already up into second and third. Nick Gwinnett is down the outside of Polster to David Clark, who's trying to get back in the positions that he lost off the start. Also in there we can see Robert Buckland in the 75. That's the two-tone blue and red Clios that come down the hill. Also Tony Hunter in the bright white number 1 car is in there. He's battling over car 9, which is Matthew Hollier. Oh, and off the road to Nick Gwinnett. That's true problems for him already. Now he's either got technical problems that's forced him off the road, or he's simply just outbraked himself and he's trying to wait for an avenue back onto the road. Hopefully he gets back in the race, but if there is trouble for him, that's another car that's hit problems only on the first lap. There's the 333 in the field. That's Mark Shepherd and his Vento VR6. He's battling away with the number 9 of Matthew Hollier that we saw battling away. Andy Thompson's in there too, and he's Seat Leon Super Copper. Meanwhile, across the line to end the first lap of racing in the Track Attack Race Club here at Brands Hatch, and it's Chris Bassett in the 306 who leads the way, from Adam second in the Volkswagen Golf, and it's Ken Lark in the VW Corrado. 12 to David Clark in that Renault 5 GT Turbo is 4th. We have a pit caller. I can hear it on the pit lane siren, and as watch leaders come through, there goes Buckland and Hunter. The pit caller on my timing screen is Donald DeVar in the Volkswagen Golf GTI Mark 1, so problems for him as well, so that's unfortunate, but he'll hopefully get back out for race 2, at least continue in the race if the problem can be solved quickly. As the field follows its way through, there goes the Peugeot 306, the green car. That is, look through the order, that is Michael Bland, it looks like, so he's in the mix as well. Tony Hunter's on the move. He's up the inside of David Clark in the Renault 5, and the Clio slips its way through. Oh, little kiss there as he goes through. Little love tap from David Clark on the left rear of Tony Hunter's car. Meanwhile, yellow flags are flying and the safety car's been deployed. Now there's a car, the Citroen C2's gone off, I think, at Paddock Hill Bend. There's nobody else off at Paddock Hill Bend, so I suspect. No, there is a couple of cars off, in fact, and it's up on the run towards Druids up the hill, I can see. Well, not just that, Nick Gwinnett's car has stopped, so Nick Gwinnett's car is having to go back to the paddock. There are 2 cars that have made contact, and I think it's one of them is at least one of the 206s. It's on the approach up the hill towards Druids. It's off camera at the moment. I think we might have it on our screen in a second, and red flag's been called. And there's the reason. It is 2 of the 206s, one of which has got a wheel off extraordinarily. So the cars which are involved, by the looks of it, looking at who's down the timing screen, it looks like one of them is the 116 of Harry Greenhill. The other one might be the 27 of Stuart Cheeseman. So 2 of the 206 GTI Production Cup cars are in trouble. And so that has caused a red flag here for our first Track Attack Race Club race of the day. There's the 95 car. That's Andrew Mitchell. He is currently sat at the moment. I think he's leading. Is he leading the 206s? He is. So that's our leader of the 206 GTI Production Cup. Now, we've completed 2 laps. So that means that the red flag, it means I think what they'll do is usually when they've completed 2 laps, it's then what order they're in at the completion of 2 laps that will then see the grid restarted. If you have a red flag within the first 2 laps, before the second lap's completed, the grid then goes back to its original starting positions as they were set in qualifying. But because we completed 2 laps, it will mean that both Bassett and Adams will be on the front row of the grid. Bassett will be this time on pole position, so on the other side of the front row, and it'll be Chris Adams who'll be a row further forward, starting on the front row alongside him. Well, there's Nick Gwinnett having a look underneath the car, just wondering what on earth went wrong, but he's now going to get himself back to the paddock. And if you can get that car fixed for race 2, hopefully we'll see that red clear back behind him. There's one of the Audi TTs going past as well. So as we said, the Track Attack Race Club is made up of several collective little categories and series all together onto one grid. So you have, for example, for the French cars, you have the Tricolor Trophy. For the Japanese cars in the field, you have the Nippon Challenge. For the German cars, you have the Deutsche Marks Cup, but as I mentioned, that also incorporates the Classic VW Cup contenders who have joined Track Attack for this season. And you also then have a couple of others. You have the 206 GTI Production Cup, which is purely for the identical 206 GTIs that you see in the pack. And also, as we mentioned, there is a TT Challenge in the works, where 2 of those Audi TT cars are on the grid and getting some mileage in ahead of a few more joining, hopefully, for next season. So the cars have now been pulled to a stop on the pit straight, so they'll now start to work their way back into position, and we will see what order they put them into based on where they are on the grid. So that's interesting. So even though we completed 2 laps, looks like they're gridding them back up, but they are putting them back together in the order they originally started. So Chris Bassett then will be on his own. At the moment, I suspect he'll be on his own at the moment on the front row of the grid. I think he will get David Clark with him in a second as well, because he will trickle down, and yes, he will. So instead of everyone starting where they finished on the second lap, we will get everyone restarting again from where they were originally. So David Clark gets a chance to redeem himself after that less than ideal start at the front of the field when the lights went out, because Chris Bassett was able to beat him away in the 306, and then the 2 VWs also swamped him down towards paddock, that being Ken Lark and Chris Adams. So he'll get a chance to try and hold on to the front positions as best he can. So the cars that we're going to lose, of course, looking back at the grid, is we won't have Nick Gwinnett, who would have started from fourth on the grid, so he'll be missing. We won't also have 2 of the 206 GTI Production Cup cars, and that will be back in 25th place Stuart Cheeseman and 27th place Harry Greenhill. So those 2 cars have been recovered just up the hill. I've got a bank of all the camera shots available. You can see it here. The incident is kind of hidden by the trees, unfortunately. So the position that we've got is, and also with our camera down at Druids, it's just out of shot of that as well. So this is the best view we have of it. But of course, if there's any work going on, then of course it's best to leave the marshals and the recovery crews to do their work whilst they continue on. And again, massive thank you to all the marshals and to our fantastic volunteers, our Orange Army, who we so poignantly celebrated yesterday, as well as remembering the late Robert Foote, who we lost, of course, last Saturday in a rather tragic accident here at Brands Hatch. So there was a wonderful tribute with the lap of honour, with the 2 rescue units, the medical car and the Jaguar safety car we have here heading around. The Jaguar safety car had an orange flag flying out of the window in tribute to Robert and also all of our fantastic marshals and volunteers. Now there's that's the Citroen C2, and as I was seeing things on the little area on the car, that's got quite a damaged left rear corner on that Citroen C2 as it went past. Just looking out of the window, and that car's got a very damaged left rear, and I suspect possibly it might have been involved in some context with the 2 206 GTIs that are stuck up the hill at Druids. The Citroen C2, which is car 40 of Robert Collins, that's managed to pull itself off the road, exiting Graham Hill Bend onto the escape area, so he's now well off the circuit and out of harm's way. But yeah, looking at it from outside the window, as you can see the grid here, all being reformed, the Citroen C2, which I think is going to try and make its way back to the paddock, which it is. Oh dear, the left rear of that corner of that car. I wish we could get a camera on that, but just for the context of what the damage is, but that is a very, very unhealthy looking rear end on the Citroen C2. It's still moving, but yeah, that's going to take some clearing up the back of that car, I'm afraid. But fingers crossed they can get it out there, and obviously as well, we've fingers crossed that in total, Robert is okay. He's continuing driving, but of course in any accident, by default, the main precaution is that they'll all go to the medical centre for a quick check over by the Chief Medical Officer, which for this weekend is Dr. Claire Morden. So they will head down just to make sure that, as far as medically they can see, they're all cleared and all okay. So we get a chance to go again here with the Track Attack Race Club. Everyone just being reformed back into their positions. We had one of the Audi TTs come into pit lane just now a couple of minutes ago. Didn't quite catch which one it was, although maybe looking at the grid we might be able to work it out. So we've got Audi TT, which is behind Nick Glover's car. So Harry Scott is on the grid. So the other one, I think, which was Richard Lees, if I'm correct. Let's look at the qualifying results. Yes, so Richard Lees was the one that was in the pit lane. So that car possibly will have to start from the end of the pit lane when it goes back out again, because it will be parked at the end of it if it's gone through. Either that or that's another car that's gone straight to the paddock, which is a shame if it has. So a few casualties from the first couple of laps, be they mechanical or incidents, but the brilliant recovery crews are working on recovering the two Peugeot 206s that are up at Druids. So I think we'll just leave the shot here on the grid whilst we're waiting for the action to get back underway, just to let the recovery crews do their work. It does appear on the surface, as far as I can see, that both drivers are out of the cars and moving around. Again, of course, they're going to get a check-up at the medical centre just to be absolutely sure, but that's the main thing, to see drivers move. There was at least one driver out with his helmet still on, so that's the main thing. So whilst we wait for the Track Attack Race Club to get back underway, quick reminder of what's coming up for the rest of the afternoon. The next race coming up is the next of our Caterham action. That's the Caterham 7270R Championship. We've also got the ZEO Prototype Cup, which has its first of two races coming up after the Caterhams. Then we have the Caterham 7310Rs, the third race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula Forwards. And then we have the Caterham 7 Championship UK for their third race. And then we have the Track Attack Race Club for their second race later on. And then the ZEO Prototype Cup for their second race to round off today's action. I did also just notice then there was a car that was driving up the circuit the other way to go back into pit lane and then into the possible scrutineering area. So is that another car that's hit trouble? I didn't quite catch exactly which one it was. I don't know if it was maybe Tim. It looked like it might have been something like Tim Berg's. Tim Moll's VW Golf Mark 1 Berg Cup car, which is a shame if it is, but another car which has had some issues. And there's also a Peugeot that's being pushed. I'm presuming that's just it being pushed back into a different position. It's just at the back of the grid there, and that's being sent the other way as well. So I'm a little confused as to what's going on there, but that 206 is going the other way and being sent around either to the assembly area or to the scrutineering bay. But that's rather odd. I can't see anything excuse me, immediately wrong with that car, and it is 55 that's going back to the paddock, and that is 55. That is, I can find him. Will Powell is going into the pit lane. So whenever the issues for Will, he is in the pit lane, and another issue for him. So it's unfortunate that a few of our Track Attack competitors are having one or two, it seems, either mechanical issues or just issues that are forcing it to head into pit lane briefly. But if you have a Japanese car or a French car or a race, be race prepared, of course, or Japanese, French, or German, and you want to take part in the Track Attack Race Club, you can, of course, get in touch with the man behind Track Attack Race Club, which is Steve Vince, who is always looking to try and make sure that his grids are as full as possible. And you can see he does a brilliant job here. Now, Will Powell's car that we just saw on camera there, that's another one that's heading to the paddock as well. So not 100% as to what some of the issues are with some of these cars, but hopefully those cars will be out for race 2, because it'd be great to see if we get another full grid again, and hopefully we even get someone the likes of Tony Gillam, who was in that qualifying session this morning. But I hope that the issue that he had in qualifying, which saw him crawling into the pit lane right at the beginning of the session after I think it was on his out lap, I do hope that's not an issue which has kept him out of racing today. It would be a real shame if so, but just waiting for things to be cleared up. So the race is set to get underway. The next race is set to get underway, scheduled for 2:20. Tim Moll's car was the other one that went back to the paddock, back into the assembly area in the inner paddock. He's now driving back to the paddock itself. So that's another one. So a few cars which are unable to take the restart. I've also noticed that I didn't see Aaron Bunning's Super Impreza on the grid either. That car was out for qualifying too, but whether that's hit some troubles remains to be seen. So let's just take stock of where we are in terms of the grid that we have. And so it will be once again as it was for the original start. It will be David Clark who will start on pole position. It will be alongside him on the front row Chris Bassett, who was the initial leader at that point for the first couple of laps. Then it was Ken Lark and Nick Gwinnett on the second row. Well, Ken Lark will be on his own on row 2, and it'll be Nick Gwinnett who would have been starting alongside him, a non-starter due to mechanical problems for him. I can see he's probably got the bonnet up on his number 14 Renault Clio, trying to figure out what the problem was. As we see, it looks like the clear up of the two 206s that came to blows at the exit of Paddock Hill Bend on the approach to Druids, and now on the way back to the paddock. Well, one is, in fact, you can see the car, that's the white car, Harry Greenhill, and the other one is just going through Druids now. So both on the low loaders and back, I'm sure, to the paddock to try and get them fixed for race number 2. It is unfortunate that we've had a few cars that have hit some troubles, but we still have a strong enough grid, a very strong grid, ready to go again for the restart of race 1. So we're looking forward to that. The third row of the grid, as we mentioned, has got Andy Thompson's Seat Lounge Super Copper and Chris Adams in his VW Golf. Then we have the fourth row, which would have had Robert Buckland and Andrew Neil. Robert Buckland is there, but Andrew Neil, whose car pulled off into the pit lane on the end of the formation lap, is not there, so his car's back to the paddock, I'm afraid. Tony Hunter and Matthew Hollier should be there next on the fifth row of the grid. I'm looking at my commentary box window. They are. The sixth row is also there, which is Charlie Heatley and Bradley Thurston. Bradley was one of the late entries we had in the Renault Clio. The seventh row is there too with the VW Vento. That's Mark Shepherd and the 333. Michael Bland's 306 is alongside him. And we then have on his own on the eighth row of the grid is Nick Glover, because Donald DeVar is another driver that hit some problems on those opening couple of laps on that start. The next row is full. We have Andrew Mitchell, who was the fastest 206 GTI Production Cup car in the field, will start on the ninth row again alongside Harry Scott. Then it was Robert Collins and Tony Markham, but we've lost Robert Collins because he had damage on the back of his Citroen C2, which means that the Tony Markham Honda Civic is on its own. Then next we should have Carl Powell and Will and Nick and Kevin Houghton, which we do. Next one is then was supposed to be Will Powell and Paul Rice, but Paul Rice is there. Will Powell we saw go back into the pits is not. Stuart Cheetham was involved as part of those two 206s in that incident on the approach to Druid, so he's not on the grid. But Samuel Watley should be, which I think he is. We're also missing, I'm afraid, Harry Greenhill, but Richard Lees is on. Well, Richard Lees should be on that grid behind him as well, but unfortunately it looks like he's missing too. Aaron Bunning and Tim Mole are two non-starters on that one. Chris Farr we're looking for as well, who is another one that's missing. Rich Hockley is alongside on his own towards the back of the grid. And then Tony Gillam, as we said, who had those issues in qualifying, who didn't make the start for race 1, but hopefully he will be out in time for race number 2. So the signal goes out for the drivers to get ready for another formation lap. And once again, it will be Renault and Peugeot on the front row of the grid. The Jaguar RunYourFleet.com safety car is just been making a run around to make sure that the area down where we had the incident is clear. Totally clear and ready to go. I did see down there checking the scene of the incident, we had one of the clerks of the course, Rob Briggs, just down there on site just to make sure that everything was working to plan and a-okay. It seems to be. So with everything cleared up from our incident at the run up Halewood Hill towards Druids, we are getting set then for a restart. As you can see on the clock, it will be a 10-minute restart, so 10 minutes for the race. And I think it's just enough time to make sure that we can stay as close to the timetable as possible for the rest of the day, with the Caterham 270R Championship race for this afternoon scheduled for 2:20, but of course it's just getting the race underway in order to keep ourselves on track as possible. But the BRSCC, who are ever ruthlessly efficient in the most positive way, do like to rattle through the races to ensure that if they are down on time, they can somehow eventually end up back ahead of time, which is something they do on a frequent basis. So kudos to not just the marshals, but all the officials and all the volunteers who work in race control and the timekeepers and race admin, who work incredibly hard to make sure that only if they are down and behind on delays, that they can actually get the racing back on time and even up again on time in terms of a reserve to work out on. Now then, I've spotted something else in the pit lane. Tony Gillam's Volkswagen Golf is now at the end of the pit lane, and I think he's looking to try and take the restart this time. By his car wasn't on the grid or in the pit lane for that first start, but for the second one he is there, and he's being allowed to take the start from the pit lane. So I think the camera's going to move across to have a look at it. So there is the main grid, and if you just look to the left as it comes through, if we can stretch it, there just in the edge of the shot, there it is. Tony Gillam's Volkswagen Golf will start from the pit lane, but of course he'll have to wait until everyone has gone past him into the first corner at the end of the pit lane before he can leave. That's the rule with anyone starting from the pit lane. You wait until the entire field has gone past at the start of the race, and then you can join in from the pit lane. So the cars then make their way off onto their second formation lap of the day after their first one after that first start. So again, let's quickly rattle through the grid in terms of who is where. So David Clark then back on pole position in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Chris Bassett will start once again alongside him on the front row. Watch for that Renault. Of course, it took the fastest time in qualifying. Didn't have the greatest of starts, but is pretty quick in terms of over a single lap. Before I carry on with that, I've noticed actually Tony Gillam's been allowed to leave the pit lane, so he's actually being allowed to take the restart, and he was due to start from the back of the grid anyway, so it looks like he will be out on track in that car. There he is, although the fact he's going rather slowly into Paddock Hill Bend doesn't seem like a confidence booster for me to get him into the race. He is trundling around, but I hope that's not the maximum pace he's got in that car, and in terms of what's available to him right now. And oh no, Tony Gillam, he doesn't even make it past Paddock Hill Bend, and whatever fix he's trying to put in there hasn't worked, so I'm afraid the team hard boss will not make it to the start of this race. That's a real shame. He did make an attempt, but I'm afraid whatever issues he's had has forced him to pull the car off at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. So that is a real shame that Tony will not make it to the start of race 1. I hope he does get the car fully fixed for race 2. It's a brilliant looking car, and of course Tony Gillam, who's been quite a prominent racer of VWs, as in his Team Hard squad has been for the last few years, and of course he's run VWCCs in the British Touring Car Championship before. Does like to get behind the wheel every now and again, and has done so not just in touring cars, he's done so in Porsches and all sorts of different machines, but he just popped out for a run in the Track Attack Race Club aboard his one of his many VW Golf Cup cars, but I'm afraid the current example is not behaving the way he'd want it to be, so he will not take the start for this first race. So David Clark's Renault 5 GT Turbo, and then Chris Bassett on the front row. It's then Ken Lark on his own on row 2 with no Nick Gwinnett. Andy Thompson and Chris Adams are there on the third row. Row 4 has Robert Buckland but no Andrew Neil. Tony Hunter and Matthew Hollier come next, then Charlie Heatley and Bradley Thurston, Mark Shepherd and Michael Bland come next on the 7th row of the grid. No Donald DeVar, but it will, and no Nick Glover is there. We then have Andrew Mitchell and Harry Scott on the next row. Then there's no Robert Collins, but we have Tony Markham lining up 20th. Then it's Robert Collins and Tony Markham. Then we have Kevin Houston, and then no Carl Powell, no Will Powell, but there's Paul Rice, no Stuart Cheetham, but Samuel Watley, no Harry Greenhill or Richard Lees, Aaron Bunning or Tim Mole, but then Chris Farr, Rich Hockley, and Tony Gillam, what would have been Tony Gillam at the back of the grid. So, all set for our first Track Attack Race Club. Race 1, start number 2 here at Brands Hatch. It's then Renault and Peugeot at the front of the grid. This time, much better start from David Clark from the front row. And got to get away from the second row for Chris Adams. He gets the decent first start, but then finds himself boxed in on the outside line between Robert Buckland and Ken Lark. Both of them back out, and it's now side by side for third place. And Bassett takes the lead, and big sideways moment for Robert Buckland, who just about holds it. He's in a front-wheel drive car. He's boot the throttle, and round comes the front. But into the hairpin they go for the first time. Bassett leads, Clark in second place, Adams is there in third. Robert Buckland has survived somehow that slide in fourth position from Paddock Hill Bend. Into fifth, after starting alongside Tony Hunter, has come Matthew Hollier in his black Renault Clio. There's Andy Thompson in the Seat, battling with Tony Hunter in his bright white Renault Clio. He's a veteran of the Track Attack Race Club, and certainly a welcome driver who's always in the paddock. That familiar bright white car with the tricolor French flag on the roof. He manages to hold off Andy Thompson's Seat as they turn their way through the right-hander of Clearways and Clark for the first time. So Bassett leads then, Clark in second, Adams third, Buckland fourth, Ken Lark is fifth, Hollier sixth. It's then seventh place for Tony Hunter as they head down back towards Paddock Hill Bend at the first time again on racing speeds. Up the inside goes the Corrado on the Clio. A nice clean pass for Ken as he slips by into what is now looks to be fourth position. He's now behind Chris Adams. There is Chris. There's Lark. And then everyone else piling in behind. We've got Tony Hunter then getting back position he lost early on to Matthew Hollier off the start. He's now going side by side with the black Clio. Andy Thompson's in there. Holly goes back up the inside. Excuse me, Tony, what are you doing? Going around the outside is what I'm doing, Matthew. He goes around the outside and holds on. So Matthew gets passed by Tony. Through comes Andy Thompson in that Seat, if he can get through. Also in there was Charlie Heatley, car 44 in the Mini Cooper. We've got Rich Hockley. Is that Rich Hockley for the back of the grid? I think it is. Rich started right at the back of the grid, and he's already in, I think, about the top 10. Where is he? He finished the first lap 11th, and he's charged. Look at that. He's passed Andy Thompson. He's passed Charlie Heatley. 2 moves in one. There was almost contact between the 3 of them. Charlie Heatley's been a bit of straight line speed at the moment. He's been passed by Thompson, passed by Bradley Thurston's Renault Clio, who then goes past Thompson's Seat as well. So, and that's got a rookie cross on the back. So he's a novice driver and battling against Andy Thompson, who's been in this series for quite a long time. So impressive stuff from Bradley. He's now just holding off Charlie Heatley. He tries to go around the outside and succeeds. So when he gets the position back, and also there trying to join the fun is the Vento of Mark Shepherd of a 333, the red machine there, the red Saloon. Not too far behind him is Michael Bland, number 306. There he is, the green car. From the leaders, there's Rich Hockley. He's past Matthew Hollier, so he's making a charge up for the back of the grid. Rich didn't really set a proper time in qualifying, so his pace, his qualifying position, would not a reflection at all of what his true pace is. Chris Bassett sets the first proper flying lap of the race, 54.472. And let's see if anyone like Hockley can beat that. Well, he's done a 55.2, but he's moved up to 7th now, so charging through from the back. Bassett still leads now by 1.1 seconds by virtue of that fastest lap. The 2 of them have pulled a small gap to, well, quite a substantial gap actually, to Chris Adams in 3rd place. Here's the battle going on between Buckland, Hunter, and then Rich Hockley's Honda Civic. That's the EK9 example. Under brakes, Hockley closes in. And now it's an evergreen battle between these two. There goes Chris Bassett. Had some fun in the 2 CMMC Super Saloons and Tin Tops races, won both times the overall Tin Top category in that race. And so far, he's able to try and make it 3 victories out of 3 races so far. There is Michael Bland's car, and there's the incredible little Renault 5 GT Turbo David Clark. You can't believe how quick that car is. It really is a fantastic little machine with plenty of power under the bonnet. Currently proving so, being top in it's got 2nd in overall and in the A class for the Triple All Trophy. So those two then turn their way through. The gap is now 1.3 seconds, as it was another fastest lap for Chris Bassett on that time, 54.457. Then the gap back to Chris Adams, who's been caught by Ken Lark, so the Golf being closed down by the Corrado. Meanwhile, there goes Rich Hockley up the inside of Tony Hunter. So the dark blue Civic past the white Clio into what is now 6th position. So he could break the top 5 here. Of course, remember, it's a shortened 10-minute race rather than full 15 because of the stoppage that we had for the incident between the 2 206s on the approach to Druids. So 3rd place overall might be possible, given the fact that he's one of only 2 cars in the category. And I think he's the only car that's actually still racing, given that Aaron Bunning's Subaru Impreza didn't take the start. He's pretty much going to be dominating the Nippon Challenge. So Hockley then has passed one Clio in this duo. Now he's after the other one as they go up the hill towards at the top of the hill. There goes Adams, Lark, then Buckland, Hockley. There's Tony Hunter, hugging the curb on the inside as he rounded Druids. Quick note on the lead gap, it's gone up by another second or so to 2.2 seconds. Clark still holding on in 2nd place with quite a gap of about 5.5 seconds over Chris Adams in the Golf. And now they're all starting to come together here because now Adams is under threat, just bouncing his way through Surtees with Ken Lark on his tail. And we've got Buckland, Hockley and Hunter are all closing in 2, so we're going to get a scrap here between 2 VWs, 2 Clios and a Honda Civic. Nice little battle between these 5 essentially hot hatches. And they sprint down the pit straight together. Hockley lining up a move on Buckland, used the straight line VTEC grunt of that Honda Civic to power his way through. He's now up into what is now 5th position. Next target, Ken Lark in the Volkswagen Corrado. So he will close in. And Ken, probably didn't see him coming there, just up the inside he goes. And Rich takes another position, so that's 2 positions made in 2 corners. Buckland tries to go with him. Ken Lark shuts the door and slots in between them. Buckland thinks, right, can I go up the inside? He thought about it, but wasn't quite able to get through. There goes Chris Bassett in the 306. There's David Clark in the Renault 5. And now we wait, because we wait for our 3rd place battle, still headed by Chris Adams at the moment. Hockley then is quickly onto his tail, with Lark, Buckland and Hunter all in pursuit as well. Like a little wayward off the apex, but now that might allow Robert Buckland to sneak up the inside in the Clio. And now it's Germany versus France here. This is the straight line power advantage between the VR6 engine Corrado and the 2-litre engine Clio. There goes David Clark in the Renault 5 GT Turbo as he heads back up towards Druids. His gap to Chris Bassett is now 3.7 seconds. And meanwhile, just behind them, I've seen that the move for Rich Hockley was completed, as Chris Adams is now down to 4th, and it's Rich Hockley in the mix. So here they come down the hill then, and it is the Civic in front of the Golf. And you can see Robert Buckland's also trying to get past the Golf as Tony Hunter makes the move himself on Ken Lark. So Ken's dropped down now to what will be 7th place overall, but he's still, at the moment, he's still one of the second placed car in the Deutsche Marks Cup, so he's doing a grand job there behind Chris Adams. 2.5 minutes to go on the clock. They come back down the pit straight. Rich Hockley's lap time. Look at his lap times last time by. He did a 55.239. Now he's got some clear air. His gap between Clark and Adams last time was it 5.5 seconds? I need to quick refresh my timing screen because it doesn't look like it's fully taken into account all the moves, because it's showing that Hockley is behind Buckland, but that's not true. But Hockley is now ahead of Buckland. You can see it visibly on the screen. And Adams is now down to what is now 5th position. So there's been some changes, but the TSL timing screen's not quite updated itself yet. So we'll keep an eye on any changes for that. So there goes Tony Hunter with a move up the inside into Surtees, and through goes the Clio on the Golf. And not too far away, you can see in the background Matthew Hollier's black Clio coming under pressure from Andy Thompson in the Seat, so that's a move. Meanwhile, there goes Chris Bassett. He's now lapping amongst some of the 206 GTI Production Cup cars, which that group of cars has been steadily growing. I think they had their biggest entry to date at Stetson, where they had 16. There they are. Fairly cost effective, these cars. They're about roughly, they're seeking to do a season of racing. I think it's just the car or including race engines around about, believe it or not, £5,000 or £6,000. So very cost effective cars, the little 206s, and they do seem to be growing in numbers. There's another one of them as Chris Bassett glides his way past. So one Peugeot takes another. So the 206 lets through the 306 as Chris Bassett turns his way in. Looks like he's a local driver with Print Kent as the sponsor, so certainly enjoying himself at what appears to be his home circuit. Across the line he goes. We're going to have roughly 50 seconds left on the clock, which I suspect will mean we're on the last lap right now. So Chris Bassett turns his way into Paddock Hill Bend for what we should think is the last time. And again, after having a pretty decent run in the tin tops with the CMMC boys, back in the track attack, he's all that extra running that he's had to good effect. He goes up the inside of another one of the 206s, waiting now for David Clark's Renault 5 to come through. Here it comes. So he's still second place, but 6.5 seconds plus behind Bassett, who's already out of Graham Hill Bend and now down to the Cooper Straight for the final time. But this car certainly is one of the cars of the entire series, this David Clark's Renault 5. You can't believe how quick something this small can be. But speaking of quick, this man's been quick all weekend so far. Chris Bassett will turn his way now out of Clark Curve for the final time and onto the pit straight. The clock has hit 0, which means he will come this time to the checker flag and capture the first victory of the day in the Track Attack Race Club. A victory for Chris Bassett in the Peugeot 306. He wins the first Track Attack race of the day here on the Indy circuit. Second will go to David Clark. Third will go to Rich Hockley. Fourth will go to Robert Buckland. Oh, and there was a battle there. A couple of the 206 GTIs came across the line pretty close there. My timing screen for some reason is not updating itself, so just coming across the line, we've got the class winners in that sense, but we should have a combination of I think Richard Hockley should be third, and it was a combination of Lark, Buckland, Hockley and Lark, Buckland, Adams and Hunter that came through from positions 4 to 7. But there's your winner, Chris Bassett in the 306. That's becoming a very successful weekend for him. 2 wins of the tin tops with CMMC, and now a overall and Tricolor Trophy win in the Track Attack Race Club. He'll be aiming for one more later on this afternoon when they have their second to last race of the weekend. That was their second of the day, and of course, as always, a wave to the marshals for all their fantastic work. So well done to The excellent drive by Chris Bassett as he waves once more, and will head into pit lane and back to the paddock. I'm sure very content with his afternoon's work so far. So here's the result in the Track Attack Tricolor Trophy A class. So Chris Bassett wins that overall from David Clark in second place. It says Rich Hockley was third in the Honda Civic and Tricolor Trophy, but I'm not quite sure that's correct. So it should be Robert Buckland who was third. Then it's Tony Hunter, should be fourth in Tricolor Trophy. Thurston Bland come next. Chris Adams wins the Deutsche Marks Cup. So he wins from Ken Lark, Andy Thompson in the Seat Leon, Charlie Heatley fourth in class, and then Matt Shepherd in fifth. Because those cars which hit casualties in the early stages before the race began, and in the first couple of laps and that first start. The 206 class was won by Carl Powell. He wins from Kevin Houghton. Andrew Mitchell in third, he started on pole. And then it was Paul Rice and Samuel Otley, and we lost, unfortunately, Stuart Cheeseman, Will Powell and Harry Greenhill from that particular contest. And I believe that is the entire result, unless there's any more. So I think that's just about it. The one car we didn't get was the Class C for Tricolor Trophy, which is the Peugeot 106 Rally of Andrew Neil. So hopefully that will come back out. But that wraps up the first race for the Track Attack Race Club. More racing coming up underway with the Caterham 7270R Championship. That's coming up next here at Brands Hatch, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to our Caterham feed. We're halfway through the ladder of success in Caterham's with the 270R. So let's go and talk to the man who won yesterday. Great news that we can talk to Carl Jones, who had his first win in this category yesterday. Congratulations on that. Tell us about your day yesterday, if you would. Could you tell us about
it? Pretty good. 7, challenged for the lead, probably about half a lap through, and I thought, yeah, you know, I could probably get at the front here, and I was quite surprised I kept picking off, and I had quite a good setup actually yesterday. I was really happy with it, and so I had Stephen Lyles in front of me, and he was being quite protective all the way around, and I just had to pick my moment, and I knew where I'd got to go, and I knew where I'd got to pick him off on the last lap, and fortunately that plan come off, so woohoo!
You've got to do the same again now. It'll be a first double, I gather, if you can do it.
Got to keep the wolves from the door. So I don't normally drive protectively, but with Stephen behind me, I've got to. So you know, I've just got to try and play it cool, as they say.
I was chatting to you just before the helmet on order arrived, and we were chatting to your wife as well. It's very much a family sport, isn't it? Caterham provides a lovely family atmosphere for all levels.
100%, yeah, fantastic. And like Caterham say, you know, when you start with the academy and everything, they say you'll make friends and all that, and you think, yeah, that's, you know, it's a bit of sales banter, but you truly do. You know, I've got loads of new friends, and it's, you know, it's all family orientated. It's fantastic. Yeah, hats off Caterham, seriously.
And for you, a win. Brands Hatch is still an iconic name. Not had a Grand Prix for a while, but people know when you say I won at Brands Hatch, people know what you're talking about. So you've had that, and now here you are ready to go out for pole position at Brands Hatch, having earned that yesterday. How do you feel?
Nervous. And I'd absolutely adore. Tough call, but yeah, let's see. You know, I got the oldest 270 race winner cap yesterday as well.
Oh, congratulations.
Knocking Graham McDonald, the CEO of Caterham, off the perch, which he wasn't too happy with. But yeah, and I just said if I do it again today, I'll get it twice. So
that'd be mega. Carl, thanks for chatting to us. We'll let you get on with it. Good luck for the race.
Thank you
nice
very much.
To meet you. Thank you very much. Carl Jones, and that name also Carl Jones, synonymous with Brands Hatch. There was a Carl Jones that raced in Formula 4, son of the late great commentator Brian Jones, and Franklin de Carl Jones, who of course went up through the ranks into British touring cars. I'm going to see if I can have a quick word with Stephen Lyle, waiting for the whistle or the klaxon to go. Stephen Lyle, if I may have a quick word, looking forward to another race with Carl.
Yeah, no, it was a good one yesterday. It was all nice and clean, and we just got to have a bit more luck on our side this time.
What went wrong yesterday?
Oh, I didn't think it through. I never thought about the run out of clearways. but I was too busy defending going in, got a bad run out, and then obviously Carl drove alongside. But yeah, I should have just took my line and got a better run out of there, but hey, it's all lessons. Carry them lessons forward into the next one.
It's one thing for me as a fairly long in the tooth commentator that I've enjoyed about Caterham racing for many years is that you can still race these cars, you can still pass each other, repass each other and overtake, racing by very definition. And for you drivers that teaches you track craft, racecraft and technique, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean driving one of these you need eyes in the back of your head, side of your head, the lot. But there's always somebody alongside you.
Whistle's gone, I've got to let you go. Good luck for the race, Stephen. Thanks for talking to me. So Stephen Lyle there, Carl Jones on pole position, that's your front row. The rest of the grid is in the gift of our race commentator, Scott Woodwist. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, good to see our front row men ready and raring to go, as are the rest of the Motor Caterham 7 270R Championship contenders who now leave assembly and make their way around towards the grid for this second race. Now, if you watched yesterday's, if you didn't catch it, it was a pretty thrilling finish where Stephen Lyle almost had the victory. It looked like it was in the bag, but then again, I foolishly forgot that in Caterham racing, the last place that you really want to be, ironically, the worst place, is in the lead, last corner, last lap, when you've got someone right behind you, because in that situation, there's no guarantee that you'll stay in the lead when you exit the last corner by the time you get to the start and finish line. That didn't happen in terms of Stephen Lyle staying in front, because Carl Jones just beat him to the flag by 31 thousandths of a second. It was an absolute steal at the line by Carl Jones, so he picked up his first win. I'm sure he was delighted by that. Stephen Lyle would have been gutted, but even so, it was a personal best finish for him, picking up second place, and he will certainly want revenge for this afternoon. Cars behind also to watch out for. Wes Payne had an amazing time in the yesterday's race. He started back in that first race, all the way back towards the rear of the field in 19th place, but he charged his way through to what was an amazing podium place in third. He was so close to even getting a victory. He was in the mix there in the front of that pack, including, as was also Blair McConaughey, who came into the weekend leading the points, and Dan Clayfan, who starts in 5th position as well. The top 5 cars were covered by, get this, 0.8 of a second. That's how close it was at the front of the field. It was a really thrilling finish to that first Motor Caterham 7 270R Championship race. That's the first 5 cars on the grid, because the grid is set by the results from race 1. So where you finished in race 1 is where you then start in race 2. So as a reminder, Carl Jones then in the predominantly black Caterham with the green roll cage on the left hand side, he will start from pole position. The grey and orange car of Stephen Lyle will be alongside him on the front row. The kind of pink and blue pearlescent effect Wes Payne car of number 38 will start third, alongside the white car with the black nose. That is points leader Blair McConaughey in 4th. The black and orange in 5th position is Dan Clayfan. And I think we can give you the rest of the grid on the screen in just a moment. So as they head off on their formation lap then for this second Motor Caterham 7 270R Championship race, let's see if we can give you the rest of it. We've gone up to our first few cars. Here it is. So, Carl Jones and Stephen Lyle on the front row of the grid. Jones on pole, Lyle alongside him. Wes Payne and Blair McConaughey then come next on the second row. Row 3 then is then Dan Clayfan. Alongside him is Darrell Cresswell, having one of his better races of the season so far yesterday in 6th. Row 4 sees Peter Wales and Fraser Jones make up on 7th and 8th places on the grid, alongside David Morgan in 9th and William Brunt rounding out the top 10. Then on row 6, it is then Alan Curtis, and the man who has the surname McLean, we don't have a first name for him, so all we have is the surname McLean. There he is on 12th on the grid. Row 7 then sees Tim Steele in car number 53. He will start alongside Roger Gaunt in car number 30. In fact, well, it's slightly amended grid, I think, possibly because of the some penalties or such. Let's have a quick look. So we've got, it's Herndon and Steele. Gaunt is set starting 15th. Then Harry Ayres alongside him. Now, Harry will be one to watch from 16th, because he was in there trying to pick his way through from the back of the field or deep in the pack, but didn't quite have the best of fortunes when he had the spin at Paddock Hill Bend. So he'll be coming back through from the 8th row. Duncan Cook and Paul Farrell come next from row 9. Michael Curley and John Cox round out the top 20. And then the last few cars on the grid will be Oliver Smith and Stephen Hutchinson on the 11th row of the grid. 21st and 22nd. Then it's Richard Hoare and Ryan Errol who will start from the 24th position on the 12th row of the grid, and at the very back it's the orange Caterham of car number 2, Demetrius Melas, who will have some work to do from right at the very back. It says unknown competitor, but I can tell you it is in fact Demetrius Melas on the 25th position on the grid on my grid sheet in front of me. So first few rows of the grid are in position. It is a half an hour race, so half an hour in Caterham is quite physical work for these guys, but given the fact these guys will have been through the academy and through the Roadsport, will have had 15 or 20-minute races. For the half-an-hour races, this will be quite a test. I think we were expected to have Demetrius Malas, but his orange Caterham is not at the back of the field, so he will be a non-starter. So, all set for the second Motul Caterham 7 270i Championship race. Will it be as a thrilling conclusion as it was in race 1? Let's find out. Red lights are on. They come at any second now. And it's a decent start from pole. But what a start from Blair McConaughey. He is rocket propelled from the second row of the grid. And he charges into a lead by the time they get to paddock. What a start from the championship leader. Into paddock they turn. McConaughey leads it. Poleman Jones in second place. Wes Payne is up to third already. But a terrible start for Stephen Lyle. He's either fourth or fifth. No, he's not even fourth or fifth. He comes into the right-hander. He's fifth. He's behind. Looks like that's Fraser Jones in car 14. Yeah, Fraser Jones, who started 8th. So 8th on the grid. Oh, and there's contact behind. There was a car off on the inside of Druids there for a second. Trying to catch who it was. It was down the hill. But even so, the pit field picks its way through Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Down the back straight and towards Surtees they go. And it's Blair McConaughey, championship leader, in the lead. It's then Carl Jones in second. Wes Payne in third. Fraser Jones is fourth. And then in fifth position from the front row of the grid, Stephen Lyle's got it all to do now at the base of the top 5. Watch for Harry Eyre also. He's in the Team Lotus coloured car. That's the British Racing green car with the yellow stripe, a la the Lotus 49 back in the day. He started 16th. He's got some work to do from deep in the pack. Cross line the leaders go, side by side. The fourth position, it's now Fraser Jones on the inside with Stephen Lyle trying to get the undercut to make up the places he lost at the start as they come back through paddock, up Halewood Hill, back towards Druids for the second time. And with the leaders, it's going to be Blair McConaughey under threat from Carl Jones already, who's trying the outside line. There's Stephen Lyle. He's under threat also from Dan Clayfan. And also watch for Darryl Cresswell. He's in the white, blue and pink car. That is car number 8. He is in 7th position. And then 8th place is car 51, which is fast. I think it's car, is it 51 or 52? 52 would be Peter Wales. I think he's made a decent start up at night. Tim Steele is in there. No, that was car 61, I think. Sorry, I thought it was 50. It's 61, which is McLean. So McLean's made a decent start from 12th. He's now up to 8th, up 4 spots from where he was. And the timing screen, my timing screen is working again for this race, which it's not. So I have to rely on the timing tower on the left-hand side. Side by side between the battle for 4th, as this time on the inside line goes Stephen Lyle, and he's up another place back from where he lost on the opening lap. Now he's got a task to catch the top 3 who are in their own little contest. If you can bring Fraser Jones and co into the mix, you might want to have a decent time of it, but he turns his way in just to kind of little oversteering, just to try and rotate it through the corner a little bit better. Here are our top 3 who are already on their 3rd lap of racing. As I say, it's I think we've had a reduced time of racing because it's now 25 minutes rather than 30 to get ourselves back on time. So, because of a late start due to the delays getting the restart for the Track Attack Race Club underway. So, 25-minute race for these guys rather than the full 30, but still plenty of time for these guys to have quite a fight out there. McConaughey, Jones and Payne keeping close to one another as they hug the inside line nearer the pit wall on the pit straight. 4th place now for Stephen Lyle, 5th for Fraser Jones, but he's under threat from Dan Clayfan in the black and orange car. There he goes. Car 73 trying to make the move. Dummies one way, looks the other, can't make it work. Tim Steele sets the fastest lap of the race with a 54 second lap time. Now as they come back towards the top of the hill, here's our leaders with Wes Payne trying to get involved. Everyone a little bit line astern at the moment. No one's going for a move just yet. They're all just settling into their race down the first few laps, getting those tyres fully up to temperature and getting the brakes and everything else warmed up so they can properly push on. Further back there is car 61. That's McLean having a scrap with the 52 of, that's Peter Wales. And also in there too appears to be Alan Curtis in there too. So he's going to try and make up some positions. Curtis back in 11th place ahead of Roger Gaunt, William Brunt, Ryan Errol and Paul Herndon back in 15th place. So there goes the pack. Stephen Lyle trying to escape from this battle for 5th position. Clayfan wants to get the position. He'll go wheel to wheel with Fraser Jones down towards Paddock Hill Bend. And look at that. Round the outside, sweeps in front and hits the brakes before they've even got to turn 1. He's in front with a nice, neat move on the outside line. It's not an easy move to make, but that's impressive stuff from Dan to squeeze past. There goes our leaders. The Wes Payne in that pearlescent number 38 car. It's a striking colour choice on that car, rather than being a striking livery. It's a striking colour they've painted the whole car. So if he gets the incidents, that must be a nightmare to repaint and reskin. So Wes Payne's probably going to try and keep that car as clean as possible, I imagine. Leaders back through Surtees once again for another lap. And Stephen Lyle's broken away from that scrap battle of 5th. He's now trying to close in as quick as possible to Stephen Lyle. So They head out now through Clark Curve again, and thankfully we were experiencing before some intermittent weather conditions throughout yesterday. They seem to have abated a little bit today, but there is still some grey clouds hanging around. There goes Tim Steele after he set the fast lap of the race previously. He is under threat, putting Fraser Jones under threat. And then there's Darrell Cresswell, and I think there was a bit of contact. The right rear wing has got some damage on the rear of Fraser Jones's car. There was a little nibble there from Tim Steele as he tries to pick up another position. They're having a great run, this Tim. He's having one of his strongest weekends that I've seen him do in recent times. So he's currently up there in 7th place, and as I say, briefly held the fastest lap of the race. He's closing up for the top 3. Stephen Lyle is also using the clear air around him to try and close in. So they come back in through Clark Curve, once out through Clearways and Clark Curve again. Top 3 as they were, line astern. Just Carl Jones keeping a watching brief. Where's Payne with the fastest lap of the race now? 54.526, nearly 80 miles an hour average speed around here. And this is now the time that Carl Jones, he spent a few minutes sitting at the rear of Blair McConaughey's car. Now he's going to try and have a look to see if he can pinch his lead back that he lost from the start of the race. It was a rocket start from Blair McConaughey off the line. Got a brilliant launch from the outside of the grid. And I have said a few times before previously that the outside of the front of the circuit, the outside rows and the first few rows on the circuit, on the start and finish line, tend to be the more favoured place, because ironically, yes, you're on pole position, but if you're on the inside part of the pit straight at Brands Hatch, it's on a slight tilt, whereas the tarmac that you've got for the front row of the grid on the left-hand side for second place is a flatter piece of tarmac, and therefore it's better to get it's a better place to start from in order to get a stronger bite off the line. That's exactly what Blair McConaughey had. He started on the flatter part of the tarmac and got the perfect launch to get himself back to the front of the field. So McConaughey then continuing to hold the lead. We're coming up to, gone past now about 7.5 minutes, so as the race carries on. Just continuing to watch the top 3 as they run. Stephen Lyle, I'm just intrigued by how much he's trying to close in here, the gap. Still, Dan Clayfan's really pulled away in 5th position now. 6th is Tim Steele, who's got past Fraser Jones. 8th is now Darrell Cresswell. McLean is 9th. Peter Wells is 10th. There's the battle going on between both Fraser Jones and Cresswell. Cresswell looking around the outside into Surtees, and he's got it. Good move from Darrell. Squeezes through into another position, up to 7th. It's now the fight for 9th and 10th. And oh dear, that Fraser Jones's car, that will be a legacy of the contact he had with Tim Steele. That right rear wing is working itself loose. That's not engine smoke, that's simply tyre smoke. The right rear wing is rubbing on the tyre, and I hope it's not going to work itself into a point where it starts cutting into the tyre and causing problems, because if it does, it might not be such a great situation for Fraser Jones. I hope it sorts itself out, because sometimes it can sort of wear itself away a little bit, the bodywork. So there goes Tim Steele. Cresswell in pursuit now. Now he's back in what is now currently 8th, 7th position. And Fraser Jones with that rubbing bodywork, he's starting to fall back there. It finally flies off, so it solved it. So the problem solved itself. So thankfully he hasn't got to get a black and orange flag by the clerk of the course to bring himself for a car that's mechanically unsafe. Oh, another piece of bodywork coming off. That's Ryan Errol's car, I think, trying to strip a little bit. So that car is losing its. I think it's see what Fraser Jones had and thinks, right. No, actually, either that or is that the piece of bodywork that's come off Fraser Jones's car that's hanging off Ryan Errol, I think. It might well be, or it's simply just it is the right rear piece of body wing on Ryan Errol's car that's coming off. Either way. No, I think it is the piece of bodywork. I think it's. I can't quite tell what it is. It might be the fabric sort of door, so to speak, that's on that car that's coming off. You can see that there is. You can see the exposed arms of the drive where they usually have a fabric sort of door sort of cover just on the side on the driver's side to prevent their arms from moving to keep them safe as possible. I think that's come loose and it's now sort of flapping around a little bit. So either that hopefully sorts itself out, or he might get a mechanical flag, unfortunately. But he's now going to try and press on with the potential move on Fraser Jones, who is one wing lighter on his number 14 car. There is Ryan, started towards the back of the grid after his problems in race 1 earlier. And there's the piece of bodywork that flew off in Fraser Jones in question. So that's now on the exit there. Oh, car 69 stopped. So that's Stephen Hutchinson who's come to a halt there, and he's also lost a left rear wing. So I suspect the the catering parts department are kind of rubbing their hands a little bit. They're going to get some extra orders, I think, over this week between now and Croft. So that'll certainly be helping them out. There go our rest of our top 10 as they head down out of the hairpin of Druids. It's now McLean who's got ahead of Fraser Jones. So Fraser's slipping further back now. Back with those cars we were looking at just a moment ago. And McLean, who, again, he's got a novice cross on the back. So this is his one of the first few races. He's certainly showing that he's got some prowess at the wheel of this 270R race car. Fraser Jones has remained in front of McLean. So as they turn in out through clearways and into Clark Curve again, he'll have another chance to make it through. The leaders are still as they were, McConaughey, Jones and Payne. No change there. Stephen Lyle has also maintained 4th place. I'm just looking out the window, watching as we see our on camera here, Fraser Jones battling with McLean and Errol. And that Fraser Jones has got past McLean now. Blair McConaughey's pulled away slightly from the battle for second between Jones and Wes Payne. We're looking still here at Dan Clayfan, followed by then Tim Steele, and also going with him is Darryl Cresswell. Then we have our next group, which is now headed by Fraser Jones. No, it is Dan Clay. It's who's that? It's McLean. Oh, it's Peter Wales who's got past. So Peter Wales has got through. So Peter Wales has passed McLean. Then it's Fraser Jones. Then it's McLean. Then it's Errol. And then we've got Alan Curtis, followed by William Brunt. So it's all changing around in the sort of mid-pack at the moment in this Caterham 270R race. Alan Curtis has managed to slot in behind Ryan Errol. I think that fabric door on the side, whatever that piece of bodywork is still there. And that was Ryan Errol trying to get a small toe from the rear of the car. There is Blair McConaughey, who continues to lead. So the gap between them is, I think it looks like a couple of seconds. I'm just trying to make sure I've got a timing screen again, because even though you can see the timing on the left-hand side, the timing that I have available to me on the TSL timing website appears to be being rather intermittent and stuck on a result from a previous race. So at the moment, I'm only going by what I can see here. What I can see is a move for second place. So Wes Payne's gone through. So Wes Payne's up into second place now, past Carl Jones, and my timing is now working, thankfully, so I can give you some proper lap times in terms of where we are. So the gap is now at the moment, it looks like. It was 0.6 of a second. It's more than that this time. We've completed 10 laps. We're now on to what should be lap, I was hoping lap 11, but it looks as though, unfortunately, this timing screen's also frozen as well. So we'll come back to that in a second. We'll just look at what we've got on the screen to keep us going. So Wes Payne is second then. Carl Jones is down to third. And Stephen Lyle has steadily brought himself back into contention here. He's managed to pick his way up back into the tail of the top three. As McConaughey starts to escape, it's now second, third and fourth that are locked in for this main battle at the front. Wes Payne would love to get himself a decent result. Got third yesterday. Would love to be second or higher if possible. As they make their way back towards Surtees down the Cooper Straight, McConaughey is just taking all the curb he needs to on the inside line to maintain his advantage. Now back onto Clark Curve again, and now down the pit straight. So McConaughey still leads the way, second, third and fourth together. There's Carl Jones in the black and green machine, number 11. That time-wise, the fastest man out of the three of them, or out of the top four, was Wes Payne. He was 3/10 faster than Blair McConaughey. So he is now starting to try and reel him in steadily. And how great would it be for Wes Payne to pick up a victory? If I remember correctly, he did pick one up, if I'm right, at Snetterton last year in the Roadsport category. So he has been a front runner for quite a while before. He had a great scrap at the front of the field last year when he was battling away with, if I'm correct, I think it was both Tom Willis and Blair McConaughey. He had a really good battle between the three of them at the front of the field, but now trying to close in, and he is visibly starting to get closer. Here comes Stephen Lyle with a dive up the inside into the right-hander. Oh, and either there was contact or Carl Jones really had to turn out of that at the last minute because he didn't realise that Stephen Lyle was that far enough alongside to make a dive. So he was so focused aiming towards the apex, he went to go and turn in, found Lyle's car right there, quickly turned back out of it, and whilst he has lost out on the run to exiting Clark Curve, he tries to come back at him into Paddock Hill Bend, but Stephen Lyle has got it covered. Oh, but he slivers wide and puts two wheels onto the gravel, and back through goes Carl Jones. That was an easy pass to get back through, and so Stephen Lyle was a bit too over-enthusiastic on the throttle exiting the corner and just drifted wide, and that just allowed Carl Jones to carry the momentum all the way down the hill, up Halewood Hill and back into Druids again to start to continue another lap, still in third position. As with our leaders, you see Wes Payne there's pulled away from this scrap for third. He's now trying his best to close in on McConaughey. Again, I would love to give us the gap between McConaughey and Payne, but again, my timing screen is still having intermittent problems, so apologies for that. Here comes another scrap which is further back. This is including 40 and 30. So Paul Farrell's in here. Also, so is the 13. That's Duncan Cook is in the mix in this as well. We've also got the nice rider Michael Curley. So this is Curley with Farrell. And then in there too, who said is the 13 of Duncan Cook is in there as well. Also possibly might be the 71 of Oliver Smith in there as well. So up down the pit straight they go. And it's actually, it's the 13 of, yeah, it's Smith in that battle. So this is Curley, Farrell, Cooper and Smith. And they're scrapping over 18th down to 21st position at this point. So heading up towards Druids. And Duncan Cook, who coming into this weekend hadn't scored in a race more than 7 points, and that was in the first race at Knock Hill, so he's got to try and make some more progress climbing back up the ladder. Currently sat at the moment when he came across the line, he was quite far at the field, or just a little bit further forward. Some more cars that are a bit further back actually, some more cars that are battling away. This is now car 30, which is Roger Gaunt. He's battling away, I think it looks like William Brunt in car 88. So their battle's continuing on. In fact, this is further ahead. So this is then Gaunt, Brunt. We've also got Cox in here in the 31. That would be John Cox. Oh, and sideways, and off the road goes Roger Gaunt, all over the curb at Paddock Hill Bend. Backwards into the gravel. Now, can he wheel it back out, or will he be stuck in there? He doesn't want to spin his wheels. That will certainly be yellow flags down at Paddock Hill Bend for sure. If you can get it going again, that'd be quite impressive. I'm just looking out the windows. We see our leaders come through. Surtees and then McLaren clearways and then Clark Curve. He hasn't got going again yet. I don't know if he's stuck in the gravel or if he's stalled the engine. Either way, that may well throw in a late safety car here. Well, I say late with 8.5 minutes to go, but it's certainly going to close things up for the last few minutes of the race. Leaders are approaching into Paddock Hill Bend. Roger Gaunt's car is still there. That must be a really nerve-wracking moment there to watch Caterham's coming near your direction at full speed when you're having to be forcibly parked in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Safety car has been deployed. So with 8 minutes to go, the pack will now close back up again behind the safety car. And this means that the advantage that Blair McConaughey had gets eradicated. It brings Wes Payne into play. But it also, now that Stephen Lyle's got ahead of Carl Jones a few laps ago, it now also brings both Lyle and Jones back into the mix. This should be very interesting. So, safety car deployed at Brands Hatch to recover Duncan Cook's car. That was a very similar loss of control to that which Graham McDonald had in the 7 UK race, the first one yesterday, where he approached the corner, must have either just braked at the wrong place or hit a bump. Either way, just unsettled the car in the wrong place. Thankfully, he didn't hit anything. There was no touch of the barriers, no touch of any other car, thankfully. He went riding all over the curbs on the inside line. They managed to push his car back out, so that car's not even pushed back out. I think, are they going to push him back towards the barrier, or is that him done for... There, we'll be able to get Barrett going again. No, they're going to push his car backwards. So this might actually be quite a short safety car, because Roger Gaunt's car is being pushed pretty quickly towards the infield, right up against the barrier on the inside grass on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend at the bottom of the hill. So that means I don't think that the safety car will be out for very long. Maybe a lap at a stretch, maybe even two, because Roger Gaunt's car, well, he and the car probably are A-OK mechanically. I think the fact he stalled it and can't get it properly restarted means that we are going to have to at least complete one lap behind the safety car. So off takes the safety car, and it now catches up with the leading pack, headed by Blair McConaughey, and this will now make it a very intense and intriguing final few minutes of this Motol Caterham 7 270R Championship race. So let's take stock of the order then. Blair McConaughey leads, whereas Payne is second, Stephen Lyle is third, Carl Jones is fourth, Dan Clayfan fifth, Darrell Cresswell is sixth, Tim Steele 7th, Peter Wales 8th, Harry Ayres up to 9th. We haven't really spoken about Harry Ayres at all. He started back in 16th on the grid. He's climbed his way back up steadily into 9th, so he's done pretty well given the circumstances. 10th is Ryan Errol, 11th is McLean, 12th is Alan Curtis, 13th is Fraser Jones, so the damage he had earlier really has slowed him down quite a bit. 14th place is William Brunt, 15th is John Cox, and then the rest of the order looks like Morgan, Curley, Farrell, Cooper and Smith rounding out the top 20. Now thankfully my timing screen appears to have jumped back into life, so we have now got a up-to-date timing screen, including up-to-date times, thankfully, so we can hopefully that will keep for the rest of the race. 5.5 minutes left to go. I would imagine that we will get racing, I would have thought, underway back again in this lap, because the danger at Paddock Hill Bend, that being Roger Gaunt's stricken car, has been removed. So let's see if the safety car lights are already out after one lap, and they are. So we're going to get a 5-minute sprint finish in this Motel Caterham 7270R Championship race, with Championship leader Blair McConaughey at the head of the pack, but with the likes of Wes Payne, Stephen Lyle, Carl Jones and co behind, looking to try and take full advantage. So now, with the safety car making its way back into pit lane, once again, the leader of the pack becomes the safety car. He now chooses when he wants to restart, so the restart is in the hands of Blair McConaughey. When does he decide to put foot to the floor and to restart? He's gone now, right on the exit of Clearway. Well, no, he hasn't, just quite yet. He's waiting, still waiting, hasn't gone yet. Still waiting, still side by side. Everyone's stacking up behind him. Now he's gone right on the last little weave up his side. It's a very late restart. One of the latest ones I've seen in a while on safety cars. Oh, and contact! Wes Payne hit in the back by, that was Stephen Lyle. Off into the gravel trap they go. And I'm not sure if that was a consequence of the restart, but off into the barriers has gone Stephen Lyle. He seems to be moving, so hopefully he's okay. Wes Payne's off the road. That is not the conclusion to this race we wanted to see. There's more action going on. Harry Air goes through. That is going to have to be, with that, the time we've got left, it might well be a safety car again, if not possibly a red flag. The safety car is back on standby again. Red flag, race has been stopped. And there's more contact in the background up at Graham Hill Bend. It's off camera. There's a car that's gone off just on the exit of Graham Hill Bend that's made contact, but that's not the finish we wanted to see, I'm afraid, particularly with the two contenders in the mix. That was really unfortunate. Stephen Lyle into the back of Wes Payne. I don't know if that was a misjudgment as a result of the late restart, or just simply Stephen Lyle just missing his braking point and clipping the back of Wes Payne's car. Either way, it has taken out two of the drivers that would have been in the mix for that victory. And of course, immediately to make sure that everyone is okay, both the recovery units and the marshals are on the scene. It looks like both drivers are out of the car. You can see the two white crash helmets just behind the barrier there. So it looks as though the best possible news initially is that both drivers appear to be out talking and initially on the surface are okay. They have got the rescue unit down there with a couple of medical personnel down there as well. Again, they will head to the medical centre purely as a precaution to make sure that that's not just on the surface but on the whole they are totally okay from that. Well, a disappointing end to that race, but it means that on the red flag, one consolation for Wes Payne and Stephen Lyle is they'll still be on the podium because Blair McConaughey wins, and as a result of red flag it before even completing a lap from the restart, it means Wes Payne will take second, Stephen Lyle will take third, then Carl Jones and Dan Clayfan round out the top five, and Darryl Cresswell, Tim Steele, Peter Wells, Harry Air ninth, and Riley Elwell rounds out the top 10. McLean finishes 11th from Alan Curtis 12th, then Fraser Jones, William Brunt, John Cox, David Morgan, Michael Curley, Paul Farrell, Duncan Cook and Oliver Smith rounds out the top 20 finishes, and then Richard Hoare, Stephen Hutchinson and Paul Herndon in the 23rd position, with Roger Gaunt the only non-finisher after he had that spin into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend that brought out the very brief safety car for one lap. So that's Caterham Racing Action taking another pause. Thank you for watching if you're watching on the Caterham stream. Do stay tuned, more of it coming up this afternoon, but for those watching on the BRSCC stream, next up this afternoon is a very exciting race, the first of two today for the ZEO Prototype Cup. Stay tuned, don't miss this one, it's a thriller.
You only had 100% record to this point because I'd organised it with the marshals yesterday. Yeah. No, all running. Until that race, maybe. But yes, so both drivers out of the car. Race has come to an end. Let's run you through the order. It was Blair McConaughey that took the win. With the red flag, I believe we will still have Payne and Lyle in the classification, second, third, to the 38 car. Wes Payne should still be there in second place ahead of Stephen Lyle, although maybe Lyle will be judged to be at fault for the incident. We'll have to see what is decided there. Fourth place, the 11 car of Carl Jones, at least on the timing screen. Of course, this could all be amended later on. The number 73 car of Dan Clayfan is next in fifth place. The number 8 of Cresswell in sixth. Steele eventually in 7th place, but he'll be happy with that given he started in 14th. Wales in the 52 car in 8th. Not a good weekend for Harry Air. He ends up finishing 9th in the race, ahead of Errol in the 33, who was having transponder issues. The 61 car of McLean finishes 11th, ahead of Curtis in the 43. Jones in the 14 finishes 13th, ahead of the 88 car of Brunt in 14th position. The 31 of Cox is next in 15th for the 56 of Morgan, and in 17th place for the 99 car being driven by Michael Curley. 40 car is next in 18th, driven by Farrell. Cook in the 13 will finish 19th, or has finished 19th in that race, and then in 20th place will be number 71 car being driven by Oliver Smith. Of course, with that incident at the end of the race, we may yet see the stewards have a bit of a discussion to change the race result, but that is all speculation. We'll have to see.
Hello and welcome along to the first of two races for you this afternoon here at Brands Hatch for the BRSCC's ZEO Prototype Sports Car Cup. For those of you with long memories of BRSCC, as indeed I have, you might remember the halcyon days of Thunder Sports and the like, and this is very much, to me, a current day version of that. Two 20-minute races. It's going to be very busy here out on the Indy circuit today. Thankfully, we've got a huge array of different sports prototype cars on the grid, some superb drivers who we're going to talk to, and well, let's start it off by chatting to the man who's qualified on pole position today. A name known to many of you, a multi-champion in British motorsport, Mike Genvy in the Genvy gun. Mike, very good afternoon to you. Congratulations on getting pole position, and your thoughts really looking forward to the race here in Brands.
Well, yeah, it was mixed conditions in qualifying, so fingers crossed it's going to be dry for this race. So we're actually in a bit of a hybrid setup between wet and dry. So hopefully it'll be okay and the tyres will last. It's warming up a bit. I think it's going to be a cracking race.
It's been a lottery, hasn't it, all day? You know, we've been coming out here chatting to the drivers before they go out on circuit. Normally, as soon as we appear with the camera, it starts raining. As soon as we disappear with the camera and racing starts, it dries up. But things look a little bit more settled at the moment.
Seems to be. You better get the camera out of the way, though. Yeah, it seems to be. I think it looks like it's going to be dry. It's just gone really hot all of a sudden. So I don't fancy Matt in the enclosed cockpit behind me, but yeah, not too bad. So no, just looking forward to it now. Just ready to get going.
It could be tough for Matt. It's going to be tough for all of you actually, because it's a very mixed field. The Indy circuit is one of the shorter tracks probably that you race on. So although you've earned pole position, that also gives you the right to maybe deal with some traffic once we get into the race as well. So how does that settle in your mindset?
Yeah, I mean, we were at 44-second lap here was qualifying, so it's pretty quick. We tried to dip into the 43s but didn't quite make it. Yeah, there's just some air. If you get caught up in the complex at the back, you just have to wait, you know, and we'll take that approach. You'll be a bit aggressive, but at the same time, a do or die isn't going to help at all. And if the guys behind catch up, we'll just have to pull away again.
The car bears your name, Mike. What's your exact involvement in the engineering side and the development of the car?
All of it. I mean, the car's originally built by Gary Gunn. I've owned the car for quite a few years. Did Sports 2000 for quite a few years, and since then it's been very heavily developed by myself, with my dad's help as well. A bit more power than Sports 2000, so it's 300 horsepower, it's a light car, lots of aero, and big top, big slicks. So no, fantastic. There's not a better car. I just love these cars.
It's great, isn't it, that you can, get involved in, engineer the car and come out and race it. It's 100% involvement and guest satisfaction as well when you get to the top step of the podium, and indeed the championship titles you have.
Yeah, it's a challenge when things go wrong with such a short turnaround between races. But yeah, we've always done it like that. Occasionally I think, well, maybe I'd like the luxury of someone doing it all for me, but I enjoy it, and it's obviously everything we do with the car kind of increases my knowledge in terms of the business Genvy dynamics as well.
Fantastic stuff. Well, thanks for chatting to us, mate. Well done on pole position, and hopefully we'll see you the other end. I'm not sure we're going to get to do a podium interview, but I'm sure the guys from the circuit will.
I'll be waiting for you, but if you're not there, so be it.
We won't be able to catch up with you. Well done, mate. Well, good luck for the race, and thank you for talking to us, Mike Genvy. As I mentioned, we've got a very eclectic grid, and another superb car. You look at all these cars front on, and the hairs on the back of your neck very much go up. This one as well, super livery here. Charles Hall in the Sheeran. Charles, second position. You're going to take the battle to Mike first of all?
Oh, well, I hope so, but as everyone knows, Mike's quite a quick pedaler, so I've got my hands full with that one. But it's our first weekend in race with the car, so looking forward to seeing how this goes in race one. We started off on Friday at Silverstone and didn't quite go to plan, where we ended up having to change a corner last night. But it was good to meet Henry Chiron, the designer and builder of the car. We were up until it was going dark yesterday, actually, on the flat pad, and he was helping us with all the tweaks, and so that was really nice. And this year so far, I've just been really doing quite a lot of hill climb with the race with Empire Racing, and the boys have come down today on Sunday to help Spanner and support us today. So we're looking forward to getting race 1 out of the way, and then we can see what it's all about and get a bit of experience.
So how did the deal with to get the Chiron come about?
It came on the market, and then my old man actually surprised me when he told me he bought it, so I didn't know he was doing it. So he's had it in his garage and he's been playing around with it for since last year, and it's now it's the first time we've got out in it, but it's a hell of a car. It's probably the best car with the most downforce I've ever driven, so yeah, it put a real smile on my face.
Are you enjoying the different disciplines that you do? You're talking about hill climbs and obviously circuit racing, completely different. And as I just said to Mike Gemby, very tight around here, so you're going to be in traffic quite soon. Yeah,
I mean, there's a little bit of difference on speed on cars, but everybody knows what they're doing. It's been really quick, you know. It's good. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm looking forward to the race.
Okay, Charles. Best of luck for the race. They're firing up engines now, so we'll let you crack on with that. I'm not sure if we're going to get a chance to talk to Matt Manderson. I think the clearing up exercise was done quite quickly, but we've got Matt Manderson in the Norma, one of the sports prototypes with the bubble cover. Very much the sort of car that you would expect maybe to see at Le Mans, and that's really where the drivers are sort of thinking about, not necessarily maybe making the move up into prototype sports car racing, but they could get there, and they're showing the aspirations to the British general public in a national rotor race meeting here. The car's now going to the grid, so great that we had a chance to catch up with our two front runners. Let's now go back into the commentary box and have a word with Scott Woodwis, who'll talk through the whole grid and give us a build-up for the big race. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, I won't deny this is a race which I've been quite looking forward to this afternoon, which is the first of 2 for the ZEO Prototype Cup. It's great to have sports prototype racing back on the BRSCC bill after an absence of about a year and a half or so. And of course, there is a fantastic array of machines which will get underway here. Just as they get going, look what's appeared on the camera. A few spots of rain. This should be interesting. So the cars will form up 2 by 2. It will be a rolling start, and there's plenty of variety on this grid. It's not just a grid full of one-make machinery. It's lots of different makes, lots of different models, and plenty of cars which will certainly make quite a great noise and sight around the tight 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. I remember one of the last few sports prototype races I've seen around here where we had 4 very different cars in 4 very different classes, but they were very evenly matched in terms of the tight nature of the 1.2 mile circuit, and therefore they had a really close run race all the way through from top to bottom. So let's quickly run through the grid then as we go through from the top to bottom and run you through some of the cars, some of the drivers who are appearing in this first of 2 20-minute races for the ZEO Prototype Cup. On pole position, it's former OSS champion Mike Gemby and his self-engineered Gemby Gun TS6. Alongside him is Charles Hall, former single-seater racer in the Chiron CN2. Then the awesome Norma LMP3 car driven by former British GT champion Matt Manderson, car owned by Duncan Williams, which we'll get to him in a minute. It's then Graham Charman and his 2006 Juno sports car. Row 3 is in it should be the Simon and Tony Freeman Radical SR10. In fact, actually, I think it's Andy Kimpton and Andy Fido, I think, because there's a couple of cars that are sharing the cars. You've then got, let's look at the rest of the grid. You've then got the TTR 01 on the grid in the mix as well. That's the car being driven by Richard and Matt Chamberlain, with Chris Child and Andy Chittenden in the mix as well, and his MCR. The other MCR, Tony Barwell, is on the grid. Lee Collier's unique ADR 3 will be on the grid as well, along with Jay Shepherd in the very also unique Mazda engine UK MPO1 Evo, the Dominic Landon Down and Robert Lease in a pair of Radicals as well. So get ready for some noise here at Brands Hatch, the first of 20-minute races for the ZEO Prototype Cup. It's Gemby and Hall on the front row of the grid, but watch for the LMP3 Norma of Matt Manderson and the Graham Charman Juno. Away we go for the first ZEO race here at Brands Hatch. It's side by side for the lead between Gemby and Hall into turn 1 for the first time, and it is Gemby Gun that leads it from Chiron in second place, but Juno is third, and looks like Manderson has dropped back a little bit into fourth place. There's a spin already down at Paddock Hill Bend. That's one of the Radicals has gone around. Everyone's managed to miss him, thankfully, but as the race gets underway, it is Gemby that leads, Hall in second place, Charman's up to third from the second row of the grid. In fourth place, it is Matt Manderson in the Norma. Fifth place there for number 12 car. That is Andy Fido, past, I think it might have been Andrew Kimpton that had the spin. because also in there too is the number 15 CTR01. That's quite a unique sports prototype. It's been engineered by the Chamberlains, Richard Chamberlain and his son Matthew. Richard Chamberlain, a GT Cup veteran, and already, given the car that's had the spin, it is Andrew Kimpton at the bottom of the hill. Safety car has already been deployed to deal with that. So the runyourfleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car has already been called, and I hope everyone sees the other flags and slows right down before Paddock Hill Bend, which they do, thankfully. Good job by everyone on track to do so, and they're all at a very crawling speed, a very reduced speed as they head past Andrew Kimpton's stalled car. So if they can get him back going again, that'd be quite a positive, but at least, of course, what isn't a positive for Andrew is the fact that his car is now a lap down on the leaders. So, as they continue on, it was a brief burst of noise there for the ZEO Prototype cars, but brilliant start for them anyway. It's Mike Genvy who then continues to lead. It's then Charles Hall in second place, Charman third in the Juno, fourth place for Matt Manderson in the Norma LMP3. You can't really miss that car, the great big, the bare carbon fibre liveried Norma with the ZEO Prototype logos plastered all over it. You can see it's there in fourth position. Fifth place for the number 12 Radical of Andy Fido. Sixth for the Chamberlains in their CTR01. I can't quite tell exactly which. I'm going to say possibly what it is given by the order they set their times. I'm going to have a go at say it's Matthew in that car first of all. Richard, I think, will be sharing it for the second race. Alistair Smart is currently seventh in the next to the Radicals. Then it's the 46 car that comes next, which is Chris Child. Followed by Jay Shepherd, who's a very experienced racer himself, in a car that's new to the UK, not been in the UK for very long. It's an American-built Sebaco UK NPO1, which is a closed-top sports prototype chassis with a Mazda MX-5 2-litre engine in the back of it. Quite a potent car. We're looking to try and bring a few more of those over into the UK at some point, to possibly even go forwards to get them a few cars running on track together, rather than just the one. Andy Chittenden is 10th in the first of the two MCRs on track. The Freemans, it's Simon and Tony Freeman. We're going to have a go and say it's Simon at the wheel of this first race for one of the newer Radical SR10s. That's quite a new spec of Radical that's on the grid. We've then got Anthony Barwell's MCR. Dominic Landon Down is another sports prototype veteran in his Radical, and Lee Collier in his yellow ADR3. I think that's an Australian-based chassis. A car that was built back in Australia at one point is there in 14th place. There is the 01 car, Jay Shepherd, in that very striking looking black and fluorescent yellow MPO1. The livery there with the Wasp logos. That's the Worthington and Shepherd Performance Parts sponsored car. Now, the safety car lights are already out once more. So, only one lap behind the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, sponsored by Run Your Fleet. As now, Mike Genvy gets the racing back underway. The ZEO Prototypes are back up to full speed here at Brands Hatch. And Genvy shoots down towards Paddock Hill Bend with a great lead already from Charles Hall in second place. It's Manderson who is now up into third. There should be Charman in third place, because I think there's a problem with his timing screen. So, that's a transponder. So, Charles Freeman. I'll get it in a minute. Graham Charman is currently third. There we go. Fourth place for the Norma LMP3 of Matt Manderson, who back at Silverstone for their first ever race had a great battle with Duncan Williams, the owner of the Norma LMP3. You see on the screen there. Oh, 2 cars off. That's Andy Fido in the gravel, and just escaping the scene is the Chamberlains in their CTR01. And so I'm afraid for the second time in this race, the safety car has been called yet again. So, unfortunately, Andy Fido's race doesn't last more than effectively just about a lap's racing, and then safety car, and then the first corner at Paddock Hill Bend. So I'm afraid safety car has been scrambled once more. There are yellow flags down at there, of course, and the safety car does indeed make its way back onto the circuit. Andy Fido is out. I think if there is any damage, it might be minimal, so hopefully that car will be good enough to get back out in for race number 2. But for the second time, the Jaguar is back out on the back straight and ready to pick up the cars in the field. So I think maybe everyone needs to just settle down a little bit on the restart and just run their race for the first couple of laps. I'm sure that the clerks of the course and also the coordination would just say, just take it steady, everyone, these first couple of laps, because these are pretty rapid machines and therefore just require a lot of skill to keep them on the road trouble-free. So maybe these guys need to just settle down a little bit the first couple of laps, not try and make any big darting moves up the inside anywhere, and just get the tyres up to temperature again, back up at racing speeds, and then they'll be able to get going. So the snatch vehicle has already got itself onto the scene, thankfully, so it can remove the stricken Radical of Andy Fido. And whilst we're on the safety car again, a bit more time to talk about the ZEO Prototype Cup. So the series is looked after by Duncan Williams, who's been created by Duncan Williams, who has been a long-time sports prototype racer himself. He's raced before when the BRSCC had the OSS Championship, which is very much a similar vein to this series. And he raced in that car. He raced a Juno. He had his own Ligier as well. And, of course, now he's been more recently racing the LMP3, which it's exactly the same car that's racing here that he drove at Silverstone and is now entrusted in the hands of Matt Manderson, the man who actually had a really good battle with in the first race at that very first round at Silverstone. And Matt Manderson actually came out on top in the Radical SR8. So a Radical SR8 beat the LMP3 car. It was slightly damper and wetter conditions, but nonetheless, brilliant scrap between the pair of them. And then we were denied that in the second race when a small mistake on the exit of Brooklands saw the LMP3 car just spinning off on the exit of the corner and just backed it into the wall, and unfortunately the damage sustained meant that it had a premature end to that second race, and we were certainly looking forward to when that was happening at the time, and therefore Mike Genvy came through to win that race. I think there was also issues for Matt Manderson's car as well when he fell back. But the series itself is created by Duncan Williams. ZEO is an offset of the X-Cool company, which Duncan Williams owns and runs, and Duncan oversees it, and of course, and his daughter Grace, who is doing a wonderful job with the series to get lots more drivers involved, and a lot of effort in terms of the big transporter they have and the catering they have on site as well, and all the kind of the general enthusiasm and all the work they're putting in already for the series really is starting to pay off. So wonderful work by Grace and her coordination and an admin team to get that involved. Ooh, steady chaps, that's quite an expensive Radical you need to be hanging off the crane, but they're doing a grand job to at least get it in position to get it back to the paddock as quickly as possible after the race finishes, so that hopefully Andy Fido can get the gravel shaken out of the car and get it all back in line for the second race later on this afternoon. That will be the last race of the timetable today. The safety car then brings the pack around. Just quickly as well, whilst we're under the safety car, just to quickly run through some of the class structure, because for those who might not have seen this series before and possibly you might be watching and have a sports prototype, or know someone that does and might want to get involved, well, what is the class structure in terms of the fitting the criteria? Well, in terms of what you can race in, here is how it works. So the first four classes are all determined by engine size. So if you've got a sports, for example, it's Class A for sports prototypes, which are 2 litres and over. And then you have the Class B for engine sizes up to 2 litres, up between 1401 and 2 litres, up to 1400cc for Class C, up to 1000cc for Class D. Then you have the SR3 standard engine cars for Class E. The Class F cars are the CN Spec LMP3 cars. There's the invitation class as well, but more on that later as the racing gets back underway. And so let's try this again, shall we? Down towards Paddock Hill Bend now for the third time after a safety car restart. And it is now Genvy who leads the way. It's Hall in second place, Charman third, Manderson fourth. Up into fifth place now through all of that has now come Alistair Smart in his Radical PR6. Sixth place for Chris Child. Seventh for Tony for the Freemans in their Radical SR10. Eighth is now the Jay Shepherd MPO1 sports prototype. And then 9th and 10th we have the two MCR chassis, that being Addy Chittenden and Anthony Barwell. So it was up the inside, and Charles Hall makes contact with that Mike Genvy up the inside into clearways. He backs off a little bit to let him through again, but that was a very daring move up the inside from Charles Hall to get past. So Mike Genvy does survive, and he holds on to the lead, and Charles Hall just backs off a little bit just to let him have a bit more space before he tries to attack again. So Genvy Gunn leads Chiron, leads Juno, leads Norma. 4 different sports prototype chassis are in the mix here as they turn up through Druids again for another time. This is on their 9th lap of racing, a few of which have been spent behind the safety car, but they're now getting up to speed again. And this short, sharp 1.2 mile circuit, it might be quite a brief lap. Fastest car setting about 46, 47 second lap times, but it certainly does mean that it's quite a little speed bowl, which is great for Brands Hatch. There's Graham Charman in the Juno. Great to have one of those cars out. Plenty of Junos that are around, not just the UK, but Europe as well. Lots of sports prototype racing takes place over on the continent. And I know that there's possibility for some sports prototypes that reside over in Europe, particularly France, that might be possibly tried to convince over here into the UK to have a go. There's a few cars that will be coming over, and we're expecting possibly around 20 cars for the season finale at Donington Park. They're only having 3 meetings this year ahead of a fuller campaign next year. But great to see the sports prototype racing back with the BRSCC, and of course massive credit and thanks to to Duncan and to Grace and everyone at ZEO for making it happen, because it's great to have these beautiful cars, these striking machines back out on circuit, and really putting on a great spectacle just for us here, not just on the live stream, but for all the spectators that we have here this weekend at Brands Hatch. And once again, with motorsport life getting back to some kind of normality, now we're sort of coming to the exit of the global situation, at least here in the UK. Things are now starting to get much better. It's great to have people trackside, not just to see them, but to experience the sound and the feeling and the noise of these cars. It's so great to see sports prototypes. They're striking cars to look at, and they're striking cars to listen to as well. There goes the Freemans and their Additonal SR10. Also on the comeback trail are the Chamberlains in their CTR01. He blasts past the two. I'm going to say it's Matthew Chamberlain. He blasts past the two MCRs, the Sports 2000 spec MCRs, which of course all those cars that we're fitting in that chat series are welcome in ZEO, and they're about to go into combat themselves. Oh, I think there's been a contact there, I think, between those two. Very, very briefly, but they've managed to carry on. So, getting a bit feisty out there in the first ZEO Prototype race here at Brands Hatch. Charles Hall sets the new fastest lap of the race, as the lead gap at the moment is now 0.6 of a second, so we need to keep an eye on that in a second, because that's getting pretty close. Meanwhile, the Matthew Chamberlain car is just coming up to behind Jay Shepherd in the MPO1, so keep an eye out for that. I think we need to go back to our leaders in a second, because they are nose to tail out of my commentary box window, coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Here is the Chamberlain as he blasts past in the CTR01, past the Mazda engined NPO1 chassis. As he turns his way out through Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids, they continue on with less than 8 minutes to go. Back at the top of the hill. And there's the two sports prototype, the Sports 2000 cars that we have, the MCR cars. That being Andy Chittenden's number 48, ahead of Barwell in the 71. Great to have them on the grid. Nice to see all different types of cars in the field. And that's the beauty of the ZEO Prototype series, is that the variety is pretty much endless. If you've got a sports prototype that simply fits the very simple regulations of either engine size, or if it's a CN spec prototype, or even an LMP3 car, even something that fits in the invitation class, everyone is welcome. And so if you are watching thinking this is quite fun and I want to have a go at this, well, of course we have got the final rounds at the end of September in Donington Park. Everyone's welcome to come and get involved. And certainly, if you enjoy the spectacle you see here and have got a sports prototype, definitely get yourself on the grid, because certainly this is becoming quite a fierce race between the top two here. Mike Genvy in the Genvy Gun TS6 and Charles Hall in the Chiron CN2. Make their way back in towards Druids again, and Charles Hall looking to the outside line. Look at the grip and the actual adhesion on the track to the Chiron as he sails right underneath the rear wing of Mike Genvy's car. Genvy being put under a massive amount of pressure down Cooper Straight. The speed of these cars down the short Cooper Straight and into Surtees, the absolute pace of these cars is phenomenal. And up the inside goes Charles Hall with a big dive into clearways. He's made the move stick and he's through. He's done it. A big move. Last time it didn't quite work when he tried that, when there was contact, but this time he managed to catch Mike Genvy unawares. Genvy comes back and down the pit straight there, side by side. Brilliant racing between the top two. Genvy back round the outside, Hall back down the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. It's not finished yet. Fantastic stuff between the two leaders. Hall back into the lead now. Genvy comes back at him. There's Lee Collier in the ADR. Here come the top two with Charles Hall in front. Even though there's probably a bit of a grimace on the face of these two drivers whilst they're racing, behind that there'll be a big smile thinking this is brilliant racing, and I'm sure there'll be a massive handshake between them two and a hug between them, because that'll be two drivers that will have fought pretty hard towards the end, and that won't help Charles Hall getting stuck behind Lee Collier's ADR3, who does move out of the way. That's good driving from Lee, well done, keeping his line to allow the leaders through. They're going to come up to now the two MCRs now. Anthony Barwell will be the first one of those. No, sorry, it'll be Andy Chittenden, because there's been a change between those two. So Chittenden will then have to relinquish track position, which he does. So good driving from Andy. And next will be Anthony Barwell as he locks up into the hairpin. Probably looks at the mirrors thinking, oh crikey, there's the two leaders, I better jump out of the way. So 5 minutes to go in this race, and we've got quite a contest here as Charles Hall, he's not afraid to dive down the inside of anyone, is he? Whether it's a lapped car or a position, but he's certainly quite daring. You can tell he's come from a single-seater background where it's simply last double 8 breakers, and he really is giving it a really good go here. Charles then turns his way in the Chiron all the way through. He's got the Freemans in the Radical SR10 battling with the MPO1 of Jay Shepherd. There he goes past the Mazda engined sports prototype. There is car 46. That is Chris Child in his Radical SR4. Currently sat at the moment second in Class C. Of course, there are classes within this, as we mentioned, so it's currently first, second and third for the top 3 cars in Class B. Then it's 4th place and leading Class A for the Matt Manderson Norma LMP3, although I'd imagine it might be in Class E, I would have thought, being an LMP3 car. It's 5th place overall and leading Class C is Alistair Smart ahead of Chris Child, and then in 3rd place in that class is Lee Collier in the ADR3. And then there is there's no cars in Class D, 1 car in Class E, which is the Dominic Langdon Down Radical for the SR3 original engine category cars, and that seems to be it for the classes. So, of course, there's that class for the CN Spec and LMP3 cars. As I mentioned, there is an invitation class if anything that doesn't fit out the regulations, but would be quite a welcome addition, can also jump in. So if anyone's got any kind of sports prototype, no matter what sport it might be, I'm sure that if it doesn't fit inside the class structure, it would at least have a place in the invitation and certainly be welcomed on the grid by Grace, Duncan and co in the paddock. 3.5 minutes left. Charles Hall now extending his lead over Mike Genvy. And Genvy, his history in racing includes, of course, times in the Sports 2000, of course, where that car originally came from. He's been developing it himself and started competing in what was the OSS Championship previously, where it was a very similar vein to this series. And that car's even appeared in Time Attack, has Mike Genvy with the Genvy gun. I've seen that a couple of times in that series. Oh, and just Charles Hall so close to Chris Child under brakes there. He really is in a hurry, isn't he? It's almost like he has to get home after these 2 races. So he's trying to get the first race out of the way quickly, then the second race, and then quickly dash home for something. But great stuff from Charles anyway to continue to extend his lead. His last lap was 0.3 quicker than Genvy. The gap is still roughly around just under a second, so incredibly, whilst Charles Hall's got some kind of a pace advantage, it's not so much that he's completely pulling away by a massive amount from Mike Genvy. Even if it looks quite big, you have to remember these cars are going that quick, so it might look like quite a substantial gap, but it would be quite a larger gap if it was a slower car, whereas these cars are so quick that what might look substantial is only about 0.8 of a second. Here, looking back here, Lee Collier has caught up to the back of Andy Chittenden to try and get a move here. So the ADR3 about to make a move here on the Class B MCR. And how cool is this? You get a car which you don't always see too much against a car which, if you've watched other series like Sports 2000, a very common car you see in that series. But how great is that a car that is more drawn to other particular series' regs up against a rather unknown sports prototype, until they're having a grand race between each other. As now Collier looks to have a peek up the inside, considers it, gives it the room, says, well, if you want to come past me, make it stick, and he does. So Collier then does get through. Chittenden down a position. So that is now Collier up to 11th place overall. And now they head their way down the Cooper Straight. And now next time for Collier, if he can catch him with a short space of time left, will be the other MCR with Anthony Barwell at the wheel. So that will be a move he'll try to make for position in the top 10. There they go out of the right-hander at Clark Curve. Meanwhile, our leaders are making their way out of Graham Hill Bend. Just the pace of the car through the corner there, the way it just grips and goes. The amounts of downforce and grip from the slick tyres this car will feel is going to be quite mighty. But Charles Hall certainly, at the moment, has the measure over Mike Genvy. Genvy's not an easy driver to beat. Unless you've got just more outright performance, Genvy can hang with the best of them no matter how much power and downforce they have. So he really is quite a prominent driver. Hall with a new fast lap of the race, and Genvy's pretty much matching him. They both did 44.8, but it was a fraction faster by, what was that, 0.07 of a second for Charles Hall. So grand stuff from all involved. That's a lap that's been put on, I'm guessing that's going to be Alistair Smart. He's put a lap on. So that's a change there. And then there goes Charles Hall down the back straight for the second to last time, because next time by they will get the last lap board. There's Norma with Matt Manderson at the wheel. Good to see that still going. Makes a fantastic thunderous noise with that V8 in the back. I think it's a Nissan V8 if I'm correct. Beautiful sounding car, brilliant looking car as well. It's just not painted, pure carbon fibre livery, pure naked carbon fibre with the little sort of accents on there of the lime green, the branding colours of ZEO, and also the ZEO Prototypes livery on the back of that car. Meanwhile, I think we're looking out for our leaders, who are going to come through 30 second now. There's Jay Shepherd, and here is the rest of the pack. He is just coming through Graham Hill Bend, as we see now Matt Manderson heading up his way through Clearace and Clark Cove. He's on the back of the MCR, putting a lap on him. There goes Jay Shepherd. as they turn in through the right-hander. But our leaders are just about to make their way out of the final couple of the corners. It was a bit of an interrupted race at the beginning, but in the end it's going to be a victory across the line for Charles Hall as he comes up towards the checkered flag and takes victory in the first ZEO Prototypes race here at Brands Hatch, with Mike Genvy just on his tail, only behind by 0.3 of a second, and he really closed in the end. It was a new fastest lap of the race for 44.6, and he just about beat him, just about got the fastest lap, but he only just missed out on the win by 0.3 of a second. So great battling all the way from those two. They would have thoroughly enjoyed that. Third place is going to go to Graham Charman in the Juno. Here he comes across the line to take third place overall and third in Class B. It's a winning Class C for Alistair Smart, so he wins the category in his PR6. Matt Mansell will come through in the LMP3. And he has come through to take fourth position. And also class wins for Dominic Landon down in Class E. And of course Matt Madison, who was in Class A, is able to win that as a bit of a glitch with our camera there. But there's Mike Genvy, second overall, second in Class B. That was quite an entertaining and high-paced race from start to finish. A couple of little brief safety car interruptions at the beginning, but everyone else managed to make the flag after we got racing finished up for proper. So, as the cars make their way back around to pit lane at the conclusion of that first ZEO Prototypes race, which was thrilling from the very beginning, we'll be able to give you a quick rundown of the results. So, Charles Hall is declared the winner provisionally on that one by 0.3 of a second from Mike Genvy in second place. So Chiron beats Genvy Gunn, and it's the Juno of Charman in third place. Here are the results. With Charman in third position, at least there should be the results on the screen, but I've got them on my timing screen here. So Hall, Genvy, and then Charman in third place. Manderson in fourth place in Class A in the normal LMP3. Fifth for Alistair Smart in the Radical PR6. He also wins Class C. Manderson, of course, to confirm, was also Class A winner. Sixth overall and second in Class C was Chris Child. Seventh place goes to the Chamberlains in their CTR01. Fourth in Class B. Then the rest of the class, next couple of cars are fifth and sixth in the category. That's the Jay Shepherd MPO1 with the Mazda engine, and Anthony Barweller with the MCR. The Collier rounds out the top 10, third in Class C, followed by Andy Chittenden 11th and 7th in Class B in the MCR. Dominic Landon down, the sole Class E representative, finishes 12th, and then we lost, sadly, Tony the Freemans late in the race in the Radical SR10. We had Andy Fider off in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend after the incident, and Andrew Kimpton, who had a spin at the same place as well. Well, more racing coming up for the ZEOs later on, but now we move into our next race, which is our next Caterham action, and that is with the Caterham 7 310R Championship.
Welcome back to our coverage from Brands Hatch of the Caterham meeting here, and we're about to go 310R racing. The man on pole position is unbeaten so far this year, would you believe? Let's go and grab a quick word if we can with Lewis Thompson. Lewis, we had a quick chat earlier on, and I know you missed the first round due to studies, but since then unbeaten. How much pressure does that put on you?
Yeah, a lot more pressure than it should. You know, going unbeaten so far, 5 races on the run in the National Championship, but yeah, it just makes it so much harder, but got a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum with me, so it's just good to keep it going.
I know you were saying you missed the first rounds because of, you know, you were working on your studies, you had your exams, and that's a good thing to do. You're waiting for the placement, the results this week, I think they come out. What day is it, Thursday?
Tuesday, so yeah, hoping to get the grades and get to my uni, so.
Imperial College you were telling me as well?
Yeah, Imperial College London, so fingers crossed.
It'd be great that you get that. And how much pressure is there win after win? I mean, at some point I guess things might go against you, but it's a very impressive run that you've done in a very competitive championship.
Yeah, it is. Every race just seems to be getting harder and harder, and you know, it's just good to keep it going, especially around here. And you know, today's a different race to yesterday, so I'm sure it's going to be a lot harder. But yeah, but with the setup that the boys provide, it makes it a little bit easier.
That's very magnanimous of you. Going forward, obviously studies are important to you. Is the career going to be behind the scenes, or would you like to carry on driving and use the engineering expertise that you'll get towards your driving career as well?
Yeah, I'd definitely love to keep racing Caterhams into the near future, and obviously with my degree,
I'll obviously have a good understanding of the car. So I'd like to run myself at some point, but I don't know when it will be, and then hopefully get a career in motorsport after the degree.
Good luck for the race, Lewis. We'll let you get on with the concentration for the build-up. Have a good one. Thanks for chatting to us. Lewis Thompson, who's on pole position there. We're going to whiz round, if we can, have a word with Pete Walters. Sorry, guys, for going in the mix. Lewis, I think, on drop scores championship leader, but over and above that, we've got Pete Walters, double winner, second position in yesterday's race. Pete, how's your weekend going?
Good. Hopefully make that triple winner. That's the plan. Yeah, looking forward to it. Glad we've got some, well, hopefully some consistent weather. First one of the session this weekend. It's all been a bit unpredictable, so nice dry race would be good, so we can really get at it.
It's looking all right at the moment. I know when we were setting the camera up earlier, every time we got the camera out, it was raining. We put the camera away and it dried up, and people weren't sure what to do with tyres and setups, but things looking a little bit more settled now. Tell us about the drivers around you. Good camaraderie in this championship, and a lot of respect shown, I think, in all the racing we've seen so far.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, full commitment and trust with the guys that are around me. So it's so nice to be able to trust and actually be literally wheel to wheel, knowing that they're going to give space, they're going to be kind, you're going to be honest with each other, but at the same time, you know, there's no inch left there. They're going to race you hard.
That's good. Wish you well for the race, Pete. Thanks for chatting to us. Thank you, mate. Pete Walters there. If we can, I'm going to grab a quick word. This guy, I don't know if he'll remember me. This is James Wingfield. His dad used to work with us on the South London Cable programme. Wingers, how are you, old fella?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good. Good to see you again. It's been
nice to see you, yeah. And good to see you, Caterham. How's it going?
Oh, it's been good. Great fun. I love racing in this. Done it for a couple of years now, and this year in particular, I've started to get a few podiums. You can see on the bonnet a few little royals to represent them, and yeah, hopefully a couple more this weekend.
Was it Formula 6 karting? I think we caught up with your dad was commentating on it, wasn't he?
It was,
originally.
yeah.
I mean, similar territory. I'm not commentating on my son, but he's just starting to get a little bit. But how old were you when you did F6?
Well, when was that? That was in the 90s. So I wouldn't want to say because it'll give away my age now. But yeah, no, that was great fun, Formula 6, and yeah, I managed to keep racing a little bit on and off, but even to this day, so a great starter series.
A lot of people sometimes pick an easy championship, but there are easy championships that you can pick to race in. A Caterham championship is never ever easy, is it?
No, I've done the opposite. This is about as hard as it gets. The quality in this field is so high. I think we've got about 15 cars here today, and I'm guessing about 12 race winners. So any result in this series is really worth celebrating, to be honest. Yeah. But it makes you a better driver.
How much of the Caterham ladder have you done?
I joined as a 270. Obviously, I had a bit of experience in karting and other stuff as a youngster. Yeah. So I didn't join as the academy. That wouldn't be right. So I joined at 270, and now I'm 270.
James, the whistle's back. Got to get off the holding area now. Good luck for the race. Good to see you again. Good to see you on the podium. We're holding James up there. He's itching to get out. We're itching to get up to the commentary box and join Scott once again. Scott, over to you.
Yes, drivers heading out onto track now for our next Caterham action, that being the second to last Caterham action, in fact, because we've still got one more race to go for them with the Caterham 7 Championship UK. But this is the step just below that, the ultimate evolution of the original Academy car, the Caterham 7 310R Championship. This is where the penultimate step on the ladder before you get to the top level, which we'll see in a little bit later on this afternoon. So we had race 1 yesterday, which was a fairly dominant win for Lewis Thompson, who had, in the last few rounds, pretty much won all the races since he'd come in. He missed the first 3 races at Donington Park, but he came in at Knockhill, then at Silverstone, and has won all 5 races that have been run since Donington Park, including yesterday's first race. So he's aiming for 6 on the bounce if he can manage it. But of course, he's got the likes of Pete Walters, James Wingfield, and others who will be snapping at his heels all the way through from the back. Here's the grid then. So Thompson and Walters on the front row of the grid. It's Wingfield and Evans along on the second row behind them. Mike Evans back in the Caterham after a couple of years away. Andrew Murgatroyd and Harry Cook come next on the third row, followed by Lars Hoppen. A better starting spot for him this time, up in 7th, alongside David Yates, who had to recover after a first lap spin. As did also issues for Andy Lees. He started on pole yesterday and threw away the lead in the early stages, climbed back up to 9th as a result. Harry Landy starts in the edge of the top 10 ahead of Jeff Price and Douglas Christie on the 6th row of the grid. Then in row 7, we've got Gary Curtis and Stephen Metcalfe. And then at the back of the grid, in 15th place, we should have on his own on the 8th row, but last but by no means least, Chris Welch to round out the grid. So 15 cars, all present and correct from yesterday. And coming into the weekend, as mentioned, it's pretty much running fairly well at the moment for Lewis Thompson, having scored 4 wins on the bounce. He's made incredible progress up the table. He came into the weekend on overall score 7th in points, where it was Pete Walters who had a very consistent run and hadn't finished a race incredibly lower than second all season. So, and he managed to keep that record up yesterday. But up until the time when Lewis Thompson came in, he took 2 wins at Donington Park as well as a second place. The only other driver to win a race this year has been Lars Hoffmann, who last couple of weeks, looking at his results, just hasn't really gone his way. He had a really disastrous weekend at Knock Hill, where he didn't score a single point all weekend for the 2 races, and then he had a pair of races at Silverstone where just wasn't on the same pace as everyone else, and this is someone who has come through the last 2 couple of ranks of Caterhams in the last 2 consecutive years in Roadsport and 270Rs, having actually won the championship in each. So Lars is by no means a slow driver. He's a very quick driver, on the contrary. So to him be a little bit off form is a bit sort of disappointing and confusing, especially for him, realising that he was at one point, winning a race in the opening weekend, and now he's dropped back and just had this really, really bad luck. He's just there in the red and white cage in the Motor-sponsored car, just ahead of David Yates. Now, David Yates and Andy Lees have got some redemption for yesterday, because yes, they recovered well after their mishaps and their problems, but they want to try and get themselves a clean start to get themselves up amongst the front runners with a good, strong getaway from the grid. Andy Lees, I'm sure, all he wants to do is to make sure he gets through the first couple of laps without dropping it, because that's exactly what he did in the first race. Took a great pole position, led the first couple of laps, then just coming actually through 30s, caught a bump or a damp patch on the circuit, just lost the back end and went spinning off the road, but got back onto it again and had to pick his way through from towards the rear of the field up to what was eventually a fairly respectable 9th place, given where he was towards the rear of the pack. So the field makes its way onto the grid. It is Lewis Thompson in the sort of gold, sort of pearlescent type livery on that car. He's in car 79. Pete Walters in the all-black car with the white stripe down the middle. The red and yellow car with the fluorescent yellow wheels, that's James Wingfield. The green and red car is Mike Evans. Andrew Murgatroyd, the blue car with the yellow stripe, and Harry Cook, the black car with the white and red striping on it as well. And Lars Hoffmann, watch for him from row 4 alongside David Yates and Andy Lees. The red lights will come on any moment now as the green flag flies at the back of the grid. Red lights on for the second Bilstein Caterham 7-3 to our championship race. Is a decent start from the first 2 rows. Good start from Mike Evans as well. Oh, and James Wingfield got his avenue closed by Pete Walters. They get swamped by everyone else behind. Murgatroyd, Yates and Hoffmann all piled past him. So Wingfield really had to back out of that. I think, to be fair to Pete, probably didn't see him charging through, but David Yates from nowhere comes steaming up the inside of Murgatroyd, has a big lock-up, and I said he needed a strong start. From 8th on the grid, he's up to 4th already, so a cracking getaway from David Yates. Always makes contact with Murgatroyd. He goes over the curb at Graham Hill Bend. Around the outside goes Yates to confirm that position. David Yates is not hanging around. He's already on the back of Pete Walters. As Thompson leads, Evans is up to 2nd, Walters 3rd, David Yates 4th, and to 5th, here comes Lars Hoffmann. Either he's tuned in to me or he's found something over the weekend, because Hoffmann's now up to 5th position. Murgatroyd's the one that's going slightly backwards. He started 5th, down to 6th. Cook is back in 7th place after he started where he started. Cross the line go the leaders. The battle is on here at Brands Hatch at the start, and 3 abreast for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Yates fires it up the inside of Mike Evans. That doesn't really work. Walters, meanwhile, has got past Evans again, back into 2nd place. Evans tries to come back at him. Yates is not going to give up here, diving back up the inside, and he looks pretty fired up for this one, doesn't he? Just working away at the wheel there as they head their way down into the left hand at Graham Hill Bend. A bit of hold up there for Harry Cook as Murgatroyd. Poor Andrew is caught out of the shuffle here, so he's lost 1, 2, 3 spots, and so his momentum is completely gone. He has to try and rebuild it up again in the next couple of laps, but try and make sure he doesn't lose too much time to the cars in front before he's realised it's too late and he's out of the tow with plenty of time to go. So I think it's a slightly reduced time for this race. It was normally half an hour, but because of the delays for the earlier restart that we had towards the beginning of the afternoon, it's a 25-minute race here for this second 310R encounter. Thompson in the lead, as you see him there turning into Paddock Hill Bend, 53.767, so he takes the first proper flying lap on racing conditions, not the lap off the grid. And now here comes Lars Hoffmann, who in turn is trying to attack David Yates, who in turn is trying to get past Mike Evans. So essentially David Yates thinks, well, the best form of defending myself is to try and attack Mike Evans to get past him. And so the only way you can do that is to try and line him up for a move, either exiting Graham Hill Bend here or possibly on the run down the pit straight towards Paddock Hill Bend once more. So 2.5 minutes still gone in this race. Thompson trying to pull away here, but Walters and co want to try and pin him down as quick as possible before he starts to run away too much. Remember, his win margin yesterday was almost 9.5 seconds, which is very un-Caterham-like given the close nature of the racing Caterham provides. He certainly wants to try and pull away as much as he can, Lewis, but everyone else wants to keep him in touch and make it a close race. Harry Cook sets a new fastest lap of the race now. It was James Wingfield, but it immediately goes to Harry, 53.614. There is just behind Andrew Murgatroyd. I think that's Jeff Price. It is in P10. Had a good run in 10th position. Ooh, and there goes. That was David Yates side by side with Lars Hoffman. And he has one out, so it's now Yates still in 4th position. Wingfield's been shuffled down to 6th now because he's behind both Yates and Lars Hoffman. Also in there too appears to be Harry Cook in 7th place. Andy Lees is not too far behind. He's in the top of the next pack, which includes Harry Landy, Andrew Murgatroyd, Jeff Price and Douglas Christie's in there too as well. So keep an eye out for that one. So heading out of Clearways through Clark Curve again. Now I'm going to keep an eye on the gap between Walters and leader Thompson. Let's see what it is. Well, it's new fastest lap of the race initially for... Well, it's new fastest lap now, 53.472 for David Yates. So he's the fastest man on track at this point in time. Unfortunately, my timing screen is frozen again, so I can only rely on what I've got on the left-hand side on the timing tower on screen. So 21 minutes to go. There goes Andy Lees with a move on Harry Landy, or at least to try and defend from Harry, who was looking down the outside and successfully does so. The DPR run machine, one of several in the Caterham paddock. Not just in 310s, but in the 270Rs and in the 7 Championship UK as well. We'll see them a little bit later on this afternoon. Getting frantic ahead of them, though, as that's Mike Evans with David Yates all over the back of him, as well as James Wingfield and co. Out through Clearways, and then back onto the pit straight once more. And let's look at lap times again. The gap is looking sort of stable between Thompson and Walters. Walters is pulling away. Last lap he was about a 10th slower, so that's one key thing as David Yates fires it up the inside of the paddock hill bend and says, cheers for that, Mike. Thank you very much. He's up into 3rd place down to possible podium, but Evans is not done here. He tries to go up the inside. Whoa, 3 abreast into Druids. Careful, boys, this might be tricky. We had problems yesterday when we had 3 cars going 3 abreast, and we had 2 cars ended up being popped into the air as a result of that, but they've all come through unscathed, and it's David Yates, ironically, the man that started all that, has dropped back down to 5th position. So that's quite ironic, isn't it? So it's now Mike Evans 3rd, it's now Hoffman 4th, Yates 5th, Wingfield 6th, and Harry Cook down. He's still in 7th position. So the pack now going on for 3rd. Here comes Hoffman, going for 3rd on the inside of Mike Evans. Just gives him enough room, but the outside lines favour. The better momentum keeps him in front. And he's just going to hold on for the time being. So down the pit straight they go, all in one big tow together. There they go. Evans, Hoffman, Yates and Wingfield all together. Look at them 2 by 2 into Paddock Hill Bend, side by side for 3rd. There goes Evans. Here comes David Yates again. Remember me, Lars. Back up the inside he goes. Can't get it done. All 2 was on the gravel for Mike Evans. That lost him momentum. Up the inside goes Lars Hoffman. There's the top 2 for 3rd place. It's anyone's guess. Hoffman back up the inside line. There goes Harry Cook around the outside of James Wingfield. He's getting his elbow stuck in as well. He's now up to 6th position, so that's now past James Wingfield into his expense. Oh, last Hoffman got bulked behind Mike Evans. Passed up the inside goes David Yates. Can hardly breathe for a second here. There's so much action going on in this race behind the top 2, and I think Walters also, to add on top of that, he's starting to catch Lewis Thompson, so we could get a battle for the lead, and there's a titanic scrap for 3rd place, and there's still 18 3/4 minutes to go, so they've got plenty of time to sort themselves out, but the top 2 are in a class of their own right at this moment in time. Here they come. It should be a quintet, but it's 4 of them all together now back towards Paddock Hill Bend. All staying line astern. Yates took to the inside line to defend from Lars Hoffman. And again, he lost a bit of bodywork. It's Mike Evans for the 2nd lap in succession. He runs 2 wheels through the gravel. Everyone else is piling on top of him. Look at Harry Cook round the outside of everyone. He's gone past Evans, past Hoffman on the outside lane. He's done 2 for the price of 1. Oh, contact between Hoffman and Evans. They just about get away with it. But Harry Cook, ever the opportunist, says, scruff amongst yourselves, boys. I'm off. See you later. And he's going with David Yates. Incredible stuff. There goes the top 2. Thompson and Walters. For 3rd, take your pick. It changes every corner. So David Yates then currently in 3rd place. It's Cookie now in 4th. Hoffman 5th. Mike Evans started the last lap in 3rd. He's down to 6th. And he might be 7th by the end of it because James Wingfield's in the mix as well. He might get him in the slipstream. Here comes Cook to the outside of Yates. Mike Evans goes on the offensive of Hoffman. So it's 2 by 2 for 3rd and 5th. Down the outside looks Cook. Yates breaks that bit later. They're side by side into the corner. Lock up for Evans and he runs a little wide. They're still side by side for 3rd. Wide over the curb goes Cook, but Yates is still holding on for the time being. Under brakes, into the hairpin at Druids. Brilliant races from Caterham. Typical top-line Caterham racing for these guys. Remember, some of these drivers will have raced all the way through from the academy, all the way through to 310s. Some of them stay in the 310s for several seasons. They'll know these cars like the back of their own hand. Here's the second group. It's headed by Andy Lees with Andrew Murgatroyd, Harry Landy. Jeff Price is having a great run in 11th place. And then we've got Douglas Christie in there too. So this is now 8th down to 12th in this second group. Here they come. Oh, and Jeff Price, I spoke too soon. Beautiful 360 though, keeps it going again. Away goes Jeff Price. He would have given the fright of his life, but he's managed to get going again, relatively unscathed. New fastest lap of the race from Lewis Thompson, but Pete Walters is on his pace. Side by side for third again, down the outside. Looks Harry Cook, but he still can't get himself around David Yates. And now they turn back in through Paddock Hill Bend again, side by side between Hoffman and Wingfield this time. So this is now the scrap over 6th and 7th place. And Hoffman gets shuffled back to 7th because there goes Wingfield. So this order constantly changing, but watch for the 3 cars behind them, which is Lees, Murgatroyd and Landy. If these 5 cars keep on scrapping as much, watch for these 3 to keep on catching them. It could be a mega 8-car pack for the final podium place as Murgatroyd goes on the offensive. Look at them. They glide their way through Surtees, up through McLaren and under brakes in towards Clearways. Still having 1 or 2 issues with my timing screen to give you some latest times. It's stuck on the end of the first lap, so again I can only go by what I've got. So in terms of lap times, in terms of gaps, I'm afraid all I can give you is just what I can see visibly rather than my lap times to see if I can work it out, so apologies for that. But the battle of a third continues. I think the wind is getting to the camera as well because it's incredibly strong here. Very blustery day here at Brands Hatch. Getting blustery at the battle of a third here, because it's side by side and David Yates gives him a little elbow. Get out of it, Harry. I'll hold on to third place if you don't mind. And now it brings Mike Evans into play here. Lock up from Yates into Graham Hill Bend. That will compromise his run off the corner. And Harry Cook senses that. He's going to go for it here. Yates doesn't go to the inside lane to defend. And into Surtees they go. It's very close. And David Yates had to really hold on there and just hope that Harry Cook knew what he was doing. And thankfully he did. James Wingfield now under threat from Lars Hoffman again in the 70 car, the Motorsport machine, the German who was Roadsport champion in 2019. He was 270R champion in 2020. He's going to have a tough time winning the 310R championship this year, but he might come back for more next year. Let's go for a second crack at it. Here comes Murgatroyd on the outside of Lees. This is for 8th, 7th position. And under brakes, they turn in through Paddock. Can he get the slingshot on the exit? He'll certainly have a go. Which way is he going to look this time? You certainly have to go to the outside at this point in time. And there's Mike Evans round the outside of David Yates. Where did that come from? Mike Evans pops up into 4th place at the expense of David Yates. David Yates must have thought of thinking, how has that happened? But he's going to try and get him back on the exit here. He'll try and get into the slipstream. Down towards the left-hander at Surtees. All 5 in a line together. Look at that, as close as you like. Oh, a little wide there for Evans over the curb. Feeling the pressure. And now here comes Wingfield up the inside. David Yates thinks, oh, not another one. Another one trying to get past me. Just let me have my own race. Stop overtaking me. Now the traction on the exit will help for David Yates, but then Wingfield will have the tow. He's boxed in here. He's behind Evans. He's got David Yates to his left, but he manages to find a gap between the 2 of them. Here comes Yates back up the inside again. But still, no move through. And look at Hoffman trying to get in the mix as well. These 5 are brilliant. The top 2 are, as they are at the front, very evenly matched. But these 5 are having a riot of a time in 3rd place. This is over the final podium place. They should all get a trophy at this rate, given just how hard they've been fighting. And we've still got 13 3/4 minutes left to go in this reduced 25-minute race. So we still haven't hit the halfway point yet, which is incredible. I'm probably betting at this point in time how hard these guys are fighting. They'll be happy, but also pretty exhausted at the end of all this battling, because it does take out of you. These are pretty physical cars to drive at times, these Caterhams, particularly when you're racing them on the limit. They do take quite a loss in terms of holding them to be smooth, because they can move around quite a bit. Lewis Thompson sets another fastest lap of the race, extends his lead by about roughly half a tenth or so. Back comes this 5-car scrap for 3rd, spreading out a little bit here down towards Paddock. But still Cook from Evans, from Wingfield, from Yates, from Hoffman. That's 3rd down to 7th. There's Lewis Thompson, by the way. Now the gap is, it looks pretty static between these 2. Again, now our timing screen's is popped back into life now, so the gap is, last time by, it was 9/10 of a second, or just under that, so it was a slightly faster lap for Lewis Thompson, the new fast lap of the race, but they're both lapping as quick as each other, which means as though that it seems to me that not only are the class of the field, but if Pete Walters keeps on his progress, there's every chance he could start to close in and even try and make a move on Lewis Thompson and deny him his 6th win in a row, because of course that it makes him the most successful driver in the pack already, having won 5 races from the races he's competed for every single race he's run so far. 100% win record for him from 2021. In terms of every race that he started, he's won. As for that battle for 3rd down to 7th, that's calmed down a bit now, so we can carry on having a look at our leaders for the time being. And Walters' last time by was about a quarter of a second quicker, so the gap is down to 0.6 of a second. Game on for the race lead, because Pete Walters will start to keep on closing in. Look at the way he tries to just rotate the car on the edge of the circuit, try and get a little bit of extra rotation to help the car turn in, to give it a bit more momentum through Graham Hill Bend. And up through Surtees again. I love the way these cars just, the amount of pace they carry through, where they just swing and glide their way over the tarmac through Surtees, up through McLaren, up through Clearways, and then back onto the power again through Clark Curve, and then hugging the inside line across the pit straight. There's the top 2. How about our scrap for 3rd? How's that looking as we wait for them to come to the shot? There it is. Now Harry Cook's pulled away, but Mike Evans hasn't done so for James Wingfield. Here comes James. Down the outside he goes, side by side for 4th, into Paddock Hill Bend. Mike Evans will have the inside line and therefore has the track position. But the racing line gives Wingfield the chance to swing back to the inside and have a go this time. So he pulls level. They're going to be parallel under brakes down towards the braking zone for Druids. Turning in, and that is 1 position gain for Wingfield. And Yates was trying to follow him through late on in that corner, but couldn't quite just poke his way through. So he's going to have a try next time. He keeps close to these next few corners. Just disappearing down the back straight. Rest of the top 10. Well, David Yates, Lars Hoppen's dropped back in 7th place. He's just there watching on the fringes of this battle as David Yates again. He thought about it. He was thinking about a move, and he's still thinking about it, getting over the curbs on the inside. So he's going to try and press on as hard as he can, keeping the toe. But he has to bear in mind that Mike Evans has the toe as well. So whatever David Yates is trying to do, Mike is trying to do it back to James here. 10 minutes 20 seconds to go in this second Caterham 310R race. Turn in through the hairpin at Druids again. Lead gap is now, it's toing and froing at the front. It's about 8.5 tenths between Thompson and Walters, so no real change between them. As we now watch our battle for 3rd, make it battle for 4th going up towards Surtees now. Oh, and Harry Cook, look at the way he threw the car into the corner through Surtees. Wingfield's up over the curb as well, so you can tell he's pushing. They're all right at the limit here. That's the best bit about Caterham racing. There's never a dull Caterham race, because there's always a battle like this going on. It's even when they get to a bit of a stalemate, the fact they're all on the toe together and trying to make a move, it's always quite tense when you watch a Caterham race, because you always sense that something's about to kick off at any moment. Any time someone can make a dive up the inside or make a mistake, and just one little slip and it can bring the whole chasing pack behind. If there's a big group of cars, just bring them back into contention, and then you've got a fight on your hands. These Caterhams really are like nothing else that anyone will ever drive and ever race, and they really are a unique experience, and they do put on some fabulous racing. So still the battle for 4th as it is. Now Wingfield's pulled away from Evans, who now is under big pressure from the very feisty David Yates, who will find any opportunity he can, is sniffing around for a move in the top 5 here. Just really keeps on applying that pressure. Here's the leaders, looking at their lap times, cross the lap time this time by, and it's another 2 tenths gain for Thompson. The gap is now just over a second. So at this point in time, Thompson's looking comfortable enough, but not totally comfortable, because he knows that Walters isn't too far away. Thompson turns in. Walters keeps up the pursuit in car 88, former Caterham champion himself. So very experienced, but certainly the young gun Lewis is getting involved. Now then, I see spots of rain on my window, so it's starting to rain once again. Now this might well bring things different, be a different factor into play here. And of course, in these cars, the tyres that they use are essentially all-weather tyres. They do fit all weather conditions. It's not like the 7 Championship UK cars that have a dedicated Avon slick and wet tyre. They do run an all-weather tyre that can handle both the dry and any form of rain around the circuit. It is starting to rain again. I was expecting another cloudburst at some point this afternoon. So it's a ride pretty much right on time. It was saying around about 4 o'clock. So just as it was predicted, this should make things a little bit interesting. It's drizzling, but maybe not enough to have that much of a big impact, as Evans has a look back up the outside to try and repass Wingfield for position. They turn back in through Paddock Hill Bend. This is over 4th place. Best of the rest off the podium, and Evans looks one way then the other, but Wingfield firmly shuts the door. Just thinks, what are you doing, Mike? Go around the long way. So Mike says, okay then, if you're going to make it that tough, I'll try the long way round. And he did have a go at Druids, but didn't quite work out for him that way. Still, there's more and more spots of rain forming on my commentary box window here, so it is starting to drizzle a bit. As the leaders then come back through to complete another lap. There's Harry Cook still holding on, and Evans very sideways as he pushes on to try and repass Wingfield. There's David Yates. He's fallen back in a big sideways moment for David Yates. It's never unspectacular when you watch David Yates. Either he's trying to make a move up the inside of somebody or having a big tail slide. He's certainly an entertaining driver to watch, is David. I know he's a popular figure in the paddock as well, so that's probably one of the reasons why he's that entertaining on the track, and I'm sure in the paddock as well. There's David. I suspect whatever's happening, he's having fun out there. So, 6th place at the moment for David. A better starting position than he had yesterday, because he had that issue when he had the spin in the beginning of the race, and then he had to fight his way back up to what was eventually 8th place. So, running a little better than he was yesterday. Lars Hoffman's also back in 7th, and again, just looked strong at the beginning of the race, and then just faded towards in the second half, really. I'm not sure the reason why. Even he will want some answers as to why there's a drop-off in pace. He's not really at the same pace he was in the last 2 seasons. Again, he has a win to his name this year, but and David Yates fronts wide, and that was always easy picking for Lars Hoffman. Then again, Yates comes back at him. Look at the slingshot he got from the corner. He took the wide line, which is technically the wet line, went all the way around the outside, and went, I'll have that back if you don't mind. That was brilliant stuff from David Yates. Was not going to let that go for a second. He ran wide. Everyone thought, oops, he's going off the road. Put his foot back down, and Lars Hoffman looked to the left-hand side and went, hold on a minute, that shouldn't work. But it did, and so David Yates is back into 6th position now. In front of a rather bemused Lars Hoffman, thinking, how on earth did that happen? So, 5.5 minutes to go. No change in the fact the lead gap has been consistently going back out again. It's now 1.7 seconds between Thompson and Walters. So Cook holds on to 3rd, Wingfield 4th, Evans 5th, then I'll scrap for 6th between David Yates and Lars Hoffman. 7th place at the moment is... So sorry, 8th place is Andy Lees. Forgive me. 9th place is Andrew Murgatroyd. 10th is Harry Landy. Then Christie, Price, Curtis, Welch and Metcalf round out the 15 runners. So all 15 that started are still going. There's spots of rain on our camera on top of the hospitality building here where we have our setup, which is our main camera looking over the start and finish straight. So it is starting to, it's carrying on raining. In fact, I think it's getting a little more intense now here at Brands Hatch. But incredibly, the temperature is still 17 degrees, so even though it is raining, any moisture that's on the circuit, if it continues to be this warm and blustery, it will still dry off pretty quickly. And so this might make the next race coming up, the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship, pretty interesting as well this afternoon. Less than 4.5 minutes to go. Lars Hoffman's pushing on to try and get past David Yates again. There is Andy Lees, who had some adventures yesterday, started on the pole position. I think he was helped in part, not just by his pace, but also by some of the slightly jumbled up grid in the weather conditions. Had that spin where he dropped it on the exit of Surtees to fight back to 9th place, so he had some work to do. There is Andrew Murgatroyd with Harry Landy in hot pursuit. This is for 9th and 10th, the last 2 cars in the top 10. I can see the leaders are coming out of Graham Hill Bend, so they carry on. Cook still 3rd, Wingfield 4th. That battle's still going on as Murgatroyd slides and slithers wide, and through goes Landy. Christie will get involved as well. Doug Christie in the black and gold car just at the back of this 3-car train. But Landy gets through. I suspect maybe was that possibly a bit of moisture or something down there with Murgatroyd just getting a bit too hot into Druids and losing the back end. Thankfully he caught it well, but he has lost the position as a result of that. He's now down to 10th, and he moves up another spot. So out through Clearways, through Clark Curve. 3.25 minutes left in this second to last Caterham race of the weekend. We've still got one more for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. And just like that, with the ever-changing weather, I think it's still spitting with rain, but the sun's also shining down here at Brands Hatch. Now then, I think that was Stephen Metcalf, I think, that has just, it's either Metcalf or Curtis that Lewis Thompson just put a lap on. Pete Walters is still in 2nd place. Gappy's come down again slightly to 1.4 seconds, but the last couple of laps it's gone back out again, so I suspect that the traffic had something to do with that. And there goes Pete Walters continuing the pursuit. He's running out of time here. He either needs a mistake or just catching up to some traffic to allow Pete Walters back into contention here. But 2nd place will still be quite strong for him. It keeps up his 100% record of continuously finishing on the podium and not finishing any lower than second, and so that's looking pretty strong in its own right. And so what's interesting as well is that Lewis Thompson, because you drop your worst 3 results and you count your best 12, if Lewis Thompson goes ahead and wins every single race in the season, including the ones he's won already, if he wins here this second race and also the rest of them coming up this year at Croft, Snetterton and Cadwell Park, his worst results will be literally the 3 races he didn't compete in, which is Dartmoor Park, which means not only would he have a 100% winning record if he performs that, but he won't have anything to drop because he'll have no points, and his best results will all be victories. So that may well come back to be a blessing for him later on, whilst Pete Walters, of course, has to drop at the moment a couple of second places. He will probably drop at least, we'll have to drop 3 of them because he's got 3 scores and 23 points, where there's some where he's got 23 plus the fastest lap of the race, which means gives him an extra bonus point for 4th. At the moment, it's going to be a maximum score of 26 for Lewis Thompson, 25 plus that bonus point for the fastest lap. There goes Thompson, there goes Walters. Gap is stabilised at 1.4 seconds, so looks as though I think in these final few moments of the race, with the last lap imminent, I think we're probably going to hold on to this top 2. Lewis Thompson, who pretty much is just driving as if he's been doing it absolutely for years, and so he's only been, it's kind of his 2nd or 3rd year of Caterham racing, so getting to grips with the Caterhams is in pretty rapid fashion, and now he's got to the point where he is one of the most formidable drivers in the pack. Across the line he goes with 40 seconds left to go, so which means we're on to the last lap. And Pete Walters will need some kind of a miracle, I think. He's dropped another half a tenth on that last lap, so the gap is still just under 1.5 seconds, there or thereabouts. But Pete Walters has got this one in tow at the moment in 2nd place. And they're miles ahead of the next group of cars. Harry Cook in 3rd place. He's now got a 3-second advantage over James Wingfield. Mike Evans is holding on to 5th, and it's then Yates, Hoffman, Lees, Landy and Murgatroyd in the top 10. But out through Surtees in the sunshine, it's going to be Lewis Thompson who will carry on, and Pete Walters will keep on pushing right to the very end up to the flag, but at the moment it's going to be a good effort but not good enough to stop him, because even though he missed around at Donington on those drop score rounds, it means at the moment he will keep up a 100% winning record. It is 6 wins from 6 starts once again, and a 2nd race victory of the weekend for Lewis Thompson in the Bill Stein Caterham 7.310R Championship. A brilliant drive once again from pole position. Pete Walters pushes him all the way and finishes 1.1 seconds at the end. It's 2nd place, 3rd for Harry Cook, 4th for James Wingfield, 5th for Mike Evans, 6th for David Yates, 7th for Hoffman. A battle between Lees and 8th, and it's 9th and 10th across the line in quick succession for Murgatroyd and Landy. Murgatroyd beating Landy to the flag, and Landy gets the final top 10 spot with Douglas Christie 11th, Jeff Price 12th, Gary Curtis 13th, and then it's Chris Welch in 14th place with Stephen Metcalf, the final finisher out of 15. So all 15 started and all 15 made it home again, which is great to see. So great job for Lewis Thompson. 6 wins out of 6 starts for him, 100% win record. That will do nicely for him, particularly when he's got nothing to drop so far in terms of worst results. In fact, he'll have nothing to drop because his worst results have been counted anyway after missing Donington Park. So excellent job from all involved by him. And so they will be heading back around into pit lane. And let's confirm the provisional results. It is Lewis Thompson who wins then by 1.1 seconds from Pete Walters in 2nd place. Harry Cook finishes 3rd. James Wingfield 4th. And Mike Evans rounds out the top 5 from David Yates in 6th. Lars Alexander Hoffman in 7th place. Then Andy Lees, Andrew Murgatroyd and Harry Landy round out the top 10. Then it's Douglas Christie 11th. Jeff Price 12th. Gary Curtis 13th. Then Chris Welch and Stephen Metcalf finish off the 15 finishers of the race. As I mentioned, all 15 started. All 15 made it home. So we're going to take a break before we get our final Caterham race underway. For those watching on the Caterham stream, sit tight. The final race will be coming up shortly. For those on the BRSCC stream, also sit tight because the next race is coming up. Our 3rd race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula Fords is next at a rather blustery and undecided weather-wise Brands Hatch here in Kent. Stay tuned.
Well, it's time now for our third and final race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford 1600 Championship. Alex Walker and Rory Smith, the two drivers that have done the winning so far this weekend. And now we get into the territory of reverse grid racing. And 6 on the grid is, or was, 6 in the last race, was Lucas Romanek. They're firing up the engines. We're going to have a quick chat. Lucas, it was a DNF for you in race 1, so good effort for you. Well done in race 2, getting up into the reverse grid positions and now pole position. What are your hopes?
Our goal is to get into the pole position. We hope to just carry on this momentum and sort of.
What does it feel like moving up from karting into this wonderfully prestigious championship?
Apologies there for, again, any additional sound issues there, of course, down the pit lane. I think some of the weather might have a bit of an effect with the wind and also the rain. If we do get some audio back from Richard, we'll definitely cut back down again to have a chat with a couple of other drivers. I think they're just firing up engines, so he might be just about to try and throw it back up to me anyway. So, in any case, thank you to Richard for his brief chat to Lucas. Thank you very much, and we're now getting set for our third race of the weekend here in the Avon Tyres National Formula Ford Championship. So there's a slight reverse grid. What they do is at the end of the second race they pull a numbered ball out from numbers 6 to 10 out there, and whichever number they pull out, a la BCCC style, they reverse the grid by that number of positions. So number 6 was pulled out, which means that the driver that finished in 6th place in race number 2 inherits pole position, and the top 6 are inverted for the final race, which means that Lucas Romanek, on his debut weekend in his new team, Oldfield Motorsport, will start from pole position for only his third race for them. Second on the grid alongside him will be Thomas Mills, then it's Alex Walker and Chris Middlehurst, and then Jamie Hurst and Rory Smith. But here's the confirmation of the grid. Lucas Romanek will start on pole, Thomas Mills on the front row alongside him, Alex Walker, the race 1 winner, alongside Chris Middlehurst in 4th on the grid, then Jamie Sharp and Rory Smith, who won race 2, he starts back in 6th with some work to do from the third row. And the rest of the grid is as they finished in race 2, so James Tucker and Ben Tinkler make it an all-club class 4th row of the grid. Tucker ahead of Tinkler. They've got 1 win each in the class today, so whoever can settle that today will be able to get in the bragging rights. Megan Gilchrist and Noel Robinson make up the top 10 on the grid. Gilchrist starting from 9th once again with a top 10 start for her. Benjamin Cochrane's 11th alongside Andre Lafond, who's recovering after his issues from race 1 yesterday. Paul Tucker in 13th place in the other club class racer. He is on the 7th row alongside Terry Walkingshaw in 14th place, and some of the drivers who didn't make it to the end of the race, including crucially Max Etherson. Watch him from 15th on the grid. He will not stay there, I can guarantee that. Neither will Colin Queen, and neither, I can guarantee, will Joey Foster at the back of the grid. The Cornish Express will certainly have to live up to his name to come back from 17th on the grid, and watch for him to make his way up through the order. So the weather here is, for one thing, whether it's dry or wet, incredibly blustery in terms of the wind that's around here. So that will certainly have a factor, particularly for drivers making their way towards the corners and possibly even unsettling the cars a bit. But of course, as we mentioned, the National Formula Ford's currently split up into 2 classes. The Pro class for some of our fast young chargers in the field, such as Lucas Romanek and Thomas Mills and everyone else towards the front of the field, and also some of the faster drivers in Formula Fords out there, like experienced drivers like Rory Smith, and including, of course, Joey Foster. He's always rapid whenever he gets into a Formula Ford. And then we have the club class for those who enjoy racing Formula Fords purely for the sake of racing Formula Fords. And so we have 3 cars in that class this weekend. Not that many cars have been appearing in club this year, but we'd love to have more out there because we've still got a couple more rounds to go in the Avon Tyres National Formula Fords. Of course, we've got the next rounds coming up are going to be on the British GT support package at Alton Park on September 11th and 12th. So I'm sure we'll get some of the drivers who regularly populate that area in the equivalent Northern and Super Classic Formula 4 Championship will join in for that grid, as well as I'm sure some other notable Formula 4 drivers would like to make the trip up to Cheshire. And then our final rounds take place at Snetterton in Norfolk on the early October. I think it's October 8th and 9th. That's where we will conclude the battle for the Pro and Clubman class titles. There is essentially one National Formula 4 title that is to be effectively decided today, provisionally, and that is the Triple Crown, because we have a couple of sub-championships within the main championship for those who want to do selective rounds and have their own little mini contest for those that can't commit to a full season. So it's the Triple Crown. It consists of the races that we've held at Donington Park and Silverstone already, plus the 3 races here at Brands Hatch to pick up a Triple Crown of big circuits. So that means then that all the points count for every single race. You don't have drop scores like the main championship, where you drop your worst 4 scores in the pro class, you drop your worst 5 for the clubman. But you don't have to drop anything for the Triple Crown. It's simply, quite literally, every single result counts for that one. So that's been a battle up until now between Max Esterson and Rory Smith. But then again, in this weekend so far, it's already been in the favour of Rory Smith, particularly in that second race, when Rory took the victory, whilst Max Esterson scored nothing after he went off. I think after he just interlocked wheels with Alex Walker. There was no malice for either driver, I don't think, just simply getting caught up in a bit of contact between them whilst they were trying to pass each other. And as a result, Esterson went spinning, just nudged the tyres on the run down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, and then because of that he ended up out of the race and scoring just about nothing. So a low score for him. That'll be a drop score in the main championship, nothing to drop in the Triple Crown. So revs rise then for the third and final National Formula Ford race at Brands Hatch. Romanek on pole, Mills and Walker behind him with the 2 Kevin Mills Spectrums. Who's going to win the third race here this afternoon here on Sunday at Brands Hatch? It's lights out and we are underway here for the third race. And Millie Mills switched through. Bit of a misshift there for Lucas Romanek as round the outside goes Mills, who almost had Walker going to the back of him as well. Round the outside goes Middlehurst to try and get 4th place. Sharp is in there too as well, but it is a Kevin Mills Spectrum 1-2 as Thomas Mills leads them up towards Druids for the first time. So Mills leads. It's Walker in second place. Romanek stays third. Middlehurst now under threat from the BM Racing pair. As there goes Jamie Sharp past both Romanek and also trying to get past Ben Tinkler in there as well. Look, Ben Tinkler in the 2009 race chassis. I think that is the ex Joey Foster car that he won the festival in 2017. So Ben Tinkler in a very prominent car, so to speak. As they charge their way in through Surtees for the first time. Foster's already up a couple of spots from the back of the grid, about 14th place now. It's up 3 places in the mix. There he is in the British Racer green-coloured Furman car, number 3. But now down the pit straight for the first time. So Kevin Mills will enjoy that sight. It is a Kevin Mills 1-2 across the line. It's actually Walker that leads the way. Mills in second place. Middlehurst third. Sharp 4th. 5th place for Lucas Romanek. 6th for Rory Smith, and it was 7th place for Ben Tinkler, but Megan Gilchrist with a great move. She's up into 7th place past the Clubman class man in his Ray chassis, so a great move from her. So P6 then is Rory Smith. They're just behind Lucas Romanek, who's doing pretty well in his new team. Just to mention again, for those who didn't tune into the first 2 races, as a reminder, it was Lucas Romanek who started the season in a Kevin Mills Spectrum, but then he's now changed over across for this weekend onwards into the Oldfield Motorsport prepared Van Diemen chassis, and so he's just adapting on as he goes on the fly, trying to get himself up the field. Now, speaking of going up the field, both Max Esterson and Joe Foster are making progress together, because Esterson is ahead of Foster by virtue of starting ahead of him on the grid, and they're both on the tail of car 52, which is Andre Lafond, he's one of his 2 American teammates as they come into Paddock Hill Bend, and Andre doesn't fight his teammate too much, as there goes Esterson. Well, the intention's round him around the inside line, but Andre Lafond decides, maybe not, you might be in the championship contention, but I'll hold on for my position for the time being. And now we see Chris Middlehurst, who knows he has to try and get past Mills here. I suspect might do a little bit of work here, possibly making it difficult for Chris to try and get past, whilst Alex Walker charges off up the road because he knows he's got to get involved. That is one of the Dempsey cars. Now, is that possibly Colin Queen? Because he was behind Lafond and Esterson. I didn't see contact between those two, so I suspect it's Colin Queen that's had the spin up at Druids. There's Esterson. Yeah, there's Queen. So it is Andre Lafond. So there is actually Colin Queen that had the spin. Oh, and that's Ben Tinkler off the road. I'm not sure if there was contact. It was off camera. But Ben Tinkler carries on. And Alex Walker then is going to be down towards pretty much the tail of the club class battle. That'll now put in the club battle, I think that James Tucker will be in front, ahead of with Paul in second place. We'll check on the timing screens as they come through. No, Tinkler's into second now. So James Tucker leads, Ben Tinkler second, Paul Tucker is still third. So the first proper flying lap, it's Alex Walker with the fastest lap of the race already, 50.744. It's their Mills in second place to make it a Kevin Mills Spectrum 1-2. I'm looking out the window, and I think Thomas Mills has been given the instruction, make life difficult for Chris Middlehurst, I think, and that's exactly what he's doing, because he's just in there trying to put his car in all the right places to hold up Chris Middlehurst, and it's backing him into both Jamie Sharp and Rory Smith. So this is going to be very tricky here. Middlehurst will be swarming all around him. There goes Walker escaping up the road. Mills is basically giving him the backup here to try and ensure he can run off up the road. Now, the only fast snap of the race. Middlehurst trying this way and that, but he still can't get through. Mills parks the car right in the middle of the road to prevent Middlehurst any chance to get through. And again, being very good with his defensive moves here. Sharp and Roy Smith are also sniffing around. Has a look round the outside. There goes Jamie Sharp, but he gets edged out wide. Here comes Smith on the inside line. I suspect that Smith might want to help his teammate here a little bit. As Smith goes in front, he might be thinking, right, follow me, Jamie. Let's see if we can get past both of them. So the two BM Racing cars are now just bump drafting each other down the back straight. You never think bump drafting Formula 4 would work, but it does. Just latch on the nose of one car to the gearbox of another. Try not to push it up in the air too much, and away you go. So Thomas Mills, who is hanging on here like anyone's business, really going to try and prevent Chris Middlehurst from getting past. Middlehurst darts out. He's going to have to go round the outside line because Mills will not just let him have a move up the inside here, and he doesn't into Paddock Hill Bend this time. Back down the hill again. Still Mills, Middlehurst, Smith. That's second, third and fourth. There goes Walker, extending his lead. Smith goes round the outside of Middlehurst and tries to get the momentum. Can't quite get there, so funnels back in. And Sharp is in there too, and Middlehurst can't be close to the back of Mills' car. He is practically shoving his nose under the gearbox of Mills, saying, get out of the way! He needs to get past his teammate, but Mills is never going to let him through that easy. They're 2 by 2. I think that's Smith just holding off Sharp. Mills is really making this difficult for Middlehurst and co. Round the right-hander, up through clearways, back through Clark Curve again to the end of another lap. It's a 15-minute race. Of course, if we get a safety car, if we get more than one safety car, the first one will give us an extra 5 minutes. So if we do get one, that will make the difference. Middlehurst again, just underneath the exhaust. Max Esterson sets the fastest lap of the race. Megan Gilkes is having a cracking race, up to 6th place she's got up to. Great work from Megan so far. Good job for the former W Series driver. She's certainly in her first season of proper Formula Ford, learning her way through, and so she's having a great one. She can finish there. That'll be her best result to date. So keep it up. Keeping up the good work is young Canadian. So up through Graham Hill Bend again. I suspect Thomas Mills is kind of enjoying this because he's probably feeling the pressure but having a wry smile on his face thinking, you just keep trying to get past. But Alex is running up the road and Thomas gets a big slide on to try and prove the point that he's not only pushing, but he's also trying to do what he can to ensure that Alex doesn't really get much of a challenge. And of course, at this early stage, the longer that he gets the holds up Chris and co, by the time they do finally get past, if they get past, he'll be so far ahead that it'll mean that Middlehurst will have to put in incredible laps to try and get through. Smith has a big dive, late move into the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. Can't get it done. Here comes Smith on. It was Jamie Smith sharp on the inside line. They're side by side with 2 BM Racing cars. Smith won't fight it. He'll have it let him through. And there goes. Well, Smith has gone around the outside of his teammate. Tries to do the same on Middlehurst. Couldn't quite make that stick. So now they're side by side again with the BM Racing pair. And we're back to where we started. So Rory Smith is still in 4th place. Jamie Sharp still 5th. Megan Gilkes, to be fair, isn't far away from this. She's 1.2 seconds off. There's Gisler in 6th place. That's Terry Walkinshaw getting out of the way. But there's Megan Gilkes. And there's Max Esterson pushing her along as well. So Max Esterson is giving her a bit of a G up in terms of getting her foot down. But again, the longer that these 4 keep on getting forward together, by the virtue of Thomas Mills stacking them all up, the longer it's the easier it's going to be for Gilkes to get through. Just watching Esterson as they come into the right-hander. He's gone through past Gilkes into 6th positions. This will mean that possibly Gilkes will try and follow him now to the tail of this pack. As now the leader's still going at it here. Mills is making that car the widest Formula Ford in the venue. Oh, it's brilliant. I love this stuff. This is great. Thomas Mills is absolutely frustrating It's frustrating Middlehurst, Smith and Sharp no end whilst they're battling. Which frustrating Middlehurst. Sharp and Smith are just enjoying themselves, toying with Middlehurst. He's in a nightmare position, this Chris. He has to get past, but again, he just can't find his way through. Walker's gap is now 5 seconds. So at the moment, if we get into the second half of the race, it's probably going to be too little too late. All he can do now is do the best job he can, which is 2nd place. And Thomas isn't doing anything wrong. He's simply just driving his own line and making it difficult for Chris. That's all he can do. He's not doing anything like can't talk. Weaving around, swerving from side to side. He's not doing that. He's simply just placing his car defensively where he needs to put it to defend from Chris. That's all he's doing. And Chris and co can't find a way through. So it's great defensive driving from Jan Thomas. Remember, he's only in his first full campaign of Formula Ford racing, and he's doing an amazing job in his first season so far. He came into the weekend on points. I'll find my paperwork in a second. But he came in 5th on drop scores. So amazing stuff for him at this point in time, and just carries on impressing. And of course, he's got a great teacher in his father, Kevin, who runs the Spectrum chassis in his own team. And one of them, of course, is cantering up the road with Alex Walker behind the wheel. This really will be a weekend where Alex can catapult himself back into proper championship contention. Here comes Middlehurst to the outside, and again, can he finally go round the outside of the paddock? Again, not quite. Still, Mills has got the advantage in front. 6 1/4 minutes to go. I wonder where Esterson and Gilkis are. Well, they're not too far away. Gilkis is back by 1.1 seconds. But Esterson is right there. You can see him. It's now a 5-car scrap for second and third. There's Walker as he continues to extend his advantage at the front. Just enjoying a slightly casual Sunday drive this afternoon for his second win of the weekend. If it comes that way, we've still got 5 3/4 minutes to go in this race, so it's not over until the checkered flag, but if he can stay where he is, it'll be his 5th win of the season, which will certainly help him really keep in the fight right the way towards the final rounds at Snetterton. Because we know that Alton Park will be a crucial weekend. It's crucial right now that whilst Walker escapes, he makes hay while the sun currently shines, particularly when Thomas Mills is trying to keep Middlehurst at bay. Oh, and that was almost contact between Middlehurst and Mills. Very tight round the outside line, and again Mills shuts the door on Middlehurst. Now the inside goes Rory Smith, gets a little nudge from Jamie Sharp. S thinks, right, hello boys, round the outside I come. Middlehurst gets shuffled out 1, maybe 2 positions, maybe 3, because Esterson might make it 3 abreast down towards Graham Hill Bend. That was never going to work. And now Rory Smith takes up the mantle. He now gets the chance to try and have a attack at Thomas Mills and thinks, right, you couldn't get it done, watch this. Also in there, watch out for Gilkis, who's not too far away. There she is, Megan Gilkis with Colin Queen just behind her, and Joey Foster on the recovery trail. There goes Queen up the inside, the young American karting graduate. Joey Foster is in there too in 9th place. And Lucas Romanek, who started on pole, excuse me, been shuffled back down to 10th. So he's not had the greatest of days so far, Lucas, but he managed to start from pole and had the glory there momentarily. So Joey Foster having a look up the inside of Gilkis, trying to get past the Canadian in the 3rd of the Kevin Mills spectrums as Thomas Mills continues on his merry way in the lead of this group. He must be enjoying this. He must be loving this point, just watching everyone else scrapping behind him and putting his car in all the right places and all the right times and just holding on whilst everyone else gets so frustrated behind him. That must be so satisfying in a really really evil way, but great stuff from the top 2 at the moment for Kevin Mills. This is great strategy from them. There's Ben Cochran battling away with the 555 with James Tucker. He leads the club class. So good effort from James. It'll be his 2nd club class win. He's also appeared a few times in the Avon Tyres Northern and Super Classic Championship, which had 4 rounds at Mallory Park. Well, it's had 3 rounds, and the final Mallory Park round is coming up at the end of the month on the 28th of August. So all Formula Fords are welcome, of course, for that. I'm sure will be James and a few others who might want to jump out here to get involved. And he's having a great battle with Benjamin Cochran, who is having his first year in Formula Fords. He's with the Team Dolan outfit, who used to be a champion outfit with good likes of Niall Murray. Back with our 5-car scrap for second now. Still Thomas Mills, then Rory Smith, then Chris Middlehurst, then Jamie Sharp, then Max Esterson. And Smith wants to have a go, but again Mills puts the car straight in the middle of the road and says, nope, not happening. This, if you want to get past me, you're going to have to prize this position from me. Like your life depends on it. I'll get my words out eventually because it's such a close battle and there's so much going on, it's almost making me lost for words. Middlehurst right underneath the rear gearbox of Rory Smith, who now will look to the outside line. Middlehurst will try and get him on the inside if he can. Little lock up on the outside front from Smith, but he carries the momentum. And now as they come up the hill again, they're both going to close in on the back of Mills' car into the hairpin, looking around the outside of the young teenager. But still Mills keeps his foes in front. This is a great defensive drive for Thomas Mills. You know, whether it's just him hanging on for the position or in essence helping Alex to get up the road and pick up a victory, either way, it's been a great drive, as it has been for this man as well, Alex Walker. 2.25 minutes to go in this race. A lead of over 7 seconds out in front, so this is really working out nicely for Alex at this point in time. Across the line he goes. I think we're going to get maybe, possibly at least 2 if not 3 more laps, including the one we're on. So we've completed 15 laps. Looking further back, I can see that we've got some great battles going on for 2nd and 4th. Now, there has been a change of position behind him, so we can focus on that in a second, because we've got Thomas Mills still in 2nd place, but he's now Chris Middlehurst is back into 3rd now. So as Alex Walker goes through, where's our lead gap of a 2nd? There it is. So Thomas Mills is now 2nd, but now Chris Middlehurst is back into 3rd. He's passed Rory Smith up at Paddock Hill Bend. Jamie Sharp in 5th position, and Max Esterson, who would love to get towards the front of this group if he can, to beat Chris Middlehurst and give him more misery. He's back in 6th, but Middlehurst, we're trying as hard as he can here to try and get through the white car there, number 87. They all stuck up under braking. They almost made a bit of contact, but they're going to hold on for the time being. So they're going to get 2 more laps then. Alex Walker goes through to start lap 17 here this afternoon. We've had 2 brilliant Formula 4 races. This third one's lived up to it as well. Right, let's try again, shall we? Middlehurst down to the outside line. Can he break much later into Paddock Hill Bend? He tries the high, wide and handsome line. Still can't do it. And he can't get the cut back either. So every time he goes for the inside line, Thomas Mills puts his car there. Every time he goes to the inside line, tries to get past the Paddock Hill Bend, Thomas Mills' car is on the inside. Every single place he goes to pass, Mills has got his car parked right on the apex to stop him getting through. And that's what's really frustrating, Chris. So he's only got about a lap and a bit to go now. Esterson's on the rear of Jamie Sharp. Colin Queen's in there as well, in the second of the low-density car. So Esterson has backup now. And there's Jamie Sharp, who I think has been allowed through by Rory Smith, I think. As there goes Alex Walker. About 25 seconds left to go here in this final race of the weekend for the National Formula Fords. And, of course, this will be quite good preparation for the Formula Ford Festival in October for the drivers here. I'm pretty sure the majority, if not all of them, will be out in force for that festival race weekend, the 50th. Quite a landmark weekend for the BRSCC, so if you can make it both as a competitor in Formula Fords and also as a spectator, please do come, because it should be a magnificent weekend from start to finish. So Alex Walker then makes his way down into the final couple of corners. As for the battle for second, they still cannot shake off Thomas Mills as they come into the run towards Surtees, but into the last couple of corners. A bit of a tough couple of weekends coming in here to Brands Hatch, but he's going to leave with 2 victories to catapult him straight back into the title hunt in 2021. Up to the checkered flag, a 5th win of the season and a 2nd of the weekend for Alex Walker. He coasts across the line for Kevin Mills Racing. That's the job done. Now then, can Thomas Mills hold on for 2nd place? The answer is going to be as it comes towards the line. There's contact between Mills and Middlehurst, but just holds on at the line. It's a Kevin Mills 1-2. Thomas Mills does take 2nd place and holds back the tide for an incredible 15 minutes of racing. That was one of the drives of the weekend, I have to say, purely for the defensive effort. Brilliant job from Thomas. 3rd for Chris Middlehurst. He will be deeply frustrated, but it's still a 3rd place, still good points. Jamie Sharp in 4th, Rory Smith is 5th, Max Esten 6th. Then it should be Colin Queen, Megan Gilchrist, Joey Foster and Lucas Romanek round out the top 10, with Cochrane, LaFond and that's Terry Walkinshaw in 13th place. And then Noel Robinson also pitted in the closing stages. And then for the club class, it's James Tucker who wins. He also finishes in 12th place overall, ahead of Ben Tinkler in 2nd in club, 14th overall. And then it was Paul Tucker who was 15th overall and 3rd in the category. So, brilliant stuff, as always, from the Formula Fords. There's the Pro Class result. Alex Walker wins overall and in Pro Class, with Thomas Mills in 2nd place, Chris Middlehurst in 3rd, Jamie Sharp is 4th, then Rory Smith in 5th, Max Esterson 6th, and Colin Queen in 7th place. Then Megan Gilchrist, Joey Foster could only manage 9th, and Lucas Romanek rounds out the top 10. Benjamin Cochrane 11th from... that should be Andre Lafond 12th and Terry Walkinshaw in 13th. And you can just see it there, I think, the club class result, which is James Tucker from Ben Tinkler and then Paul Tucker for the 3 cars that all made it home. Paul Tucker being 2 laps off the club class lead. So, for the Formula 4 drivers, they'll be back out next at Alton Park in September for the British GT rounds. But, of course, coming up, we've got our last Caterham action coming up. So, stay tuned for those who are watching on the BRSCC stream. We're going to rejoin our Caterham viewers with our final race, 3rd of the weekend, for the Caterham 7 Championship UK. Don't go away.
A warm welcome back to Brands Hatch and our final Caterham race of the weekend. Sadly, the good news is it's the 7s. We started the day with them. We started the day with a little bit of inclement weather. The weather didn't know what it was doing. Wet tyres, dry tyres. Now it's very definitely dry. If we've got time, we'll grab a quick word with Stephen Nuttall. Stephen, a 1st and a 4th so far this weekend for you. This time, no decision about tyres. It's all good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking that way. It's going to stay dry till the end, so straight, clean race, hopefully.
Fastest lap for you in the first race of the day, so the pace is there and a consistent weekend for you too.
Yeah, just need to do another strong result in this race. You're right, the pace. A few setup changes overnight. The car's feeling much better, so much happier. Yeah, looking forward to a good scrap.
Will and you have had a great tussle, haven't you, and are having a great tussle for the championship?
Yeah, over the years as well. So we've met each other in various formulas over the years. Super Sports in 2015, I think it was. And then the R300s a couple of years back as well. So yeah, and a great scrap this year. So I'm looking forward to more of that.
We hope you have a safe race. Have a good one. We'll see you on the podium. Thanks very much, Stephen. We're going to have a quick whiz over, if we can, to Will Smith. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry for getting in the way. Will Smith, top point scorer on the day so far, a 1 and a 2 so far on the weekend. Good point scoring and looking pretty good as we develop the season.
Yeah, it's been a strong weekend. We had a good round last time out as well. A bit disappointed earlier with the way we lost the win, but that's racing. Steve, lining up with Steve, a couple of the key competition are further down the field. It's going to be hard to beat Steve. He's been racing a long time. He's very good, but we've had some great rattles in the past. Hopefully it'll be a clean, fast race, and hopefully we'll come out on top.
You sound disappointed. Talk us through what happened and from your perspective.
Unfortunately, I got overtaken under the yellow flag. It's all been dealt with, and it's in the past now. I'm just going to looking forward to this race.
Okay, the whistle's gone, which means I've got to go. Good luck for the race, Will. Thank you for talking to us. That's Will Smith. So the final Caterham race of the weekend. As you can see, everybody loves their Caterham racing. We do. We know you're going to as well. So to go through the full grid, let's go back up and join Scott Woodwist once again. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, this should be a belter. The first two are anything to go by. This third one should be absolutely sensational. Now, before we get to the grid, there's something I need to mention, of course, because we heard William Smith mention there that there was an incident which involved overtaking under yellow flags. That involved Gordon Sawyer. Now then, Gordon, as a result of that, has been disqualified from the second race, which means that he has to start this final race from the back of the grid. And so he'll start what should be, by the looks of things, what's the position going to be if I look on the thing? 13th on the grid. Should be alongside James Murphy if he's there, which he is. So all 14 cars are back on the grid, thankfully. Also, so is Chris Hutchinson, who had that wheel come off and off at Clearway. So thankfully that's been resolved by the DPR team, and he's back on the grid on the 6th row. But again, the grid is set by the results of race 2. And so because of that, who lines up on the pole position on the front row of the grid, William Smith alongside him on the front row. Then it's Jake Swan-Dixon and Rob Watts on the second row, followed by Henry Heaton and Graham McDonald. He'll be one to watch for more from 6th. Let's see if he can make some progress from row 3. Tom Eden and Chris Aubrey come next, ahead of Neil Fraser and Alex Jordan to round out the top 10 positions. And then some drivers to watch out from towards the back. Johnny Jarrett in 11th place starts alongside Chris Hutchinson, who's back in 12th. And then Gordon Sawyer, again, probably the man to watch from the rear, as will also be Superman himself, James Murphy, because he's done this more than once in Caterham's, so watch for James from the back. But actually, it's James who will start in 13th place on the inside of row 7. Outside of row 7 is Gordon Sawyer. So James Murphy's car at the back is the black car with the orange roll cages and stripes, and it's the black and yellow, more kind of goldish, predominantly black and gold car, two-tone of Gordon Sawyer towards the right-hand side at the back of the field. So Stephen Nuttall, who leads them away, he was the champion leader coming into the weekend. And for those who might be joining us, happen to join us for our final race only for the first time for the 7 codes. First of all, where have you been? Because the 2 races we've had have been absolutely sensational from start to finish. And so the third race should promise to be even better, particularly when you've got some fast drivers towards the back out of position to carve their way through. I would expect in the first couple of laps they will pick off most of the cars in front of them to get to the front few contenders, which will include Stephen Nuttall, William Smith, including Jake Swan-Dixon, Rob Watts and Henry Heaton. So Henry must have been a bit aggrieved by the fact that he was a bit further back in that race than he would like to have been. When he finished that race, he ended up being in 5th place, of course, as a result. Greg McDonald also worked his way up into P6, so the Caterham CEO, I always refer to him as kind of like a modern-day Peter Wheeler for those who have longer memories of the days of the incredible TVR Tuscan Challenge, when the then TVR boss Peter Wheeler, as well as other TVR personnel, I think Ben Samuelson, who was the media guy, also did some racing there. But Peter Wheeler used to be quite a long-standing racer of his own TVR Tuscans. I think it was one year when he was developing the new AJP8 engine. He was the only driver in the field with that engine, whilst everyone else had the older Rover V8s. And so once that whole season's running was done by Peter, everyone else then had the new AJP8, but it was he that had a season running it because, well, he was the chairman. He used his car as the test mule, so to speak. But that's TVRs. This is Caterham, another great British sports car make. And of course, these Caterhams are pretty much the fastest we've ever seen. They've got 180 brake horsepower, 2-litre Ford-derived Duratec engine, which has been tuned by Caterham. They have dedicated and bespoke-made Avon slicks and wet tyres, dedicated and new for this year for 2021. Uprated suspension. They have a flat shift gearbox, sequential as well, of course. They also have an increased rev limit on the engine, and of course the enhanced suspension over last year as well. These cars per lap are anywhere between 1 to 2 to even as much as 5 seconds a lap faster than they were last year, and the lap records at the circuit so far this year have been tumbling. So some great action all the way through. So, the last few cars in the back. Watch for Hutchinson, Murphy and Sawyer at the back, but watch for Stephen Nuttall and William Smith at the front of the field for the final time this weekend for Caterham Racing and for the 7 Championship UK. They're side by side at the front of the grid. Red lights are out, and it's a decent start from the front row. Good start from the outside the row, as I'd expected from William Smith, but Stephen Nuttall in the second phase gets to run. Oh, it's 5 abreast for 4th place behind. That's never going to work. Goodness me, they're going to kick off already. Okay, that's how we're going to play. Right, I'm going to enjoy this. So 20 minutes then, up towards the right-hander at Druids for the first time. And Nuttall leads, Smith in second, then everyone trying to be third. Jake Swan-Dixon currently has it. It's now up to 4th, it looks like, almost 4th for Rob Watts, but there goes Graham McDonald looking up the inside. He locks up under brakes. Meanwhile, James Murphy's ahead of Gordon Sawyer. He's got past Alex Jordan. Sawyer follows him through. As for Hutchinson, he's got past Chris Aubrey. And they're both trying to get past Johnny Jarrett at the back of the field as well. So, leaders then coming up through the right-hander at Surtees, then through McLaren, Clearways, and then Clark Kerr for the first time. There goes James Murphy past Tom Eden in the bright yellow car. One car running wide. That was Graham McDonald. He always finds himself in bad situations, this Graham. He gets himself into a top position, then he falls backwards. So, once again, not having the greatest of luck this weekend after he's off right here at Paddock Hill Bend under brakes in race 1. Had to carve his way back through the field to get himself, I think it was high as 7th or 8th in that second race, but then, of course, benefited from the disqualification of Gordon Sawyer to get into P6 for this grid. They turn in through the hairpin at Druids, up the top of the hill. And so Nuttall from William Smith, Jake Swan-Dixon, Henry Heaton's 4th, then Rob Watts 5th, and already, as I predicted, 6th and 7th, making light work of the cars around them, are both James Murphy and teammate Gordon Sawyer. Of course, both of those drivers are part of the DPR squad. There goes James Murphy. Gordon Sawyer will follow him through in a second. Oh, big time for Gordon Sawyer up the inside of Rob Watts. There he goes. So that's a move done. So that's another car picked off for the pair of them. Meanwhile, the leaders come back down the pit straight. Here comes Nuttall trying to escape. Swan-Dixon goes for second on the outside line. Henry Eaton thought about the inside to make it 3 abreast into Paddock. But now trying to take the wide line into Paddock is not going to work for Swan-Dixon. He lets Henry Eaton through, and he might be alongside for second place. Could get 2 for the price of 1 exiting Paddock Hill Bend. He's side by side into the hairpin at Druids. Is he through? Yes, he is. Great pass from Henry Eaton. Gets 2 cars in 1 move. And now his next target has got to be the leader, Stephen Nuttall. He's going to chase after him here. See if he can try and hunt him down. But watch out for James Murphy. I don't call him Superman for nothing. He did this at Thruxton a few years ago. He had an incident in the first race, started at the back of the grid, charged through to 3rd, and to celebrate, he laid across top of his roll cage and stuck his arm out like Superman, hence the nickname. That's because he can charge his way through from the back of the grid to the front in no time at all. He's in a hurry here. He knows he's going to try and pick up some points here, and Gordon Sawyer has to as well. Meanwhile, for the lead, they're side by side just on the exit of the camera. And now into Paddock Hill Bend they go. He's thought about it, but again, we'll go for that undercut like he got on both Swan-Dixon and Smith. It's going to work. Great momentum off the corner. They're going to be side by side, wheel to wheel into the braking zone at Druids. Side by side into the apex, and Henry Heaton is through into the lead. So Heaton hits the front here in race 3 at Brands Hatch. Look at James Murphy, though, for 3rd place. Round the outside of Will Smith. He goes through into 3rd. He really is on a charge. So from the back of the grid to 3rd for James Murphy, and he's not finished yet. He's going to defend from Will Smith. Sawyer's up to 5th as well, past Jake Swan-Dixon. Rob Watts is now 7th in the grey and fluorescent yellow car at the back of the field. There goes Gordon Sawyer. He's not hanging around either, diving up the inside for 4th. And Paul William Smith has been shuffled back from what was a front row start down to 4th. So Heaton leads. Nuttall 2nd, Murphy 3rd, Sawyer 4th, incredibly. Both of those cars in the 3rd and 4th positions from the back of the grid. And Jake Swan-Dixon with a big dive into Paddock Hill Bend. He was really late on the brakes on the inside line, but William Smith carries the momentum and holds on to the position. And now Swan-Dixon's under threat from Rob Watts. Up at the top of the circuit, round the hairpin, and then back down the hill again towards Graham Hill. And now incredibly James Murphy thinks, right, my next target, you might be the championship leader, you might be my teammate, don't care, I'm going for 2nd place. Let's see how James Murphy handles this one. So, through they go. There's Sawyer. There's Smith in the chrome orange Caterham, number 27, former Caterham champion himself. Jake Swan-Dixon there in the mix just behind him. Rob Watts is right behind. The rest of the pack is starting to close up a little bit behind him. Tom Eden's in the mix. Graham McDonald's not too far behind either in 9th place. There goes James Murphy diving down the outside. He can go around the outside if he can. Takes the high, wide and handsome line. And he does make it stick. Great pass from James Murphy into 2nd place here at Brands Hatch. And Gordon Sawyer thinks, right, my turn. Round the outside. There he goes. What one does, the other one can do just as well. And he's sticking around the outside. But Stephen Nuttall knows not just his teammate. He's one of his main championship rivals. But that's not going to stop Gordon Sawyer diving up the inside. And he's on past Stephen Nuttall now. So down to 4th goes the championship leader coming into the weekend. James Murphy is 2nd. I remember talking to James back at Knock Hill, and he said that what he wanted to do this season was simply just get himself a podium, use this year as a chance to develop, to learn the car, because he comes fresh out of 310Rs when he just missed out on the title last year to Greg Monks, who has been competing this year but hasn't been present for the past couple of rounds. And ever since then, his target was simply just to get himself a podium finish, and he did more than that in the first weekend, as there goes Graham McDonald with a nice move up the inside to make a dive into what is now 8th place at the expense of Tom Eden. So Tom capitulates and lets the boss through, probably not by choice, but Graham making a decent move to get himself up another position. So he's not too far away from Watts and co, so he'll try and pick his way through if he can. It's a 20-minute race, so we're up now past 5.5 minutes left. 5.5 minutes gone in this race so far. 14.5 to go. Heaton. Oh, big slide there for James Murphy. I think that possibly might be a move there for Gordon Sawyer up the inside, which he has done. Yes, he has. So just out of shot there. The big slide for James Murphy was full indication for Gordon Sawyer to go for a dive. He's done it. And now the top two are going to be nose to tail. Stephen Nuttall's losing touch in 4th place. We've got a car calling into the pits. That's Jake Swan-Dixon into the pit lane. So actually, Jake Swan-Dixon with problems. I've seen him tumbling down the timing screen. We've also lost Neil Fraser out there as well. So sadly, Neil Fraser's come to a halt in this race. Still 12 cars going. But Heaton then continuing on to head the pack. Heaton only has 1 win so far this year, and that was the 2 wins this year. That was a brace at Knock Hill that he took. Decent weekend for him. 2 wins in the 2nd in Scotland, so that was a nice trip north across the border. There goes the top 4. There's Smith, Watts, then McDonald, Eden there in 8th position in the bright yellow number 64. 9th for Alex Jordan. And Chris Hutchison might be a bit disappointed with 10th, but he's still learning in that car, still getting to grips with it. And I think that was his first non-finish, that 2nd race at Brands Hatch of the year. Now, Gordon Sawyer set the fastest lap of the race, 49.625, the first man yet to go sub 50 seconds in this race. So he's now got the gap down to less than half a second. There it is. So Gordon Sawyer there, flashed with a shot in the gold and yellow two-tone car, or the black and gold two-tone car. He's on the tail of Henry Heaton, and he knows he'll be absolutely fired up after that disqualification in race 2. That will be fueling him to try and get towards the front. And he's not hanging around. He's someone who, if he sees an opportunity, he will go for it any day of the week. And if Henry Heaton shows him at least even just a millimetre too much room at any point inside or outside, Gordon Sawyer will be absolutely all over him. He's all over him now underneath the roll cage. He's going to go to the outside line, and will he make a daring pass down the outside into Paddock Hill Bend? The answer is yes, he will. Look at that, round the outside and even hitting the brakes to sweep past before they even hit the middle pedal into the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend. And Gordon Sawyer, from the back of the grid, is into the lead here at Brands Hatch. Brilliant stuff from Gordon Sawyer. This is a circuit which we said, coming into the weekend, he always called it his bogey weekend, his bogey circuit. He never really enjoyed being here, and not so much enjoyment for Jake Swan-Dixon either. I'm afraid his car is in the pit lane, and unfortunately that's his weekend coming to a premature end. His car, not for whatever reason, healthy enough to continue. So unfortunately, Jake is out of the race. So heading towards the second half of this 20-minute race, this final 20-minute race of the weekend, not just for the 7 UKs, but for Caterham as a whole as well. After this, we've still got 2 more races to come, but at the moment, the 7 UKs carry on. Heaton goes for revenge on the outside line. He goes for it, but Gordon Sawyer just a little bit later on the brakes because he's a bit more confident to hold the line. But Heaton's had his classic tactic of going wide into the corner, getting the switch back on the exit, the slingshot up the hill. But Sawyer was wise to that and just decides to hold on to the inside line and prevent any kind of avenue that Heaton wanted to take in order to pull off that move. So Sawyer, Heaton, Murphy in 3rd place now. Stephen Nuttall will be back in 4th now, not really wanting to be there. He wants to try and be up in the lead and to try and pick up some strong points. Everyone's starting to spread out a bit here. Let's see if James Murphy can catch up to these two, because at the moment it seems to be all about Sawyer versus Heaton right now in terms of the battle at the front. It's the closest scrap on track at the moment. Heaton back in the slipstream. They both hug the inside line back towards the pit straight, back towards Paddock Hill Bend. Now, Heaton is going wide into the Paddock Hill Bend, so will he try to swing to the inside to get the better slingshot off the corner again? He gets a decent run, closes up a bit more up the hill in the toe, latching onto the slipstream that Sawyer will give him. There's Murphy, car number 3 in position 3, followed by Gordon Sawyer in 4th. And now back in through Graham Hill Bend again. There is Stephen Nuttall Still 10 and a bit minutes to go in this race, coming up to half distance. These races used to be half an hour, but they've gone for a different format. They used to have 2 30-minute races, as per the 270s and 310s, but they decided to try and mix things up a little bit and try and because these cars were going to be a bit more physical to drive in terms of the increased grip of these cars, therefore the extra G-forces, they reduced the race length down to 320 minutes, and it's certainly giving us lots of action because there's lots of urgency for these drivers to try and pick up the positions they need before the timer hits 0. 10 less minutes can really make a difference in a race sometimes, particularly when you've got championships and race wins on the line. Back through Druids. Gordon Sawyer working away at the wheel of his number 91 machine. Still Heaton in second place. And both these two would dearly love to carry on where they are, because I think regardless of the order, it will certainly help not only Sawyer to get back up there, but also for Henry Heaton to, along with Sawyer, gain some points back in the drop scores on Stephen Nuttall. There is Stephen, car 46. Then we've got 5th place for Will Smith, 6th for Rob Watts. There's Graham McDonald in 7th, Caterham CEO. He's come up all the way from the bottom end of the bottom of the ladder in the academy. There goes Graham in car 19. And he's made his way up through Caterham Academy, through Roadsport, through 27, 310, and then of course now into the Caterham 7 Championship UK. He's gone through all 5 ladders, so he now has an understanding as a driver and also as a CEO exactly what his customers experience, and therefore he can communicate that much better going forward to everyone involved. And also it means he can fulfill his own ambitions of being a racing driver, and he's gone all the way up to the top step, and he's pretty much advanced every single step of a ladder per year. So he started back in 2017, then this year he's been in the previous years he was then in 2018 in Roadsport, 2019 in 270, 2020 in 310R, and of course then this year moving up to the 7 UK Championship with these brand new slick tyres. In this battle, he's trying to battle his way back through for 7th place. He's 8th, 9th and 10th. It's Eden, Jordan and Hutchinson. Hutchinson of course started back in 12th after he lost the wheel at Clearways in the second race, but he's fighting back to get himself into the top 10. There is Chris, former Caterham champion himself in the back in the days when it was still called the Supersport category. It's the 310R Championship. So he is going to carry on to try and hold on to keep on to the back end of these top 2. Alex Jordan in that very distinctive pink and blue machine. There's a lock up there for Alex as he gets onto the tail of Tom Eden. They're both working away at the wheel. Now, wasn't this interesting? James Murphy has caught the top 2 now, so he's now latched onto the tail of James Murphy. He will now have an opportunity to get a double slipstream for both Sawyer and Heaton. Here goes Heaton in the toe to the outside line, back towards Paddock Hill Bend like he's done so many times. Once more, Sawyer shows him the edge of the road, and now he's got an extra element to worry about, because now Heaton will have to try and attack Gordon Sawyer whilst trying to defend as best he can from James Murphy. This is going to be ever critical. Down through the drop down to Graham Hill Bend. Stephen Nuttall just doesn't have the outright pace, it seems, in the second half of the race to keep up with these 3, unless they really get into a massive fight. I can't really see Stephen catching up unless they really do close up. And also Henry Heaton's got to be careful, because the more he starts trying to defend and hold himself up by fussing around with James Murphy behind him, the more chance that Gordon Sawyer has to try and pull away at the front of the field here. Back down the pit straight again, and Henry Heaton just dummying around, looking one way then the other. And now they come up the hill, back into the hairpin again. And there is James Murphy trying to cause a fuss in 3rd place. And there's Stephen Nuttall in 4th, the black and gold car. As I mentioned earlier in the weekend, has won a Caterham title in all of the first 4 steps on the Caterham ladder, but hasn't yet won the main title. He came into the weekend championship leader. But again, it's weekends like this where you might look back and think, is that where I could have dropped points? Is that possibly where I lost the title? But I could have performed better. But still 5 3/4 minutes. Anything can happen in this race, including Henry Heaton getting the lead back. Here he goes, back to the outside line. But again, every single time, Gordon Sawyer just has the better line and holds on to the position. He's that much better under brakes, and he just finds enough to try and hold on. Now they come back down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Still no way through as they come back into Surtees once more. Just 5¼ minutes left in this race. He's keeping up the pressure. Sawyer's been here before in terms of his win tally so far this year. He took a win in the very first race of the season, and that was at Donington Park. And he continues to hold on. James Murphy also won there as well in the second race, and here he goes to the outside line. Now, he's done this before, side by side for second place, and just about holding on, but not quite. Henry Heaton showed him the edge of the road and forces Murphy to sit back and try and have another go. They come back down the hill again. Back towards Graham Hill Bend, and they just, yeah, Stephen Nuttall doesn't have the pace to catch up with him, it seems. He's back and forth, and look at his lap times. He's not, this thing is, I think he's dropped back too far because he's lapping on a similar pace at the front end, but he hasn't got the ultimate pace to catch up to them, even though they're tripping over each other, because they're still lapping about within 2/10 of each other between that top four. So Nuttall isn't slower than the top three cars. He's just hasn't got the extra pace to catch up to them from the gap which has been created by about 1.5 seconds. So that's the key thing he's got to watch out for. We looked back earlier on, we saw now that Alex Jordan's got past Tom Eden. And not only that, so has Chris Hutchinson. So Chris is now up into 9th place. He's done that on this lap. And he's going for 8th now down the pit straight. See if he can possibly try and make a move anytime soon. And more points in the bank will certainly satisfy Chris to keep him around the top 5 if possible. Here is our leading trio. Still Sawyer, Heaton and Murphy. Now they're turning through a left-hander at Surtees. 3.5 minutes to go. Murphy possibly having a look to try and sneak past the pair of them if he can. But it all depends on what Heaton does to try and attack Sawyer and how much Sawyer tries to defend. Back on the pit straight. In the tow. Here comes Heaton again in the slipstream. We've been here before several times. I can tell you what's going to happen. Down the outside, Heaton has a look. Sawyer shows him the edge of the road, and we stay in second place. So Heaton has to try and find another tactic here. With 3 minutes left, he's running out of time to try and take a victory. It'll be his 3rd of the season. It's not what won't help is James Murphy trying to get round the outside. So just tries to hold on as much as he can. Turning through a left-hander down the bottom of the Graham Hill. This is the lead fight. And now Heaton's close as he's ever been down the back straight. Looks to the outside line. Can he go round the outside at Surtees? He'll try and have a move. But still Sawyer being under massive pressure here. And Murphy's in there too, up the inside of Henry Heaton into clearways. They're side by side. The exit will not help Heaton. It will fully help Sawyer. But Murphy getting in the way to battle Heaton is really going to benefit Sawyer. It will not benefit Heaton at all. Murphy really is making a nuisance of himself, to Heaton at least. He gets the tow from his teammate up the inside into second place, and he's got through. So James Murphy, interestingly, into second place then. This really is a bit of a team game a little bit here. James Murphy had to do that to try and force him to lose more points. Heaton, that is. Into the hairpin at Druids. 2 minutes to go now. Back down the hill again. And this now is key because what will happen here, I'm sure, is now Sawyer's in front. James Murphy will probably start to try and back Henry Heaton back towards Stephen Nuttall in these last couple of minutes, because look at the gap that Sawyer's pulling already now. Murphy's going to make it very difficult for Heaton this time, particularly down the pit straight here, where once more I'm sure Murphy will go straight to the inside line. And Heaton, who tries to go to the outside so many times trying to get past Gordon Sawyer, will do exactly the same here. Yep, here he goes. Oops, off the road's gone Johnny Jarrett. He's tagged the wall. Back to our battle for second and third, and down the outside goes Henry Heaton, but yet again he can't go around the outside. Or can he? He's going for it this time, round the outside. They're side by side on the exit. Heaton tries to fight back. He might be a little bit deeper on the brakes as they head up towards Druids. But again, looks for the undercut, can't quite get there. Tries to almost tap Murphy out of the way, thinking, come on, stop parking on the apex. Get a move on. But Murphy is not obliged to do that. He'll probably just sit there until the end of the race now and just allow Sawyer to get through. And I thought he might try and back him up as Nuttall. Nuttall is making a move. He's getting closer. He might be too little too late. He might be not enough to get through. He's desperately trying to squeeze back past, but he still can't get by. And there's damage to the left rear of James Murphy's car. The left rear wing is hanging off. It's really hanging off at the moment. And there's damage to the left rear of James Murphy's car. Through goes Henry Heaton, I think. Yes, round the outside. And that might well be where the wing falls off, so any rubbing that was on the tyre has now ceased. We're on to the last lap of the race. But Henry Heaton, you know, damage or not, James Murphy had to make that move to try and get back the points. And he wondered he might look back at that. That could have been a really crucial pass to make there to get that happen. It might be a sprint to the flag, and Stephen Nuttall might be involved here as well in 4th place. There he is. Now down the back straight, towards 30s for the final time. Sawyer is away and gone with a few corners to go. There he is. For 2nd and 3rd, it's still all action stations, right to the checkered flag. The clock hits 0. It will be the checkered flag this time by. And from the back to the front after disqualification in race 2, Gordon Sawyer is back to the top step. He is delighted with that, and so he should be. Race 3 victory for Gordon Sawyer. 2nd place on the line. Henry Heaton just beats James Murphy. That might be crucial for the championship later on, but crucially they both beat not only James Murphy, but points leader coming into the weekend, Stephen Nuttall. And now it starts to close things back up once again with just 3 meetings left to go for them. 4th place goes to Nuttall, as we know. 5th for William Smith. 6th for Rob Watts. 7th for GMAC, that being Graham McDonald. 8th for Chris Hutchinson. A bit of a quiet drive for him, but he'll take 8th place in the points to go with it. And there's Johnny Jarrett making it to the flag. It's been an eventful weekend for Caterham, hasn't it? And even Johnny Jarrett gets to the flag. I'm sure that car will be back to full health once he gets back to the factory and back to the next rounds, which take place at the beginning of September at Croft. Well, what a weekend it's been for Caterham, and a massive thank you to all the drivers and teams and everyone at Caterham Motorsport for their efforts. Here's the final results. Gordon Sawyer takes the victory in that excellent 7 UK race to round out the weekend for them. 2nd for Henry Heaton, who just holds off James Murphy on the line for 3rd. Stephen Nuttall 4th. William Smith 5th. Then Watts, McDonald, Hutchinson, Jordan and Eden rounding out the top 10, followed by Aubrey and Jarrett, and then we have Jake Swan-Dixon, who retired, as did Neil Fraser. For those watching on the Caterham stream, thank you so much for watching. Be sure to be tuning in or go trackside next time out in September when the Caterhams are back out in action at Croft on September 4th and 5th. You can get tickets on their website. Please do come along. If you can't make it, do come to the stream. But once again, for myself, Scott Woodward, on the Caterham stream, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time at Croft in North Yorkshire for more incredible action from Caterham Motorsport. And for those watching on the BRSCC stream, keep watching. 2 more races to come. That's coming up next. But until then, for the Caterham viewers, bye for now.
Well, time for some more tin top action here at Brands Hatch with the 2nd race of the day for the Track Attack Racing Club. And pole position goes to the man who won the 1st race of the day. We've got Chris Bassett. Chris is just being strapped in. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to have a quick word with us, but once they've got him sorted out, we'll pop the microphone in and see how things are going. What you can see here, of course, is the rigmarole and the procedures that the drivers go through, making sure that the belts are done up tightly, crash helmets on securely, racing gloves on, and Chris's engineer just getting him in. Chris, a driver that's well used to racing here over the years at Brands Hatch. You might remember earlier on we saw the Modern and Classic Club racing, and Chris was part of that in years gone by. And the Peugeot had a good fight getting away from the outside of the front row in race number 1 to beat the Renault 5 Turbo that hopefully we'll get to have a quick chat with as well. Very nearly there. Clearly not something to be hurried. Chris, is it all right to grab a quick word with you while we're on the grid here? Congratulations on the race win earlier on. And how's the day going for you, basically?
Yeah, not too bad. We decided to enter 2 championships this weekend, so this is race 4 of 4 for us. Wow. So fingers crossed we can make it 4 out of 4.
Yeah. Well, again, apologies there for the audio issue. It seems to be it's the wind playing havoc here, I think, with the signal a little bit in terms of the audio. So we apologise for the lack of audio there. It's a shame because Richard's doing such a fantastic job down there in the paddock and assembly area having a chat to our drivers. It's a real shame that the connection, or at least the sound is having one or two glitches there. So again, we apologise for that, but at very least, it's still good to see the Track Attack Race Club in the mix and out for their second race very shortly. It was a fun first race we saw, of course, with, as Richard alluded to, Chris Bassett on pole position. That's a virtue of his win in race number 1. The grid for the second race, just for the record, is set by the results of race number 1. So basically where you finish is where you start. And so one person that we're very happy with that is Rich Hockley, who is in the blue Honda Civic, just on the left of shot there in car 111. He started right at the back of the grid by virtue of not actually getting a proper time in qualifying. But he will be looking to get himself up as high as possible. Now, he was on a real charge in that first race. He wants to try and get himself in the mix as quick as he can. There is Chris Bassett. And I think we might have some audio again, so I'm going to throw it back down to Richard. We'll have a chat with some more of our drivers before they head out. So, Richard, back to you.
Okay, so we had a quick word there with Chris Bassett. You can see the second car going out now, Davy Clark, in that beautiful Renault 5 Turbo. We're switching the clock back a little bit towards that type of car. The Honda Civic, Rich Hockley. How great is it to see Rich Hockley here today? Quite a few Civic Cup races, which he was vastly successful in. And he is the top non-French car in this multi-class race that's going out. But if we look now at the other cars going out, we've got Seats going out, plenty of Renaults, some of which I think we might remember from Clio Cup back in the day, the older style Clio. The Mini of Heatley going out there, Fords as well, Bland's Peugeot 306. We've got Audi TTs coming out, the first of the two Audis coming out now. Mazda in the background, another Peugeot. Whatever it is that you want to bring out here, you can do, and that's the beauty of this particular series, that whatever you've got sitting around in the garage, you can bring it out, develop it, enjoy your racing and entertain the fans. Now they're all allowed back out post-COVID. So without further ado, I think we're ready for the grid now with Scott.
Richard once again after this audible glitch we have with the audio, so good to have him back on camera there once again. So cars are making their way around to the grid in what's becoming quite a nice, almost balmy summer afternoon here at Brands Hatch. We've got some overarching clouds, but there's some blue sky breaking through. And before I get too much into a weather report, let's get back to the grid for our second Track Attack race. So Chris Bassett starts on pole with David Clark alongside him. Rich Hockley now starting with a better improved third place alongside Robert Buckland in fourth. But it's Tony Hunter and the first of our Deutsche Marks Cup cars, being Chris Adams in the Golf. Ken Lark comes next in the Corrado, and Matthew Hollier eighth in his Renault Clio in the Tricolor Trophy. Running up the top 10, it's the Deutsche Marks Seat Leon of Andy Thompson, Bradley Thurston in his Renault Clio in 10th position on the grid. Charlie Heatley in the Mini comes next in 11th from Mark Shepherd in 12th in the VW Vento VR6. It's then row 7 for Michael Bland in the Peugeot 306 and Tony Markham in his Honda Civic Type R starting from 14th on the grid. Row 8, 15th place is Harry Scott, followed by Carl Powell in 16th place. So Carl will look to try and get a good result as the highest starting 206 GTI Production Cup car. Then we have Kevin House and Andrew Mitchell, who started on pole for the Production Cups in race 1 earlier on. Paul Rice and Sam Watley come next. And then after that, on the 21st position on the grid, Nick Glover and then Nick Gwinnett. We've got some of the drivers who didn't make it out, who didn't finish race 1 by one reason or another. We should have Nick Gwinnett in 22nd on the grid. Hopefully, if we've got them also, Andrew Neal and Donald DeVar, fingers crossed, are on the grid too as well. We should also then have behind them Robert Collins' Citroen C2, I think, isn't there, sadly. Will Powell hopefully might be in his 206 GTI. We then have Stuart Cheeseman. I don't think he'll be there. Neither will Harry Greenhill after their contact at the run-up towards Druids in that first race, which brought up the red flag. Richard Lees, I think, should be there in the Audi TT, alongside Tim Moll, by the looks of it, who is there on the grid too. And then looking further back on a couple of positions, Tony Gillam, who, again, I was hoping to be out, but looks like he might not be, which is a real shame. Not really a good day for Tony in that Golf, and Chris Farr also having some troubles too, and also a no-show, I'm afraid, for Aaron Bunning in the Super Impreza. So a few cars, I'm afraid, hitting some technical problems one way or another, or just from incidents earlier on, but we still have quite a full and varied field on the grid. There's one car heading down pit lane, which I think is one of ours, one of the 206s, I think. Can't quite tell which one it is, but we do have him heading down pit lane to start this race from the end of it. So front end of the grid, we've got the Peugeot 306, the white, black and purple machine of Chris Bassett, alongside him David Clark in the Renault 5 GT Turbo, and then it's Rich Hockley in that Honda Civic Type R EK9, and then it's Robert Buckland's multicoloured or multi-tone Renault Clio. Tony Hunter comes next with, alongside him, Chris Adams, then Ken Lark and Richard Hollier's Renault Clio, and it's a Seat Leon and another Renault Clio to round off the top 10 positions. So, off the cars go onto their formation lap around the 1.2 mile Indy circuit of Brands Hatch. And of course, Brands Hatch, a circuit loved by many, and of course we'll be back here again with the BRSCC for the centrepiece event of the club for this year, as it usually is for every year, and that is of course the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. This year, of course, being the 50th running. That's a big anniversary, of course, for the event, and it's certain to be one of the events of the club racing year. It's going to be a fantastic spectacle, and if you watch the Formula Ford race that we had earlier on, you'll know that that is pretty much a taste of what you'll see come the end of October when we get to festival season. There's Chris Adams. Just a reminder of the classes, or the collective classes and categories in this Track Attack Race Club grid. You've got, for the French cars, they are grouped together in the Tricolor Trophy. For the Japanese cars, which there is only sadly one of them, that being Rich Hockley. Oh no, there's more than that, because there's also Tony Markham's Honda Civic, forgive me, amongst others. They are in the Nippon Challenge. For the German cars, that's the Deutsche Marks Cup, but that also incorporates both the two cars that are being built as part of next year's TT Challenge, which there should be a few more of them, and also as well we've got cars which are joining us as part of the Classic VW Cup, which have joined Track Attack for this year as well, so they form part of the Deutsche Marks Cup. There's one of them, Ken Lark's VW Corrado VR6, beautifully turned out car. That nice to see a Corrado in racing action. It's quite a forgotten car, but it shouldn't be, because it's quite a nice aggressive looking machine, short, quite agile, a nice big lump of a VR6 engine in the front, so it's quite potent in a straight line as well, and Ken Lark can handle it quite well too in his hands as well. And then you have a couple of other categories. You also have on top of that the 206 GTI Production Cup, which is all identical spec Peugeot 206 GTIs, very cost effective way to get into racing, and certainly it's good to see more of them growing on the field. The most we've had so far in one season this year was 16 entered, and that was at the last event that the Track Attack were with us at Stetterton. And good to see that grid ever expanding as they line up. And some of them, if they're quick enough, can get amongst some of the regular Track Attack cars in the other classes. So it'll be interesting to see if any of them can get amongst them in this second race. So as the weather conditions brighten up this afternoon, the sun continues to beat down here at Brands Hatch. It's been very mixed weather, but thankfully everyone appears to be in position. A couple of cars trying to get up into their positions, because of course there are a few gaps given the fact that we've got some cars missing from incidents in that first race. But we're all set for a rematch between Chris Bassett and David Clark at the front row of the grid, but this time it is positions reversed. Bassett on pole, Clark alongside him. Who's going to win the sprint this time towards turn one, Peugeot or Renault? Bit of creeping there from Chris Bassett. Will he get a jump start penalty? We'll have to wait and see. But it's a good start for Bassett at the start of the second Track Attack race. Ken Lark tried to shoot the gap between Tony Hunter and David Clark, and then found the gap immediately closed. Oh, and contact, David Clark tags Robert Buckland. Round goes the Clio, off into the gravel trap. Oh dear, well that didn't last very long, did it, for Robert Buckland, I'm afraid. His race is over before it really even started. And Rich Hockley, meanwhile, is going for the lead, but that's a real shame for Rob Buckland. I'm pretty sure there was no intention at all whatsoever, probably just a misjudgment from both cars. Looked to be a bit of a racing incident, but rather than try and guess it, we'll leave it to the clerk of the course to decide if anyone was at fault in that. So down the back straight at the end of the Graham Hill bend, down Cooper Straight towards Surtees, and it is Bassett who still leads. He's holding off Hockley. I imagine possibly it might well be a possible safety car. In fact, yes, it is. Immediately, safety car has been deployed. There will be another appearance from the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, who will bunch the pack up again, and means that it will be another interruption like it was at the start of the first race. Not a red flag, but a safety car to retrieve the Clio of Robert Buckland from the gravel. And yeah, Robert is out of the car, thankfully. So obviously, it wasn't. Thankfully, he should be okay. There wasn't a high-speed tap at all. It was just everyone under brakes into paddock and just trying to find racing room at the start. It was one of those kind of typical racing start incidents where kind of everyone tries to pile into the first corner together, trying to find that bit of room, and just then two cars ending up going for the same piece of tarmac. And unfortunately, David Clark won't have wanted to make contact with anyone, and he must have found Buckland just coming across his bow, and then with probably nowhere to go, just made the contact. I'm pretty sure that he wouldn't have wanted that, but David Clark, meanwhile, but nonetheless, he's still looking pretty strong in 4th place in that Renault 5. Might have to work on his starts a little bit, which I hopefully won't mind me saying, but once he gets up to speed, that Renault 5 GT Turbo really is a rapid little machine. It took pole position in qualifying this morning, and whilst he didn't quite get the best start at the first attempt of race 1, the second start was much better. He managed to pull away equal with Chris Bassett, and I wonder possibly if his side of the grid mattered, because usually with the front row, as I was explaining this earlier on the Brands Hatch, you have pole position, which is at the front of the grid on the inside, but that's got on a slight slight tilt in terms of how the circuit sits, whereas the outside of the front row is on a flatter piece of tarmac, and the flatter the piece of tarmac it is, the more level and more stable position you've got to get away cleaner. Whereas you do see usually some cars, particularly that are rear-wheel drive, when you see them off the line from pole position on the inside of the first few rows, because they're on that dip, on that lower part of the straight, you see them basically with their rear wheels sliding, and the back end of the car is almost dipping and sort of pointed. The back end of the car is pointed towards the pit wall, whereas the guys on the outside line have got a much flatter and much therefore better piece of tarmac to get traction from, and I've seen it several times where the car that's on the outside of the front row ironically gets a better start than the car that's on pole on the inside. So that's always a key thing. So on this occasion, didn't quite happen, but it doesn't always happen, but usually the car on the outside line has a better chance of a better start, and it's the first 2 or 3 rows that get that flatter piece of tarmac that can help. So after that TED Talk, we're going to have a look at the result of the run-through from the positions so far in the field. So at the moment it is a lead for Chris Bassett. Rich Hockley is currently in 2nd place. There's the recovery, the fantastic snatch vehicle being operated by all our brilliant marshals and recovery teams. Thank you once again for all of your incredibly hard work. And just retrieving Robert Buckland's car out of it. He's got out of the car, which means that you can't get back in. The rule is if you stay in your car, there's a chance that you can get back going again, but once you get out of it, that's it. You basically reside in the fact that you are out of the race, so you can't get back going again. There's Rich Hockley. Sorry, forgive me. Tony Markham, sorry. There's so many Honda Civics, so many different names, I sometimes get confused. So that's Tony Markham in the Honda Civic. He's a veteran of the Track Attack Race Club, as are several drivers. Rich Hockley's one of them, and so is Chris Bassett, who before the 306 used to race in a Peugeot 205, a rather smartly prepared 205 at that as well. So stepped up to a slightly more contemporary 306, and so far it's serving him well. He's certainly one of my stars of the weekend, particularly that he's done both races in the CMMC Super Saloons and Tin Tops, and then on top of that, this pair of races in the Track Attack Race Club. So now that the circuit is clear, I would imagine potentially that we can get racing underway this time by, which is probably why the safety car, which is being driven this weekend by former Fiesta racer Tim Glover, Pete Skillertoe behind him, so in terms of the observer, those two I'm sure will want to back things up a little bit. He's just a slightly reduced pace to back the field up. So I think the safety car lights should go out this time by, which they do. Yes, they have, just midway down the straight. Just it disappears out of view behind the race control building. Out of my window, the safety car lights are out. So it's now Chris Bassett's turn to take the role of safety car. He will now choose the pace. There goes the Jaguar safety car. And there's Chris Bassett backing everyone up in the pack to get themselves ready for the restart. So Bassett, Hockley, Hunter, Clark. Then a great start there. Looks like that was Bradley Thurston up to 5th position. Great move from him so far in the opening laps to get up as high as 5th. He'll want to get a strong restart to keep with the leaders if he can. But looks like, by the sound of increasing engine notes, that Chris Bassett has got the race back underway. He now sprints down the pit straight, green flag in the air, and we're back racing again in the Track Attack Race Club here at Brands Hatch. And it is Chris Bassett who leads the pack once again into Paddock Hill Bend. It's then Rich Hockley in 2nd place, Tony Hunter in 3rd. It's then David Clark in 4th position. It's Renault Clio versus Renault 5 GT Turbo. 5th place then for Bradley Thurston as they head into the hairpin. 6th for Chris Adams. 7th for Richard Hollier up the inside there of Andy Thompson. He might also come under threat from Ken Lark in the Corrado. Now back into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and now on the sprint towards Surtees again. Bradley Thurston hasn't got quite got the restart he was hoping for. Top four have broken away a tiny bit, but there goes Richard Hollier with a big dive up the inside. He was looking for a move. Adams lets him have it. So I wonder, Hollier will be straight onto the tail of the Clio in front of him. Meanwhile, look at the straight line speed of that Renault 5 GT Turbo. I thought it was quick at Snetterton, but it's even quicker getting past Tony Hunter. That's incredible. Really is an incredible little car. Whatever's under the bonnet, whether it is a Clio engine or just an upgraded original engine, whatever it is, that is a brilliant little machine. And it's no wonder it took the fastest time in qualifying on a clear lap. There it goes, 87. It's got a side exiting exhaust as well. That just shows how serious it really is. Tony Hunter in fourth place. We're a bit bemused, but Tony Hunter, of course, has seen it and done it all in track attack for many seasons, so he's no stranger to the paddock and to the competitors within it, and definitely not David, to say the least. So Rich Hollier's on the move. He's got past, as we say, the Andy Thompson Seat, and now he's on the back of Chris Adams this time. Chris Adams has got back past him, so looks like since we last saw them, this point a lap ago, where Hollier was in front of the Golf will switch places back again with the Clio. So now it's back in front goes the VW Chris Adams. Here comes Ken Lart down the outside of Andy Thompson. That's a move on for 8th position overall. He will go around the outside, takes that wide line through Paddock Hill Bend. It's getting pretty close. Thompson shows in the edge of the road. They're going to be side by side on the brakes. They both hit the brakes together. Who's going to be in front? Thompson will be. So nice try from Ken, but didn't quite work out the way he wanted it to. And Thompson maintains the place. Behind them, that was, I think, Charlie Heatley in the Mini having a great scrap with Mark Shepherd in the old school VW Vento. Remember the days back in the 90s when you had the VW Vento Cup with those saloons? It was one of many burgeoning single make series. Here goes our scrap. This is the two cars who are in the Deutsche Marks Cup, and they're battling over second and third in that contest because Chris Adams leads the Deutsche Marks Cup. But in position-wise, he's losing a place now to the Mini of the Renault Clio of Hollier. There is the Mini of Charlie Heatley. He's got past Mark Shepherd's VW Vento. Don't see many Ventos racing out these days. There was also at Alton Park, there was another Vento that was being raced by ex-BTC team man Dave Pinkney, who was in the series, and he managed to work his magic. Speaking of working magic, this is magic stuff from David Clark. He's got not only caught Richard Hockley, but he's passed him in quick succession. So into second place he goes, and there's Chris Bassett in the background going through the shot. Further back, there's Michael Bland. That's the Audi TT going through the shot. That's behind Michael Bland. That will be Harry Scott. Richard Lees was in the second car, who I was hoped to take at the start, but he might not have done. Further back, we're looking at Donald DeVar in his Mark 1 Golf GTI. He's ahead of Nick Glover in his Mark 2 MX-5 with the rear wing and the splitter. And there is Paul Rice, one of the main driving forces behind the 206 GTI Production Cup, out of one of his own cars. Good to see him not only endorsing his product, but driving it as well. So nice to see the Peugeots filling the grid, and nice to see more and more of them up in the mix. And hopefully, I'm sure that they'll get enough momentum to maybe one day form their own possibly sub-series on top of that next to Track Attack. Oh, now Donald DeVar, is that either smoke, is that steam or fluid? Either one of those three, but that was interesting. That was rather worrying there for Donald DeVar. He hits the brakes going into Paddock Hill Bend. Either that was some bodywork that was rubbing on the tyre, or I don't want to tempt fate and say that was possibly some fluid, but it seems to have disappeared now, so not quite sure what that was, but Donald's carrying on. He's enjoying a good battle here with the 54 of Powell. That's Carl Powell, because Will had to pull off the grid during the red flag in the first race, which sadly meant he couldn't contest that race anymore. And now it's going to be Carl that we're still out there. There's DeVar, there's Powell, and just behind him there is 141, and that is the other, Kevin Houghton in the next turn. Is that in the 206 car? Yes, it is. Kevin Houghton, who at the moment is second in that class. So first and second in the 206 class are 1.1 seconds behind, and oh, that's interesting. Either that was a lock-up, or that was possibly some kind of smoke or steam from the front of David Clark's car. It looked like it was from the right front, so we'll keep an eye on if that's having any effect or not. As for Chris Bassett, just enjoying what appears to be a casual Sunday drive at the front. There's David Clark again. That was another puff of steam or smoke there. Not quite sure what that was. he's not slowing him down because David Clark sets the fastest lap of the race, 54.463. So he's now into a less than 3 second margin between the top two. That's a lap on another one of the Audi TTs. That must be Richard Lees, I think. Did he make it out? Yes, he did. So Richard Lees has been put now down a lap. There's only 3 and a bit minutes to go. And again, more little puff of steam there from the front corner. So same sort of thing as Donald DeVar. So I wonder if these, not sure what these front-wheel drive cars are kind of either just rubbing the tyre or something. I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to be slowing any of those cars down. There goes David round the outside. This could be interesting. Third place battle. Late in the day between the Honda Civic of Rich Hockley and the Renault Clio of Tony Hunter. And again, more puffs of steam there as it comes out of the right-hander at Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight. 2.5 minutes to go, under brakes. Honda versus Renault. We've seen this plenty of times in Track Attack, and this is another one to add to the many battles that those two manufacturers have had in this little series. Speaking of battles, here we go. This is now 2 of the 206s having a scrap. This is the 55. This is the 55 of Will Powell, if I'm correct. Yes, it is. So Will Powell did get out for this race, thankfully. He's having a battle with Paul Rice. He just made a move on him to get up into 3rd in class. So the 2 Powells are now on a podium step each. Carl looks set to win the category, whereas it'll be 3rd place at the moment for Will, just passing Paul Rice. And in between them, you've got there Nick Glover in his number 119 Mark II Mazda MX-5. And he's currently the only other Nippon Challenge car in the field, and he's leading the 150 class because, of course, he's the only one in it. So, holding on to 18th overall at this point. Just over 1.5 minutes left to play here at Brands Hatch for the Track Attack Race Club, and Glover has a little speculative look up the inside of Carl Powell. Now we'll try and pull alongside. But again, these little 206s have got some horsepower in a straight line, enough to give some of these MX-5s a trouble. Now they come down the back straight. Oh, Donald DeVar's pulled off in the Mark I Golf, so he's off the road, I'm afraid, at the end of the race. So technical problems for him. I did wonder if there was either something on the road which is causing the cars to kind of pick up some steam or some smoke. I wasn't sure. But as Chris Bassett makes his way around this battle for 3rd place in the 206 class, he will then start the final lap of the race. There's the scrap that's going on behind them between. Now that looks to me as if that's Chris Adams. This has been still going on race long. So Chris Adams, Bradley Thurston. It's then the Hollier Clio in the mixing car number 9. There's Andy Thompson still battling away with Ken Lark in the Corrado. So great battle between these two. Thurston pulling away here if he can from Hollier. And they're also putting a lap there on the Audi TT of Leeds. 25 seconds left, so we are going to be on the last lap of the race. There's David Clark, holding on to 2nd place overall and in class. And it'll be quite a decent day's work for him. Pole position, lap time, and 2 second places in class and overall. And we'll come towards the checker flag with about 5 seconds left to go. The checker flag is, I think, about to be prepared. So it will be a victory, it seems, for Chris Bassett. He'll head to the checker flag. What a weekend he's had. 2 class wins in CMMC and 2 overall wins in the Track Attack Race Club. Brilliant effort from Chris Bassett all weekend. He takes the checkered flag and wins for the 2nd time here overall in Brands Hatch in the Track Attack Race Club. 2nd place for David Clark. 3rd for Tony Hunter. 4th for Rich Hockley. For 5th down to 9th place, it will come as follows. Adams 5th, Thurston 6th, Hollier 7th, and just on the line, Andy Thompson beats Ken Lark to the flag. The Seat beats the Volkswagen. Well, job done for Chris Bassett. That'll be a decent weekend in Kent for him on his local circuit. Oh, that was close. That was Charlie Heatley running to a line with Mark Shepherd. He just beat him by 44 1/1000ths of a second. Likewise, Tim Bolt beating Tony Markham by 0.3 of a second. So some close battles all the way through. And that's a nice gesture. He's holding out one of the high-vis jackets in orange, and that's a nice signal to the marshals to say thank you very much for your efforts. So brilliant stuff for Chris Bassett, and a great gesture nonetheless. Great stuff from the Track Attack Race Club. As always for them, they'll be back out later on this season. Their next effort's going to be at Cadwell Park at the end of the month. But here's the result. First of all, we'll go through the classes. So TT Track Tourist. I'll get it right. Tricolor Trophy A-Class, there we go. Chris Bassett wins, not only overall, but the class by 2.6 seconds from David Clark. Tony Hunter's third. I'm not sure about Rich Hockley, because he's in that Honda. Then it's the rest of the pack coming through from Thurston and then Hollier. The Deutsche Marks Cup class, won by Chris Adams from Andy Thompson and Ken Lark. Then Heatley, Shepherd, Mole and Lees, with Donald DeVar retiring just a couple of laps from the end. And the rest of the class, as we flick through, we will see the 206s, which saw Carl Powell win that from Kevin Houghton and Will Powell, followed by Paul Rice, Andrew Mitchell and Samuel Watley, who made it to the flag in the end. And then I think that is the last of our class that we'll be able to go through. So that's it for the Track Attack Race Club. They'll be out next time at the end of the month at Cadwell Park, but then we've got one more race to go today, which is the second of the weekend for the awesome ZEO Prototype Cup. But for now, watching on the Track Attack Race Club stream. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you at Cadwell Park. But next, it's the last race of the weekend for the ZEO Prototype Cup.
Incredibly, we are here for our last race of the day, the ZEO Prototype Cup, brought to you by the British Racing and Sports Car Club here at Brands Hatch. The gates are open, the cars are going to go out. I'm going to see if we can grab a very quick word with the driver of the Juno, Graham Chapman. Had a quick word with Graham beforehand. A 2006 Juno, is that right, Graham?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2006. I think I'm giving away a little bit on weight to these two in front of me, so my game plan for this is just stick to them like glue. See if I can get a toe. They got the jump on me in the first race, so you know, see if I can stay closer with them.
You came through for a podium though, from fourth on the grid, so not a bad day thus far.
Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, yeah.
What sort of things do you learn after race one and maybe change for this one?
Car setup. This is only, I think, my fourth race in this car. Okay. So we're learning all the time with it, and we found that there's a lot of camber on the wheels, which initially we thought was right, but now we're thinking is not such a good thing. So we've been adjusting that. We've made some damper adjustments. Basically trying to find a bit of time, not just in me, but also in the car. So I've got an understeer problem around Druids and Clearways. Yeah. I had the same at Luffield at Silverstone. So we're trying to dial that out. So I think the next thing is going to be a good test day somewhere, and focus on the car and try and make it quicker. So I need to beat those two.
As well as all the regular things you mentioned, like camber, you've then got aero, serious aero on the back of this. How do you, as a national racer, learn about that sort of thing?
How did I learn about that? I jumped in this and pressed the loud pedal and see what happened. This circuit's tricky because where I've driven this before is Castle Combe and Silverstone, where there's loads of corner speed, and it's all about just being brave. And
I'll let you.
This is a bit different.
Okay, Graham, we've got to let you start the car. Thanks for chatting to us. Apologies for cutting that short. Obviously, I've got to get the car going. The whistle's blown, which means the cars are getting ready. Mike Genvey, who was second in the first race, started on pole position. He starts on pole position for this one because this is the driver's second fastest lap time that gives him or her, if there's ladies involved, the grid position in the race. So it's Mike Genvey out front. Charles Hall, who won the race earlier on, goes out in second position. We've got the Juno, we've got the LMP3 Norma to watch out for as well. And to tell you far more about the cars than I can, up in the commentary box is Scott Woodward once again. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much for all your efforts today. I'm sure that if he does sign off at the end, then we'll be able to hear from him. But again, brilliant job in assembly area all day. One of the MCRs could really help out in the pit lane. Gets a thumbs up from that. Thanks, boys. So the final race of the weekend, the second of the weekend, they're fourth for the season for the awesome ZEO Prototype Cup. Who doesn't love sports prototype racing? This is echoes of Le Mans and LMP racing all over the world. So the car's being led out. It'll be a rolling start, and as they head out for their warm-up lap here in the beautiful late afternoon sunshine here at Brands Hatch, we can give you the grid as set, as Richard rightly said, by their second fastest qualifying times. So for the second 20-minute race, this is how they'll line up. Mike Genvey, who is at So forgive me, something distracted me there. So Mike Genvy starts in pole position with Charles Hall alongside him. Graham Charman and Matt Manderson second. So it's Genvy Gunn from Chiron, then Juno and the Norma LMP3. Andrew Kimpton back on the grid in fifth, thankfully, alongside Simon Freeman in the Radical SR10. Then it's Andy Fido and Alistair Smart on the fourth row of the grid, followed by Matthew Chamberlain this time, so it was Richard in the car first time. Chris Charles rounding out the top 10 in the Radical SR4. Tony Barwell in the first of the MCRs. He's alongside his fellow MCR racer Andy Chittenden on 12th on the grid. Next up we have Lee Collier in the ADR3 and Jay Shepherd in their UK MP01 Evo, the American car that's come across from the States. And then at the back of the grid, two more Radicals, Dominic Landon Down and Robert Rees. Dominic Landon Down, the only Class E car in the field, Robert Rees in Class B. So what a thriller of a battle we had at the start of the race, all the way through from both Charles Hall and the race virtual race winner and Mike Genvy with some brilliant daring moves. Is Charles Hall going to pull off the same again at some point today? I'm pretty sure if he does get this opportunity, he will take it with both hands. A beautiful sunny afternoon here at Brands Hatch to see these fantastically colourful sports prototypes in action. There's Chris Childs as the cars start to form up 2 by 2. The Jaguar safety car pulls in. Get ready for some more action to round off what's been a wonderful weekend of racing at Brands Hatch. Let's end it in style with some excellent sports prototypes in the ZEO Prototype Cup. So again, it's Genvy Gunn and Chiron from Juno and Norma LMP3 and a pair of Radicals on the third row. All set for the final race of the weekend. Lights out and we are go. And straight away it is wheel to wheel again. A cracking start from Simon Freeman on the SR10 up into fourth place past Kimpton and the LMP3 of Matt Manderson. Through Paddock Hill Bend they go, up towards Druids for the first time. It's Genvy who leads. Second for Charles Hall. Third then behind it's going to be Graham Charman who holds on to the position. Simon Freeman in the SR10 there, up to fourth after he jumped up from the third row. And down to fifth has gone Matt Manderson, former British GT champion, who's in that Norma LMP3 this weekend instead of Duncan Williams. Sixth for Andrew Kimpton. Seventh for Alistair Smart. And there you can see Chris Child ahead of Jay Shepherd in the UK MP01 Evo. Through Surtees, through the right-hander at McLaren, up through Clearways. There goes Jay Shepherd making a move. Chris Child will try and get him around the outside. It's great to see more closed-top sports prototypes in the UK, not just the open tops like the Radicals. We've got, of course, the Norma LMP3 and the MP01. Hopefully we'll see more of those as we go. But now at the end of the first lap, it is Genvy who leads the way this time then from, in second place, Charles Hall, former single-seater racer. Graham Charman in third. He said it's only his fourth ever race in this car, so getting to grips with it pretty quickly, but running pretty well in third place in that 2006 spec Juno. Fourth for Simon Freeman. Fifth for Matt Manderson. It's fifth for Andy Kimpton. Smart seventh. Matt Chamberlain in eighth. And there's Andy Chittenden and Chris Child rounding out the top 10. So quite a bit more spread out here in these opening stages, but I'm sure that when Charles Hall starts to wind up the pace on that Chiron CN2 will start to pick up. There's the unique CTR01, the orange car that went through the shot. That's a car which has been engineered not just by Matthew, but his father Richard, who, if you're a fan of GT racing in the UK, particularly GT Cup, you'll recognise the colour and the name Richard Chamberlain, because he's always out in force in a bright orange, highly modified and developed Porsche 935, which takes it to some of the more modern machines, and that's a further development of another sports prototype for them, a self-built car. Great to have another different make, a different market in there, another self-built special in this series. This is what it's meant for, not just common cars like Radicals and Junos and Norma LMP3s and such, but specially built cars and cars that you don't always see too much in motorsport all that well, like the Genvy Gun, of course, which started out life as a purely a Gun TS6 Sports 2000 car, but Mike Genvy's developed it so much over the years that he can now call it a Genvy Gun TS6. And that car, not only that is it leading the race, but you can see it's just set the fastest lap of the race on lap 3 here, 44.925, as they come back down the pit straight. So Genvy still leads, Hall second, Charman third. There's Andrew Kimpton, thankfully getting much further than he did in race 1 after he lost the back end of the car at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend and stalled the engine, which meant they had to bring out the safety car to recover him. There's Matt Manderson, former British GT champion. Of course, he was out last time at Silverstone in the wet in a Radical SR8 and had a great battle in the wet conditions with that exact Norma with Duncan Williams at the wheel, and those two really did have a proper duel in the wet conditions between them, and it was Matt Manderson who beat the LMP3, and then there was a self-imposed spin from Duncan that forced the car to just clip the barriers on the exit of Brooklands, and because of that it forced him out of the race, sadly. But thankfully the car's in much better shape this time, so he carries on regardless. Fourth place then for the SR Ton. It's also quite encouraging to see this potentially brand new Radical SR10 in the field. You normally get the older cars like the SR8s, the SR3s and the old PR6s as well, but it's good to see potentially the latest generation Radical, the SR10 in the field as well. And also as well, people look at it thinking, is that really an LMP3 car in the field? Yes, it is. It's the normal LMP3. It's also known as the Ducan. It's still raced in the LMP3 categories around the world, particularly at the Le Mans Cup. And you can see the LMP3 in the mix. And it just shows if you've got an LMP3, if you happen to be watching, fancy some UK-based sprint racing, you know where to come, because there's one of them here. We'd love to see a few more if they've got the time and ability to come and race in the series. It's open to pretty much all sports prototypes that want to come and race. So if you've got a Radical or anything that runs in something like Sports 2000 or something similar, or it's a sports prototype special in many cases, if you want to come and give it a race, you can do. I saw that Grace Williams and the entire ZEO Prototypes team will more than happily add more cars to the grid. They're looking to have about 20 for the season finale at Donington Park, and that should be pretty spectacular given the fact that Donington Park really is a wonderful, fast and flowing circuit, particularly when these kind of cars are in town. Always has been in the past. There goes Manderson. There goes Andrew Kimpton. That must give him some encouragement, see that he can keep up just about with a normal LMP3 car. His little Radical PR6 must give him some confidence. So just looking at the front, it's now Mike Jemmy with a much stronger lead this time. 4.8 seconds now to the second place man, Charles Hall. So Hall not quite on the same pace he had in race 1. He's about half a second off per lap at the moment. Almost 5 seconds the gap between those two. Graham Charman stable in 3rd place. There goes Kimpton. It's then Simon Freeman in 4th, forgive me. Tony Freeman drove the car in the first race earlier today. Likewise for the Chamberlains, it was Richard Chamberlain in that car, and Matthew at the wheel of it now. There's the Juno. Even though the cars are a bit spread out, the main thing about this series is the spectacle and the noise and the sight of these cars on track. They are absolutely spectacular. There goes Charman. A spit of flame on the downshift as he heads into Paddock Hill Bend again. Back in the days, as Richard rightly said, of course, back in the days of things like the Thunder Sports and the old C2 challenge they had back in the day here in the 70s and 80s, it really was a fabulous series. And this kind of racing really does evoke memories of that and kind of very similar kind of noisy, fast, loud sports prototypes as it was back in the day then. I see it being referred to as a bit of a modern day equivalent in some cases. It's open to just about any car that wants to compete, including, of course, this car, Mike Gemby's Gemby 206. Oh, the SR10's had to stop. Simon Freeman's car's come to a stop just on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Now, if they can't get that car refired, it will have to be a safety car to bunch the pack up again. He's trying to creep it forwards. At least he's trying to either get it back to the pits. He's refired it. He's trying to get it restarted again if he can. If he can't get it going, the safety car's on standby. Are we going to go safety car or can he get going? No, he can get it going. He's gone. Simon Freeman's underway again, so it won't be safety car, I don't think. They'll keep it on standby just in case. No, safety car lights are off, so they've stood down the safety car, which is good to see. So we'll keep on racing uninterrupted. Here comes Mike Gemby to put a lap on the MPO1, the closed-top Mazda engine sports prototype, all the way from America. Jay Shepherd at the wheel. Jay Shepherd's no stranger to the sports prototypes. He's driven Radicals. He's also driven in Brick Car. He's driven in also TVR Tuscans, amongst other things. And of course, on top of that, he's more recently raced in Fun Cup with his long-standing teammate and business partner, Ed Worthington. Of course, they formed the Wasp Cup, Wasp Racing Performance Parts Company. Of course, that was standing for Worthington and Shepherd Performance Parts. And certainly a venture that's certainly going incredibly well at the moment. Now they support the Mazda MX-5 Championships as well, amongst other things. So here comes Mike Gemby then. As the sun starts to kind of dip down a bit here, but still nice and bright here at Brands Hatch. He fires it past one of the Radicals, past the Matthew Chamberlain CTR01, so he makes a move there. Now they turn out of Druids to continue them on that. The gap it's closed a little bit, 4.2 seconds now, so that last lap, it closed a little bit initially, and now it's gone back out again. It's gone back up another 2 tenths per second. Simon Freeman's come to a stop again, I'm afraid, this time just beyond the pit exit. So, again, if he can't get that refired, if he can't get it on the grass, again, safety car isn't on the lights yet, but it will be on standby just in case. It's right on the inside of the circuit, but even so, he's still not in a great position at the moment. He's got it going again for a second time. Now, I'd imagine if that's happened twice now, he may well have to bring it into the pit lane, because if it happens again mid-corner, it could prove a bit of a danger to the other cars around him. Simon will carry on though. Hopefully, whatever issue he's had, it won't crop up again for a third time. It seems to be, it happened on the end of the straight towards Paddock, and before that it was just there at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. So whatever the issue is, it's quite intermittent. There goes Alistair Smart's Radical PR6 in 6th position. But Simon Freeman's car is now a lap off the lead, and it's now quite further down the order. It's a lap behind quite a few cars. His next car is going to try and get past is the Barwell car. Now he is. How's it happening again? He's slowing down once more. Down the pit straight. He's down the. I heard him down the gears. He's come to a stop once again at exactly the same spot. So I'm not sure what's going on with Simon Freeman's Radical there. Hopefully it's he has to try and get it refired once more. Is it? I'm really not sure what the issue is, but there's the Lee Collier ADR3. He continues on. He's currently 11th at the moment, 4th in Class C. There is yellow flags. Right, now Simon Freeman's got that car going again for a third time, so surely this time he has to come into the pit lane to get that sorted out, because I'm pretty certain the clerk of the course will start to frown on the fact that he's stopping on circuit constantly for a problem that he'll have to possibly come into the pit lane to try and fix. He probably is trying to get himself continue, going again in terms of getting around to the pit lane if he can. But at the moment, the more times he stops on circuit, the less it's really working out. We've got the ADR3 just coming up to be lapped by the Matt Manderson Norma. It's a fantastic looking car, the LMP3, of course, decked out in the ZEO Prototypes logos. And charging another pit straight he comes. It's wonderful V8 engine, just give it a listen. Oh, it sounds so good, that car. It's one of the best sounding cars of the weekend. It's Norma LMP3. Brilliant. It's brilliant on the stream. What you hear it trackside, it is even better. It sounds such a wonderful sounding car. Now putting a lap on Robert Rees in the Radical SR8, but he's made it out on the track. So he's someone who I think had a late start, but was managed to get back out after he had issues. So he will continue on. He will simply just make it to the end. I think he might not get enough laps to be classified, but he will at least continue on to try and get out. I think he's only just exited the pits after he's had some issues earlier on that prevented him from properly taking the start. There goes the LMP3. And as they come back down towards Paddock Hill Bend again, the gap is still 4.3 seconds, although on the last lap, I was looking at the timings, and Mike Gemby lost half a second. He was half a second slower than Charles Hall, so if he can pick his way through the traffic, maybe it's not quite over. If he can pick up some more pace, Charles Hall might bring us a bit of a grandstand finish. Leslie Collier, he was almost a no-show due to, let's say, various reasons which obviously we like to forget now that we've emerging out of the global situation. But thankfully, he's given the all clear. So here he is in that ADR3. If I looked at my research, and I think that car, as I mentioned earlier on, is originally an Australian-designed chassis, as far as I'm aware. Oh, it has its roots or its origins in Australia. So it's great to see a different car that, again, you don't normally see a car like that in the UK. And when it does have what does exist, everybody has a championship or a series to race in. But this is what the point of ZEO Prototypes, to allow cars, not just all the Radicals and Sport 2000 cars and other machines that are similar that you can see in the UK that race here constantly, but other cars who, up until now, that are sports prototypes and are made by unique and smaller manufacturers, didn't really have a place to race, but now they do. And the premise is for next year to, not only before the end of the year, to have around 20 cars for Donington Park, and then I know that Grace is getting ambitious to try and have even a 25 to 30 car field for the next season. So hopefully all the interest and the spectacle for this season will have grown and made quite a few people quite inquisitive about getting involved. It'd be fantastic to see. And the setup they have in the paddock with the dedicated transporter and the catering and all the support they give them, it's brilliant to see that the sports prototypes are trying to get back to prominence here and have a proper all-comers sports prototype series in this country. And it's great to see that Grace and Duncan and everyone at ZEO are leading the charge to try and give us a nice, healthy grid of cars. Imagine, maybe in a year or two's time, a grid of about 25 to 30 of these unique sports prototypes, all different shapes and sizes. It'll be a fantastic spectacle. We've seen it in the past, and we can see it again, and I'm sure there'll be an appetite for many people to see that as the next couple of seasons goes on. So just keeping tabs on the times, Charles Hall's got the gap down to 3.1 seconds. And there's 6.5 minutes to go. So maybe this isn't done just yet. Maybe there's possibly an opportunity for Charles to get it a bit closer. The gap has gone down to 2.5. And yet again, the Simon Freeman SRT has come to a stop. That's the 4th time it's happened. So, the safety car again, it stopped ironically just in front of the safety car where it's parked up on the exit at Graham Hill Bend. Once again it gets going, it's either one of 2 spots that it has that happen. It's either exiting Graham Hill Bend or it's on the approach just at the pit exit towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's incredibly strange, but I'm not quite sure why it does that. Whatever the issue is, unfortunately we don't have the capability of having any podium interviews, but if we can find, maybe post-race we can find out and see what the issue might have been. So 5.5 minutes to go. And the race continues on. And what is the gap now between the top 2? Oh, it's down to 2 seconds. So maybe this race isn't over. At the moment, Charles Hall's managed to wind up the Chiron now. And he's taking half a second a lap out of Mike Genvy. And there is enough time to catch him. So I think we're going to have another fantastic battle royale at the front between the Genvy gun of Genvy and Charles Hall in that Chiron. So this has all been done whilst trying to pick their way through the traffic, which is always the tricky thing to do. There is Genvy. Just put another lap on the Jay Shepherd car. And there in the background, the red car in the shot just at the top of the screen was Charles Hall. There he is. So I think he might have lost a bit of time in this particular lap. But again, it might not look like 2 seconds. But of course, you have to remember these cars are that quick that 2 seconds can look like a much bigger gap than it already is. And he only lost 0.2 on that lap, just getting down the back markers. But Charles Hall, who has lots of experience racing as single-seaters in the previous few years, is certainly getting on with it. He did so in the first race, and from what we saw in race 1, he's not afraid to go for a dive if there's an opportunity. Case in point right there, I think it was past, I think that was Andy Chittenden in the MCR Sports 2000 racer. As now Mike Genvy comes through, and oh, look at the way he throws that car. That's how much grip and confidence he's got in the Chiron. Quite a long front end on that car. It reminds you of the old school like Clubman's cars and even the old school front engine V8 Paynos LMP cars that you got there. Some brilliant unique machines. You don't often see kind of mid-engine or very long front end LMP cars. I think it looks like it is mid-engined. There's the Matthew Chamberlain CTR01, which is carrying on. And the gap is now 1.9 seconds. Charles Hall's got to get on with it. He's got to try and pick his way through the traffic. Now there's a section here where there is no traffic, and there's Genvy, there's Hall. So with a bit of clear air, maybe this will start to help him out. A little adjustment at the steering there. He saw the car just twitch on the apex, but trying to get the car darted in. There goes Genvy. What's the gap now? 2.1 seconds. It's gone out again by another 0.3. So in that lappery, it's advantage Genvy with 3 minutes to go. At this rate, Genvy's going to have to get really held up by traffic, or Hall's going to have to pull out all the stops and put in some blistering qualifying style laps to catch up to Mike here. But at the end, it looks like it's going to be one apiece. You see that? Right, you can always see just how hard Mike Genvy was concentrating in a car like this with so much power and so much grip. Just further back, there's Graham Charman in the Juno. Nice to see a Juno back out on track. We haven't seen one for a while. I believe that we've got, I think, from what I've been told in the paddock, Andy Chittenden has picked up the Juno, which is the ex-Duncan Williams car. He looks like he's going to bring that one out at Donington Park, from what I understand. So some more potent machinery back on the grid. There's Dominic Langdon down in the field. Also, there's Robert Rees, who is several laps back, so I don't think he'll be classified, but at least he'll be able to say he got out there for the second race. Now, last time by 1.7 seconds, the gap came down by another half a second, a personal best for Charles Hall for 44.945. So the gap is 1.7 seconds. Given the lap times, it's going to be close, and that won't help Mike either. He's blocked by Dominic Langdon down, gets past the Radical as it was being lapped by the LMP. Now, Matt Manderson's car, it'll be quick in a straight line. Genvy will get the slipstream, but it won't help him trying to get past here. And Manderson's car is just that quick in a straight line. Genvy goes diving up the inside to put a lap on him, but that won't really help tonight. He'll get a small toe, and therefore, I guess because of that, he only lost 0.2 of a second. It would have been more had he not been able to get the advantage of getting the slipstream from the Norma, so I'm sure he'll thank Matt after that a little bit after the unexpected assistance. But now Gemvy's got through. Look at Charles Hall go straight around the outside of the LMP. It came off camera, but you saw him just darting around the outside. So you're saying, look, get out of my way. I'm coming straight through. That was brilliant stuff. Oh, no contact. Oh, Robert Rees. Mike Gemvy was so close to disaster there. That was such a close move. Robert Rees, there was contact between them, and Mike Gemvy is incredibly lucky he got away with that. That was the lower speed part of the circuit, but if that had been a bit quicker and he'd been a bit more out of shape, that would have been game over for Mike Gemvy. He would have lost the lead and he would have been giving it up to Charles Hall. The gap is still 1.5 seconds, but that was a bit of a fright he did not need. Down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Now he's managed to recover himself a bit. And now onto the back straight. They're going to have one more lap after this one to end our incredible Caterham race weekend here at Brands Hatch. We've had all sorts of fantastic racing. All 5 of the Caterham championships have been brilliant. So is National Formula Ford, so is the pair of saloon car championships that we've had, the Track Attack Race Club and the CMMC Super Saloons and Tin Tops. And to add a little bit extra spice to activities, we've had these 2 incredible ZEO Prototype Cup races that still are going down to the wire here. 1.3 seconds is the margin as we go on to the last lap. So in terms of lap traffic, the only lap guy's got a lap, ironically, is the car in 3rd place. So at the moment, Mike Gemvy has lapped everyone up to 3rd place. As in, he hasn't lapped 3rd place yet, but he's lapped everyone up to the 3rd place. He's got to try and get past Graham if he can, but I think the pace of the junior is going to be a bit too much with the gap he's got. And Charles will keep on pushing to the end, but it's going to run out of time and run out of laps. He's going to head into the final couple of the corners for the last time to round off a magical weekend at Brands Hatch. The second ZEO Prototype Cup race is going to be an even draw between the 2 rivals. Charles Hall won race 1. Mike Gemvy wins race 2. It is a victory for Mike Gemvy and the Gemvy Gun TS6. Charles will close us in to literally 1,000th of a second over a second behind you. 1.001 in the end. 3rd place will go to Graham Charman. He will complete that lap. Here comes that's Anthony Barnes, I think, in 71. Anthony Barwell in the MCR. He will come across the line in 10th overall, 6th in Class B. Across the line has also come Matt Manderson in the Norma LMP. There's the MPO1, the Mazda-engined American closed-top sports prototype. Striking-looking machine. And it will come across the line to finish in 9th position and 5th in Class B. So the rest of the field coming through. There goes Graham Charman. He will pick up 3rd in Class B and 3rd overall. He'll be pleased with that. Good effort from everyone involved there. And as they head back into the pit lane, Mike Gemvy signals to the marshals and says, "Thank you very much." He's delighted. He's punched in the air. He's very happy with that. And he knows he'll feel very lucky after he got away with that contact. But even so, he should be delighted with that nonetheless. So, quick run through the results, if they come up on screen. If not, I'll run you through the finishing order anyway. So Mike Gemvy then, as they'll come up scrolling on the screen through the classes, just in case. Mike Gemvy wins overall from overall in Class B. He wins by 1.001 seconds, with Charles Hall in 2nd place in the Chiron SEN2. Graham Charman is 3rd, some 40 seconds back in the Juno. It's then a 4th place overall and a Class A win for Matt Manderson in the Norma LMP3. Andrew Kimpton is 5th from Alistair Smart in 6th, but it's Matthew Chamberlain in the CTR01 in 7th place. Chris Child 8th in the Radical, 9th for the MPO1 Evo of Jay Shepherd, 10th for Anthony Barwell in the MCR, 11th for Lee Collier in the ADR. 12th, Dominic Landon down in the Radical SR3. Andy Chittenden was 13th in the 2nd MCR. And then Tony Freeman, who did eventually pit after his problems, was 14th. And then Robert Rees looks like I think he might be classified. If not, he has shown as a finisher in 15th place there in the Radical SR3. Well, that pretty much concludes what's been a breathtaking weekend of racing here at Brands Hatch. We've had all sorts with Caterhams, Formula Fords, saloon cars, sports prototype racing and all. It's been fantastic stuff all the way through. If you stuck with us through the entire 2 streams of BRSCC both Saturday and Sunday, thank you very much for doing so. A big thank you to Caterham Motorsport, to all the Formula 4s, to Track Attack Race Club, to CMMC Southern and to the ZEO Prototype Cup for all their incredible action. Thank you as always to our magnificent Orange Army. We hope we've saluted you in the best possible way with our tribute yesterday, not just to Robert Foote who passed away, but also to our brilliant marshals with that tribute. Thank you also to our volunteers, all our officials this weekend. them for their hard work. Thank you to Run Your Fleet for their support, not just as a partner, but also for the supply of the brilliant Jaguar XS Sport Brake Safety Car, which has had to have a bit of work this weekend, but you've seen it on camera a few times, so thank you for them as well. And predominantly, thank you for watching as well, for supporting the club. Apologies for one or two of the technical hitches that we've had throughout the weekend. Not the producer's fault, simply some network issues that we've had, but it's ones we have to go through as well. And of course, this weekend is dedicated not just to Robert Foote, who we lost last weekend, but also to former BRSCC chairman Bernard Cottrell, who passed away, we learnt in the early hours of yesterday morning. So both of them hopefully will rest in peace, and hopefully it's a weekend that's been befitting of both of them for the action as well. So on behalf of Richard John Neal, from myself, Scott Woodward, and all of us here at Brands Hatch, thank you ever so much for watching. The next live action for BRSCC will be in a few weeks' time at Cadwell Park at the end of August. Join us then for the next Caterham action. They'll be out on live stream at Croft at the 4th or 5th of September. Tune in for that as well. But then, and for all of us here, thank you for tuning in for the BRSCC. Keep on supporting the local racing. Go to brscc.co.uk and caterhamcars.com for all the information on all the championships you've seen here today. And all that's left for me to say is, once again, thank you, good night, and we'll see you next time for more action next time from the British Racing and Sports Car Club. Bye for now.